Chapter 1. Chapter 1 starts a Seireitei. The Haiwan calendar is 1520. Luffy goes to sea with the dream of becoming the One Piece. Now he has found a lot of friends. At the moment he is in the sea restaurant. Here Zoro meets the man he wants to challenge and defeat the most in his life. He is known as the world's #1 swordsman and has a pair of sharp eagle eyes, Mihawk. And our protagonist finally opened his eyes at this moment. He was originally an ordinary boy among the blue stars. He just revisited Shinigami last night. Now when he opened his eyes, there was a trace of confusion in those handsome eyes. Here it is. He discovered that the world he was in was Seireitei, this majestic and magnificent building, now in front of his eyes. This building is unique, and the aura that it reveals shocked the young man, as if he couldn't help but suffocate his breath. It can't be wrong, this is Seireitei. Seireitei is the political and military headquarters of the Soul Society. There are departments such as the underground conference hall and the buildings of the Godei 13th Squadron in the key areas of the interior. It is also the place where all Shinigami lives. The noble residences in Shinigami have also been built here for generations. The walls around Seireitei are built with killer stones that can block spiritual power. The killer stones release waves of decomposing spiritual power. Its area is 133,000 squares of spiritual power, and its radius is spiritual power. In Seireitei, the environment is beautiful, with large meadows and slanderous mountains. What makes him depressed and curious is that there is no Shinigami here. Outside of Seireitei, Rakonga does not seem to appear. The buildings here are all closed. Why is this again? While he was pondering this, ding, the dead world system, begin to bind. If you have any questions, please ask. The mechanical and icy voice that came in his mind called Chen Tian to recover completely. Read more at fictionzone.net. As someone who has read a lot of Philu's novels, he certainly understands what is happening now. He crossed. Also got a cheat? Am I in the Shinigami world now? This is the first question he asked. No, you are in the world of pirates, but you have obtained the Dead Realm system, and the start is bound to give gifts. This is the Seireitei and some basic abilities. You are now in the Dead Realm space. Start a Seireitei. This setting is pretty good. However, he looked around, and at the same time calmed down to listen. There seemed to be no other sound except for the special spiritual wind in Seireitei. It seems that I am the only one here. Chen Tian asked directly. Yes, this building in the dead world needs to be unlocked step by yourself. Remind you, you can check your own system panel to see what basic English you have now. After the system answered, an illusory panel appeared in front of Chen Tian, which only he could see. Host, Chen Tian. Own ability, crossing the gate, white hits, Kido, Shunpo, Kendo. Positive subordinates, none. Negative subordinates, none. Unlocked buildings, Seireitei, which buildings, none. Detection, you still have a big gift package, which has not been opened. Another big gift package. Chen Tian really didn't know what to do at the beginning. Immediately said, open. Pass. Ding, congratulations on opening the spree. Ding, congratulations on getting Zanpakuto Hairan Maru. Hearing this, Chen Tian's eyes suddenly lit up. Hairan Maru, known as the strongest Zanpakuto in the Soul Society Ice system, has a wide range of attacks and can even manipulate climate changes. If you're not polite, it's not under Aokiji's frozen fruit in Pirate World. At this moment, the voice of the system resounded again. Ding, because you received Zanpakuto from Hitsugaya Toshiro, you now have the subordinate Godei 13th Division. Chen Tian looked and found that in Seireitei, some buildings were unlocked and could be used. That was the team house of Godei 13, but the team house of the 10th Division was unlocked. It can be said that the team houses of GODI 13 are different. The team house of the 10th Division has a European-style room inside. At the same time, the Deputy Captain Matsumoto Rangiku, as well as the other members of the 10th Division, are now walking out of the 10th Division's house one by one. Why not hit Shugaya Toshiro? Because I received Zanpakuto from the captain of the Jufan, so the members of the Jufan were unlocked, and the building of the Jufan team house was unlocked. Chen Tian can understand this. But hit Shugaya Toshiro, where is it? Hit Shugaya Toshiro, it will not appear until the host has used Hiren Maru's power to 100%. At that time, you will unlock another Zanpakuto. Chen Tian nodded. Then is there a way to unlock all the buildings and all the squads and the captains of the squads at once? This is what Chen Tian cares most about. It depends on when you get the Zanpakuto is Ryujinjaka. At present, if you draw Hiren Maru, it is an opportunity. When you play Hiren Maru to 100%, you will get another hand of Zanpakuto. The system does not know, this is a random event. Chen Tian nodded. But the most important thing is, how to make Zanpakuto play 100% faster. Scary point. The voice of the system resounded coldly in Chen Tian's ears. This is the Dead World system. The abilities you unlock more are mostly in the style of Soul Society, Seireitei, Rukanga, etc. It is impossible to see heaven or the like. So you need to fight to make people shocked, so you will get more shock points. Chen Tian nodded. Fighting. At this moment, Matsumoto Rangiku has brought his teammates to Chen Tian. For them, Chen Tian is their king. A great existence above the captain. With long wavy hair and a proud figure that few women can match, she is dressed in a death tyrant outfit, while wearing a pink shawl, and the side of the panty pants is tied into a bow. At this moment, she, who was full of fragrance, came to Chen Tian's face. Wang, the Jufan team is here, please give orders. Chapter 2. Chapter 2. The door to another world that suddenly appeared. After smelling the special fragrance in the space because of the arrival of Matsumoto Rangiku, Chen Tian gently nodded and glanced at the woman. Front subordinate, Matsumoto Rangiku. Zanpakuto, Hanko. He looked at the other members of the decennial team behind Matsumoto Rangiku. Each of them already had their own Zanpakuto. Of course, they don't know Bankai yet. But Shikai's ability is definitely there. In a squad, there are captains, deputy captains, 3 seats, 4 seats. After reading their information carefully, Chen Tian found that their strength was actually pretty good. To be honest, with this 10th division, he dared to rush into Impel Down. Impel Down, the world's #1 prison, is located in the Com Belt in the first half of the Grand Line. Security is extremely tight. The prison is full of felons. It is very eerie and terrifying. There are various monster jailers and video phone worms to monitor. There are a large number of large sea kings on the seabed outside the prison, which gives Impel Down the name of Copper Wall and Iron Wall. There are a total of 6 floors. Warden Magellan, although he is not Admiral, some pirate fans once said that he has the strength of Admiral, or is close to Admiral. Almost few people can escape from Magellan's hands, and Golden Lion paid the price back then. As for Luffy's escape from prison, this is completely the protagonist's halo. But Chen Tian asked himself, relying on Hiren Maru, plus the 10th division, if he wants to break into Impel Down and leave again, he can still do it? Recovered. Chen Tian knew that as the Lord of the Dead World and the King of Seireitei, he should also make a decision and issue his first order. From now on, let the sea know the existence of our Seireitei. Let the name of Shinigami shake the sea. Let the Jufan team shake their eyes. Let Zanpakuto shock the world. Make the sea a little more exciting. At this moment. Pirate World, read more at fictionzone.net. East Daxia Sea. This is a sea restaurant. At this moment, everyone was shocked by the man with eagle eyes who looked at the gentleman. One move. Click, the leader of the Click pirate group, known as the strongest pirate group in the East Daxia Sea, was killed by Hawkeye in this way. For the people around, Click's strength may not be the strongest in the East Daxia Sea, but it is definitely one of the best in the East Daxia Sea. In the waters of the East Daxia Sea, people who dare to say that they are capable of defeating Click are afraid of talent. Just a few, right? But now Click was in front of them, defeated by this man with eagle eyes and a gentleman's taste. This is called the people present, all a little surprised. Is this the strength of the strong coming from New World? Too strong. Strong people don't know what to say. New World, just come to anyone, what's the strength? This person defeated Click in one fell swoop. It's terrible. Who is this man with the sharp eyes of a goshawk? On the protruding deck of the restaurant on the sea, let alone the marine who came to eat here, the pirates, even some chefs are now screaming in surprise. He is Hawkeye my hawk, one of the well-known 7 warlords of the sea. I didn't expect this man to appear here. It's surprising. Someone may see that Hawkeye comes from New World, but in the East Sea. There are very few people who really see the identity of Hawkeye, but red-footed Jafo is one of them. In New World, the name My Hawk Hawkeye is too loud, even if it is not as good as 4 Emperors, but it will not be too far behind. He is known as the world's largest swordsman. Those who practice swordsmanship will chase after the target they want to defeat. Even if there is no devil fruit, just relying on swordsmanship, Hawkeye is unimpeded in New World. What? He is 7 warlords of the sea. Oh my god, 7 warlords of the sea. 7 warlords of the sea, how come here? 7 warlords of the sea, those are the 7 great pirates recognized by the world government. They have catastrophic destructive power, and their strength is already strong enough to rival the country. For a time, the sound of exclamation kept ringing. Suddenly, someone noticed something, his eyes widened, and his fingers suddenly pointed in one direction. Look, what is that? In the space, a door suddenly appeared. All of a sudden, not only he noticed. Others also noticed this door. Zoro originally wanted to go out and fight Hawkeye, but now he can't help but be attracted by a door that suddenly appeared in the space. Under this door, there are blue, surging waves of ripples. It's not land at all. Why is there a door suddenly standing there? Right now. The door opened slowly. When they saw the scenery on the other side of the door, all the people present swallowed with difficulty. Because they found that the other side of the door is another place, they saw the majestic building. At this moment, even Hawkeye my hawk's pupils couldn't help but widen. He met Marine Headquarters Marin Vando. But in terms of the thoroughness of the momentum and the grandeur of the building, Hawkeye my hawk discovered that Marine Headquarters, Malin Vander, is not comparable to the peculiar building behind that door. Where is the place over that door? Nami couldn't help but murmured. At this moment, Luffy waited and noticed something. Someone has come out. Chapter 3. Chapter 3 Debut of Goti 13. What is on the other side of the door? From the side of the door, there was a very uncomfortable feeling. The breath coming from there, called Luffy, Zoro and other sensitive people, frowned. Even the eagle-eyed Mihawk, the sharp eyes at this moment, are no longer relaxed. Da-da-da. At last. Someone came out from the side of the door. Ding, the world begins to connect. Ryotsu, the power of the One Piece world, etc., begin to assimilate. Power interoperability, start using. Chen Tian is about to come out. At this moment, he is also wearing a death tyrant. Some of him who temporarily own Hiren Meru are Ryotsu of Hitsuga Yatashiro. Right now. Boom. The power came out. Some people have yet to see who they are and what peculiarities they have, and they haven't seen anything clearly yet. Under this Ryotsu power, some people who stood in front but were weak, even before they could even make a scream, were suppressed by Ryotsu. The soul is broken. One by one fell down. This scene happened suddenly, and even Hawkeye did not react. Next moment, Ryotsu swept the entire space. OM. The invisible but real Ryotsu, like a mountain of incomparable weight, was pressed on them. Both Luffy and Zoro began to grit their teeth. They felt that their backs seemed to be tied to this mountain, making their bodies heavy and breathing difficulties. How so? I do not know either. Luffy clenched his teeth to support. The same goes for Zoro, his teeth clenched together. Nami was already lying on the ground and couldn't get up. Hawkeye was also dignified at this time. He had a rare power in this world, but he also sensed the hardness and heaviness of his body. What kind of power is this? Hawkeye, my Hawk, is the world's #1 swordsman and well informed. He can feel it. This is not the power of devil fruit. This weight, this terrible heaviness, comes from my soul. But Hawkeye, my Hawk, is not afraid. As the world's #1 swordsman, he has a fighting spirit and excitement. Read more at fictionzone.net. He also saw it. Also see clearly. From that door, a group of people walked out. Their clothes are unique, black and white, and easy to identify. And standing at the forefront was a young boy, the white haori fluttering in the wind, the man with the sword hanging from his waist. Now his mouth was smiling. Chen Tian is also looking at Eagle Eye. Clatter. He stepped out of his own footsteps. Shunpo. Fast. When everyone reacted, he was already standing behind Hawkeye. Hawkeye, my Hawk. Hey, this opponent belongs to me. Zoro has always wanted to challenge Hawkeye. Seeing that he was preempted by the mysterious man at this moment, Zoro immediately stepped forward. What the king of Seireitei is going to do, how can you stop it? Matsumoto Rangiku snorted. The third seat of the juvenile team went straight up, pulled out his own Zanpakuto, and stopped Zoro. Jukfin. The team flower is a narcissus. Flower language is mystery and self. Seireitei, go Di 13, 3 seats in the 10th division, let's see how much you have. At this moment, everyone heard the voice of the 10th division's third seat. Adding to the words of Matsumoto Rangiku just now, everyone present frowned. Seireitei? Go Di 13? The 10th team? What exactly is this? Even my Hawk, Hawkeye, is now paying attention to these words and words. He asked himself, as well informed, right? The Great Sea, the forces that exist, the places where they exist, even if he hasn't seen them before, he should have heard of them. But this Seireitei, this Go Di 13 or something, is really something that has never been asked before. Of course. Hawkeye can't admit that this is a small place, a small force. At this moment, the Eagle Eye turned around and stared at Chen Tian. The Eagle Eye's brows were frowned. How could the other party's aura of destroying the world be a small person on the sea? Sea restaurant. There are some Marines, and some pirates, even the hidden personnel of the Revolutionary Army. Seireitei. This news must be told to Smoker. Lieutenant Marine said so secretly in his heart. It's not just him. Go Di 13? Is this a pirate group? What kind of strength do they have? Everyone is guessing. Ding, congratulations on getting the Hawkeye My Hawk 100 horror point. Ding, congratulations on getting 1000 Luffy points. Ding, congratulations on getting Zoro 10,000 points of shock. Ding. Because of the frightening point, Zanpakuto Hiren Maru's power awakens 30%. Ding, Zanpakuto Kenshikai. Chen Tian was very satisfied with the reactions of others present. Shocked. Shocked the soul. But Go Di 13, the shock to the world, has just begun. Go away from me. Zoro gritted his teeth, and what was in front of him was the third place of the Godi 13th Division, blocking his way and making him unhappy. Three-sword style, ghost cut? Now Zoro is holding a knife in his left and right hands, and a knife in his mouth at the same time. There is an extraordinary aura, and it is born. Hawkeye my hawk couldn't help but let out an "oh," and then looked at Chen Tian. This person is not easy. Are you sure of your subordinate, can you? Chapter 4. Chapter 4. Sit in the frosty sky, Hiren Maru. Zoro's three-sword style was shown in front of Hawkeye. Hawkeye looked at the scene and nodded, affirming Zoro's three swords. But Hawkeye found that the person across from him seemed to be very confident in his subordinates. Roar, Ironfish. When Zoro's three swords were about to be torn on the opponent's body, suddenly, the knife in the opponent's hand changed. Kang. It abruptly blocked Zoro's three-sword flow. Zoro's eyes widened. At the same time, the opponent's knife seems to be alive. Before Zoro could react, he hit Zoro. Eat devil fruit's knife. The people present now thought of this unanimously. Hawkeye my hawk couldn't help thinking like this. Apart from this, he couldn't think of any other reason why the other party's knife suddenly changed its appearance. Not surprised, it's time for me to take down your throne as the world's largest swordsman. Chen Tian's voice sounded at this moment. Use Eagle Eyes as a whetstone. Let Hiren Maru's power be released 100%. And his words shocked everyone present. Is he going to defeat Eagle Eye, the world's #1 swordsman? Everyone present could not believe what they heard. This organization that has never appeared before, now wants to seize the position of the world's largest swordsman? Such a battle appeared in the East Daxia Sea? The people in the restaurant on the sea looked at each other. Will they have the honor to witness this battle today? This moment. In the space, the atmosphere was suddenly tense. Looking at the two people who were looking at each other, the eyes of everyone present were all looking up, and they all wanted to know what kind of power the Seireitei had never seen before, and whether it can defeat the world's largest one. Jian Hao? Sanji couldn't help but whisper towards the red-footed Jafu, old man, who do you think is stronger? The world's largest swordsman. The king of Seireitei. These two names sounded quite bluffing. Read more at fictionzone.net. To be honest, I am more optimistic about my Hawkeye. Red-footed Zephyr said what he was thinking. Anyway. Hawkeye my hawk, who are already famous in the sea. Some people even think that among 7 warlords of the sea, the strongest existence is my Hawkeye. Some people say that my Hawkeye, is no longer under Marine Admiral and 4 emperors. One of the few people standing at the pinnacle of the power of the sea. Red-footed Jafu also knows one thing, there are actually quite a few swordsmen on the sea. All of them are very powerful and have quite bluffing titles. But when they challenged Hawkeye my hawk, they all failed. The title of the world's largest swordsman has never been taken from my Hawkeye. From this point, it is enough to see the strength of the Hawkeye my hawk. As for the Lord of Seireitei, he has never had such a name in the sea. I don't know if he is going to shake the entire sea, or just like the swordsmen who have been defeated by the Eagle Eye sword. After all, nothing extraordinary. Hawkeye my hawk did not despise Chen Tian. He stretched out his hand and directly took off the black sword knight on his back. The faint green sword aura wrapped around the black sword knight. Everyone who saw the scene felt that this black knife was immediately filled with tyrannical strength. In this sea, black knives are definitely one of the few. Slightly silent. Hawkeye didn't have those dazzling skills. He directly raised the black sword knight in his hand. Next moment, he hacked directly towards Chen Tian. This is Hawkeye. There are no excessive moves. He came straight and went straight. As the world's largest swordsman, he has already reduced the complexity to simplicity. Then, in the eyes of everyone, this sword finally fell. Suddenly, the world changed color. This is Hawkeye slash. Watching this scene, many people stared their eyes wide. Even if they weren't facing the slash, they couldn't help but trembled in their hearts. This was the world's #1 slash. It seems to have the power to cut everything, making people fearful. The people in this world are very nice. Matsumoto Rangiku could not help but murmur after learning about the power of Hawkeye, but the king is stronger. The other members of the 10th Division nod their heads. Hawkeye slash. It is definitely the one that can hurt Kaido. Black Knife Knight? It's a thorough black knife? This slash carried an all-encompassing terrifying power. Luffy, Red-Footed Zifu, etc. immediately stared at Chen Tian, wondering how this mysterious character could resist such a terrible slash. In their gaze, Chen Tian finally spoke. Sit in the frosty sky, Hiren Meru. Luffy and others frowned. For a while, I didn't understand what Chen Tian was doing. But they didn't have time to think about it, because they suddenly trembled, and somehow there was a terrifying chill in the space. In the space, there is even a cold wind blowing. The sun was shining brightly just now, and the sky was dark at the moment. Everyone was trembling, and felt the air they breathed like ice in their bodies. What happened? Why is it so cold suddenly? The snow is not so cold, is it? Chapter 5. Criticize and spend fresh, hide and seek, each of you. Repentance, read more at fictionzone.net. More 1 plus, more than 102 fair reviews. 1 more plus, more than 105 fresh flowers. The must be this. And 6 more days every. Don't grab it, admit that this is. Supported fair. Chapter 6. Chapter 5 Daiguren Hiren Meru. All around, it suddenly became cold. The sea gradually began to freeze. Luffy and others shivered. The climate changes suddenly, which is surprising enough. But the shocking thing is not just that. But looking at him, the horrible slash of the eagle eye could have cut everything, but it was blocked by a huge ice wall. What kind of ability is this? Devil fruit, this master of Seireitei must have eaten devil fruit. Yes, it must be devil fruit's ability. Some people guessed at the restaurant on the sea. Captain Fainbuti in Marine even yelled, this is probably the same as the fruit ability of Marine Admiral Aokiji. Is it the superior fruit ability? Only Red-Footed Jifu felt that things were not so simple. It was just at the beginning that there was such a chill, and even changed the climate. It is not so much the fruit of the upper and lower levels, it is more of the frozen fruit. There can't be two identical fruits in the sea. What is going on? Now Redfoot Jifu said that he really couldn't figure it out anyway. Ding, congratulations on getting 1000 Fenbuta's horror points. Ding, congratulations on getting 100 horror points for Redfoot Jifu. Congratulations, Zanpakuto is awakened by 50% and can display the power of Bankai. It's become interesting. Facing Chen Tian, who seemed to have the same power as Aokiji in front of him, Hawkeye Mihawk's fighting spirit became stronger and stronger, and then, the green sword aura suddenly skyrocketed. It wasn't just a slash with all my strength. Right now, Heideoya is in hand and continues to move towards Chen Tian. Fast. Too fast. Yoryuaki, the eagle-eyed black knife, came to Chen Tian's front. This time the slash was still above it. Everyone looked at it, and the dark clouds in the sky seemed to be torn apart. That dark green slash, higher than the waves, split everything, and went to Chen Tian. The green slash seems to be boundless and sharp, and wants to chew everything. This is the real slash of Hawkeye. It looks like Hawkeye is going to win. Red-Footed Jifu looked at the scene and couldn't help but speak. In the restaurant on the sea, some women couldn't bear to see the next scene and closed their eyes. Before the green slash, an ice dragon appeared, galloping at extreme speed, opened its mouth wide, and bit the slash. Click. Click. Click, read more at fictionzone.net. Under the power of slashing, the ice on the ice dragon is starting to break away piece by piece. But that slash also gradually faded. The confidence in the eagle eyes became stiff. The ice dragon and the slash disappeared at the same time, and Hawkeye's brows frowned. He discovered one thing. Your knife, have you eaten devil fruit? Hawkeye's tone was not as plain as usual. What exactly is this devil fruit? The freezing ability is the same as Kyuzen's frozen fruit. Wrong, this is Zanpakuto. Zanpakuto. When these three words came out of Chen Tian's mouth, Hawkeye's pupils shrank sharply. All the people present frowned. Zanpakuto, what kind of knife is it? Next, let you understand the power of Hiren Meru. Chen Tian moved. The sea began to freeze. Chen Tian quickly approached Hawkeye. This is Shunpo. The Zanpakuto Hiren Meru in Chen Tian's hand will become a frozen area in the direction the blade passes. Hawkeye said nothing. He knew he had encountered an opponent. Heideoya is in hand, advancing without retreating. The same cut, and then he fought it up. Kang. 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 You come and go for a while. Two figures shuttled in front of everyone's eyes. Is it the same? Sanji couldn't help but said. Wrong. Redfoot Jafu suddenly shook his head. Look carefully, Eagle Eye's palm is now covered with a layer of frost. I see, Hawkeye is going to lose. Sanji was shocked. No, it's not that simple. Red-footed Zephyr shook his head again. You are too small for the world's #1 swordsman. The real strength of Hawkeye hasn't exploded yet, but it's time. Hawkeye is not familiar with Zanpakuto's relationship. Now it has stepped back. In some people's eyes, Hawkeye is finally about to lose. But where is it so simple? But look at the next moment. When Hiren Meru moved up towards the Eagle Eye again, Eagle Eye suddenly held Heideoya's arm. It was pitch black, and other colors faintly mixed in the black. At last, the slash of the Eagle Eye appeared again. Huh! Too fast. With this slash, the sea and the sky are connected, the waves are cut away, and the sky is cut away. It seems that nothing can stop this slash. With the power to cut everything, he went to Chen Tian. Hawkeye's slash, even if it is the Four Emperors Kaido here, is afraid that it is the terrifying dragon body, but it is about to be slashed to make a hole. Looking at Hawkeye's slash, Zoro's eyes widened. He already knew how big the gap between himself and Hawkeye was. At the same time, Zoro and others discovered one thing, that is, the knife in the hands of Lord Seireitei had changed. The handguard has changed from a 4-pointed star to an 8-pointed star, and the appearance of Zanpakuto has also changed a little. At the same time, Chen Tian also changed. His breath also skyrocketed, and his hands and feet were wrapped in claw-shaped ice cubes. It's not just that simple. Behind it, a huge ice wing appeared. It's time to tell the winner. I will take the title of Daiguren Hiren Meru, the #1 swordsman in the world. Chapter 7. Chapter 6 The Riots in the East Daxia Sea. Hawkeye slashed with all his strength. With the power to cut everything. No matter what kind of existence, I am afraid I dare not underestimate Hawkeye's slash. When any swordsman who uses a sword sees the slash, he is afraid that he will deeply feel what is beyond reach. Dragon shot frame. Daiguren Hiren Meru is in hand. At this moment, Chen Tian, standing in the air, the wings cast by ice on the back seemed to be able to fly. At this moment Chen Tian straightened his sword straight. Suddenly, Hiren Meru's power and Hawkeye's slashes collided together. Slightly silent. After that, the billowing air wave moved towards the surroundings. The ice-covered sea completely broke the ice at this moment, and the waves rolled. The restaurant on the sea shook. Everyone hurriedly hugged the pillars or something, with a panic look on their faces for fear that they would be affected by the pond fish. What happened at the center of the fight? No one knows. At last, everything calmed down. The waves are pouring down like rain. But looking at Chen Tian, the two yin-yans have separated. Chen Tian looked calm. But Hawkeye's face looked pale, and a trace of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. His face was indifferent. Without saying much, he left. Looking at this scene, both of them could see the outcome. Their pupils shrank sharply, and couldn't help taking a long breath. What is going on today? Hawkeye, who was supposed to be galloping in the New World, came to the East Daxia Sea with the reputation of 7 warlords of the sea on his back, but he still lost? This kind of thing. How can people believe this kind of thing? Now, a pair of gazes, as if seeing a ghost, turned to the boy holding Zanpakuto with ice wings behind him. Read more at fictionzone.net. When the two were fighting just now, no one knew what happened, and they didn't seem to deserve to see the decisive moment. But they knew that Hawkeye had lost. This is enough. Ding, congratulations on getting Luffy's 10,000 shock points. Ding, congratulations on getting Zoro's 10,000 horror points. Chen Tian took back Zanpakuto. The action was not muddled in the slightest. He glanced at the crowd, and the dull voice, which seemed to be above everything else, fell on everyone's ears. Remember, Seireitei has descended on the sea since today. The name of Godi 13 will completely shake the world. His words made the faces of everyone present extremely wonderful. In the sea restaurant, some people feel that it is wrong to go out to sea. This sea is too dangerous, right? The little-known Seireitei, Godi 13, is the one who came out so tough? People who boast that they are very powerful in the restaurant on the sea have to admit that their strength and their strength are not in the same dimension at all. This sea. Zoro looked at the 3 seats of the so-called 10th division who had stopped him just now and let him not make any progress, then looked at the mysterious figure of Chen Tian. He shook hands and said a word, with a firm tone. It's really wonderful. Although I don't know what Godi 13 is. But I won't lose. Zoro's words made Luffy nod. Luffy now clenched his fist. He felt scared, terrible, this Seireitei or something, it was so terrible. The sea must be so interesting. Red-footed Jafu does not have the optimistic attitude of Luffy and others. Seireitei's Godi 13. It always feels like they will set off a huge storm in the sea. Chen Tian took Matsumoto Rangiku and the other members of the Jufan team into the gate. When the door is closed, the door also disappeared. The mystery of Seireitei made the people present, their eyes widened, and they couldn't help but guess. Seireitei, where is it on the sea? Could it be another world? I guess it's a kingdom. Did you find it? That Seireitei's architecture is unique, it should be a kingdom. No, I think so, that's. But when the discussion came, and the discussion went, everyone finally affirmed that there is a treasure. Seeing Seireitei's appearance, you know that you have a lot of money. On this sea, too many people go to sea for treasure. Seireitei. It must be a place with many treasures. What happened here quickly spread throughout the East Daxia Sea. This news was also passed to the Marine base in Logue Town. Within the base, Marine patrols are very rigorous, and there is an order that other small Marine bases do not have. In the office, sits Smoker with the rank of Colonel Naval Headquarters. He is wearing the Marine Justice coat, his legs are now crossed, and he has a cigar in his mouth. With his strength, there is actually a chance to be promoted. But he hasn't made this plan yet. There are many pirates in this area of the East Daxia Sea, but the East Daxia Sea is said to be the weakest place. The pirates here are far behind Grand Line and even New World. Sitting in Logue Town, this place of start and end, Smoker is more than enough. On weekdays, it is still very leisurely. I think there is a high probability that there will be no major events here. Chapter 8. Blue Brew. The phone worm in the office rang suddenly. Smoker reached out his hand to answer the phone worm unhurriedly. For him, what can happen to the East Daxia Sea? It's just that this time it was indeed unexpected to him. The phone said that there was an extremely anxious voice over there. Colonel Smoker is not good, something has happened. Smoker raised his brows, but still asked in a calm tone, what the hell happened? Smoker has been in Logue Town for several years. He knew exactly what pirates were in the East Daxia Sea. Sometimes I have to say that the marine of the East Daxia Sea is really fussing, sometimes it's just such a small matter, and they are also scorching madly. Of course, no matter how big or small it is, Marine should treat it seriously as long as it concerns people. But Marine's anxious attitude was undesirable. Hawkeye, my hawk is here, we dong hai. Smoker's brows frowned slightly when he heard the words in the phone worm. The world's largest swordsman, so many swordsmanship, the existence that wants to defeat, how did he come to this small place in the East Daxia Sea? But Smoker felt that this incident was barely a noteworthy incident, but it was definitely not a major event. As a member of 7 warlords of the sea, Hawkeye is not an arrogant existence, but a gentlemanly man. But just as Smoker was thinking this way, the voice of the phone bug continued to gasp, and continued to say anxiously, Hawkeye came to our zoo high, but he was defeated. Snapped. The cigar dangling from Spurg's mouth fell to the ground at this moment. This cigar that hadn't been smoked for a long time had a fascinating smell. It was directly proportional to the incredible appearance of Smoker at this moment. What kind of joke is this? Hawkeye Mihat came to the East Daxia Sea, and then lost. You must know that the East Daxia Sea is often called the weakest sea. How can anyone beat Eagle Eye in the quiet East Daxia Sea? You know, Garp hasn't come back, and no suspicious people have appeared recently. But why does the existence that can defeat the Eagle Eye suddenly appear? Could it be said that in this era of great pirates, the East Daxia Sea, called the weakest sea, is beginning to be unwilling to be lonely? Read more at fictionzone.net. Smoker bends down, picking up the unfinished cigar, his eyes suddenly appear sharper than usual. What a great pirate era, this is completely absurd, he absolutely does not allow such things to exist. Since Dong Hai had such signs, he had to destroy it with the momentum of thunder at this time. Even if it is to give up one's own life. As Marine, Smoker knows his responsibilities. Say everything you know. Facing the heavy voice of Smoker that suddenly came from the phone worm, the heavy questioning, the Marine on the other side trembled and reported, that day I was eating in a restaurant on the sea, and suddenly something appeared in midair. A door, on the other side of the door, I don't know where it is at all. What I saw was a very strange but magnificent building. It was a city like a city, houses that I don't know how to describe. I don't know what to say. Colonel Smoker, please forgive me. I have never seen such a macroscopic location. It stands there. I believe that no matter who it is, it will be shocked by it. Have you been to Marine headquarters? How do you compare to Marine headquarters? Smoker was also aroused, and asked in such a cold voice. I think. Over there, Marine's subordinate looked bitter, but thinking of the usual Smoker, he boldly said, I think the place called Seireitei is more than our Marine headquarters, Malinfan. It's also spectacular. He felt that what he was telling was the truth. The scene in the door that I saw that day. I don't know where it is at all. But the house rubs the grease there. The most attractive thing there is the aura of the building. Although he didn't want to admit it, he still had to admit that Marine headquarters, Marine Vatican, was really incomparable. Smoker's eyes narrowed. Seireitei. At this moment, these 3 words are like a brand, remembered in Smoker's heart. Go on. Smoker already feels that this time the East Daxia Sea has really had a major event that has never happened since he was in Logue Town. The opponent is a team. They call themselves the Juvan team. Each of them wears a sword around their waist. Their costumes are very strange, mainly in black and white. By the way, their clothes are pinned on flower. Marine on the phone worm described it in detail. When talking about the knife used to defeat Hawkeye, his voice became trembling, cold. The other party's knife is too cold, the blade all it refers to are frozen areas. It started to snow all around, and the sea was completely frozen. I don't know what to say about this force. The more Smoker listened, the more his pupils contracted. He suddenly felt that it was necessary to tell the Marine headquarters about this matter. What happened in the East Daxia Sea this time is no small matter. The place called Seireitei. The so-called 10th Division of GODI 13 should not be underestimated. Seeking evaluation votes here, seeking evaluation votes, the evaluation votes are over 150, and tomorrow will be 7 days later. Please ask for evaluation votes here, ask for evaluation votes, the evaluation votes are over 150, and tomorrow will be 7. Please ask for an evaluation ticket here, ask for an evaluation ticket, the evaluation votes have passed 150, and tomorrow will be 7. Chapter 9. Chapter 8 The Buddha Sengoku's Concern. This is the office of Marshal Marine, Marine Headquarters. Now Aokiji is standing here, and he put the phone worm that he usually uses to communicate with Smoker on the desk of Sengoku, the Buddha. Marshal Sengoku's expression is a bit serious now. No way, the news from Smoker is really hard to accept. Hawkeye, the world's largest swordsman, once had many powerful swordsmen in the naval headquarters to challenge him, but they all failed one by one. Except for the 1 in 5 elders, Sengoku really couldn't think of any other existence that could defeat Hawkeye Mihawk in Kendo. Eagle Eye, as one of the few people standing at the top of the sea, is now actually defeated. He didn't lose in the undercurrent of the New World, but left the crown of his world's #1 swordsman on the East Daxia Sea that would only stir up small waves in anyone's eyes. Seireitei, GODI 13. Mumbling these words, Sengoku of Buddha can't help but frown now. Since Roger's death, the situation on the sea is not optimistic. One after another pirates emerged. Now, in the normally peaceful East Daxia Sea, such a thing that shocked everyone was actually happening. Seireitei had no idea where it came from. The news that he could defeat the Hawkeye, the world's largest swordsman, made it difficult for Sengoku of Buddha to accept. That mysterious place named Seireitei. That mysterious organization named GODI 13. Each of them seems to contain a certain kind of power in the knife. They call their swords Zanpakuto. Smoker, what you said is true. Perhaps the news is too unacceptable, and it is rare for Sengoku to ask such stupid questions now. Read more at fictionzone.net. Yes, what I said is true. I guarantee my personality as Marine. In the phone bug, Smoker's voice was solemn and solemn. Okay, I understand. The Buddha Sengoku couldn't help being silent at this moment. There are so-called doves and so-called hawks in Marine. There is no shortage of Marines who really do things for people, and Smoker is one of them. Nicknamed the White Hunter, he has the aptitude to become a lieutenant general and a person with the ability to smoke fruit. Although he does everything in his own way and does not accept discipline, some people call him a mad dog of Marine, but he is indeed worthy of the word Marine. As a student of Zephyr, Smoker has his own righteous existence in his heart. After a while, the result of the Buddha's battle was the answer. Then can you be sure? The team that appeared there is the so-called GODI 13's 10th team, not all the members of GODI 13. If only the juvenile team had such power, how terrible it would be for the other 13-year-old GONI team. Such forces can also engage in trouble in the New World, let alone in the East Daxia Sea. Smoker can't answer this question. Seireitei is too mysterious. The organization GODI 13 is too unfamiliar to anyone. Sengoku of Buddha sighed and told Smoker to report back to Marine Headquarters immediately after reporting to Marine Headquarters. Sengoku of Buddha is hang up the phone worm. The Buddha Sengoku and Aokiji are left in the office. Unexpectedly, this kind of existence was hidden in the ocean before, and we didn't even discover the slightest. Is it a recently established organization or an organization with a long history? As Martial Marine, Sengoku, who has experienced many things, now my heart is extremely heavy. So what should we do now? Aokiji asked. Investigate their news first and don't be enemies with them. After all, what their intentions are, we don't know. From the current situation, it is difficult to judge whether they are pirates or revolutionary army, mercenary. Aokiji nodded when he heard the words. Of course, he cannot issue a reward at this moment. What kind of existence is the opponent? I haven't figured it out yet. There is no obvious conflict with the world government or Marine. The opponent just defeated Hawkeye. It's a sin. If a reward order turns this into an enemy, then it will be nerve-wracking enough. This can only be done at present. As Marine Marshal Sengoku, there are other things to deal with. As Martial Marine, the documents he sent from all over were piled up like a mountain. His most anxious problem is still with the four emperors, the Kaido who is looking for death everywhere, the Ant who is looking for men, who wants to get married, who wants good food, and the old enemy Whitebeard. Thinking of these three, Sengoku of Buddha really has a headache. When he woke up, Seireitei's Go-Di 13 was indeed a big deal, but compared with the four emperors, it was far worse at present. It's just that Sengoku of Buddha doesn't know it. Go-Di 13 will set off a huge wave on the sea that can swallow the world. Compared with Go-Di 13, the four emperors will be far worse, far too much in the future. Seeking evaluation votes, seeking evaluation votes, seeking evaluation votes, telling important things 3 times. Seeking evaluation votes, seeking evaluation votes, seeking evaluation votes, telling important things 3 times. Seeking evaluation votes, seeking evaluation votes, seeking evaluation votes, telling important things 3 times. Chapter 10. Chapter 9. Host, Chen Tian. Own ability, crossing the gate, white hits, Kido, Shunpo, Kendo, Hiren Maru. Positive subordinates, Go-Di 13th Division 10. Negative subordinates, none. Unlocked buildings, Seireitei, Seireitei's building 10th team building. In the great place called Seireitei, Chen Tian walking on the broad avenue looked at his personal panel. At the same time, there were ding and ding sounds in his ears from time to time. Ding, congratulations on getting Aokiji 10,000 shock points. Ding, congratulations on getting 100,000 shock points of Sengoku of Buddha. Ding, congratulations on getting. Ding, congratulations to your Hiren Maru, 90% awakening. The captain of the Jufan team, Hitsugaya Toshiro, is about to appear, please keep working hard. Chen Tian nodded slightly. Hitsugaya Toshiro is indeed a powerful subordinate. As the king of Seireitei, he currently has too few subordinates, right? Simultaneously, Chen Tian also has something to do now, and that is to talk to Matsumoto Rangiku and other members of the 10th Division about the basic situation of the East Daxia Sea. Matsumoto Rangiku and others stood in front of Chen Tian respectfully, and while listening to the king of Seireitei, they did not forget to bend slightly. From Chen Tian's point of view, one can clearly see what Matsumoto Rangiku is proud of. But Chen Tian just glanced at it. Suddenly, Matsumoto Rangiku said, "Wang, please let me send 3 seats and 4 seats to investigate." Obviously, they are also curious about the Sea of World. Regarding this, Chen Tian nodded and agreed to them. Quickly. When Chen Tian was visiting Seireitei, and before 1/10, 3 seats and 4 seats came back. Seireitei, it is too big. The time it takes to finish shopping is absolutely amazing. 3 seats and 4 seats came back with a message, read more at fictionzone.net. King, the nobles of the Goa kingdom today, are eyeing us Seireitei. Chen Tian heard this and found it interesting. A group of ants are still eyeing the behemoth. What do you think? Have you forgotten your true strength after a long time in the top? Ding, the task of issuing the Dead World system. Task requirements, as Godi 13 who maintains justice and stability, in this world where there is no emptiness, some people are more greedy than emptiness. Don't you want to eliminate it? Task reward, criminal army and related buildings, characters. The so-called criminal army are the scouts and pioneers in Seireitei who are responsible for handling and assassinating illegal compatriots. The main responsibility is to work in Seireitei. Shihao Yuaki, commander of the criminal army. Chen Tian thought about it. This task must be done, and there are many benefits. Seireitei, Godi 13, will complete step by step. No doubt. The window period of the throne of heaven is over, and from now on, he will stand at the top. 10th Division, now I have a task to give you. When Chen Tian's words fell, Matsumoto Rangiku waited and knelt on one knee. Now. East Daxia Sea. Many well-known guys in the East Daxia Sea were invited by the heir of the Goa kingdom, the Goa prince. The Prince of Goa has always wanted to be a great king and let his achievements stand on top of the great kings. He finally waited for the opportunity. That is Seireitei. Where is Seireitei? No one knows. But the scenery of Seireitei has spread throughout the East Daxia Sea. Many people think that there must be treasures hidden in Seireitei. Now the Goa kingdom has invited many people, including the Dragon Pirate Group, Colonel Mouse, and so on. Now, Prince Goya organized a banquet for their arrival. I need your help to find Seireitei together. The gentleman's prince, with a gentle smile on his lips. Aaron, the captain of the Dragon Pirate Group with a jagged nose, is the pirate with the highest bounty in the East Daxia Sea. He was offered a reward of 20 million berry. He was the first to respond with a cold voice, as long as we work together, we will definitely can find Seireitei. Yes. Colonel Mouse also said loudly at the moment, everyone can make a fortune together. The prince nodded. Between each other, they are very happy. Xiao Ba in the Dragon Pirates group, when he was a child, he knew the Pluto Rayleigh, and he once saved the Pluto Rayleigh. Looking at the beaming middle-aged man in front of him, he hesitated very much and said courageously, in case. What if Seireitei is something we can't afford to provoke? The opponent defeated Hawkeye. The power of the Eagle Eye is enough to sweep the entire East Daxia Sea. The Dragon Pirate Group in the East Daxia Sea is naturally a huge monster, but compared to the Eagle Eye, which is recognized by many as the world's largest swordsman, it is inferior. Too much. Hearing Xiao Ba's disappointing words, Aaron didn't seem very happy, and said unhappy, everyone has weaknesses, we don't have to fight him hard, do we? The prince nodded. You can rely on wisdom. At the banquet, they were proud of their faces again. Xiao Ba felt that something bad seemed to happen. Chapter 11. In the dark night, the moon and stars are scarce. This is a different night from the past. The prince of the Goa kingdom invited the dragon pirates and Colonel Mouse to gather together. This was an incredible thing. Who would believe that Marine and the pirates can also join the banquet? But this is really a simple matter for the rich. Who said that Marine and pirates can't play together? The truth of this world will always be more cruel than the common people know. This is above the high walls of the Goa kingdom. Soldiers in the uniforms of the king's army are yawning, lethargic, and the peace for many years has made them lazy. The army is more of a mess. Qualified aristocratic children. It is difficult for the civilians of the Goa kingdom to get promotion. Really, why is it our turn to stand guard today? To be honest, I want to attend the banquet too. I also really want to attend this banquet. I heard that our prince brought out a lot of expensive drinks. Our prince is not easy. Our king has repeatedly said that our prince will surely lead the kingdom of Goa to rise in the future. The prince has the aspirations and abilities that previous kings did not have. Our brother the kingdom of Asia will reach its true peak under the leadership of this prince. But of course there are several cautious presences in the king's army. I heard that the prince invited the dragon pirates and marine to find the location of Seireitei together and get the treasure there. I think this is a bit too risky. But like what happens in the banquet hall, people with a cautious character say this at this moment, as if pouring cold water on the heat, they are always despised. Heart, you are so brave. To know that you want treasures, you must have enough courage. It seems that you can only be a poor bachelor for a lifetime. Seireitei, of course, is a very powerful place, but we can use tactics to confuse each other. I believe the prince will definitely come up with many tactics. Seireitei, this place and the treasure must belong to us. Heart, don't you admit that you are timid now? Heart looked at them, and when he was about to say something, his eyes widened, the expression on his face gradually sluggish, and the sluggishness quickly turned into a deep shock, and finally couldn't help but tremble. You, look at it. What are you looking at? The others were taken aback, turned around and looked around, and their pupils suddenly shrank with fright. But seeing that there was nothing in the air, a door suddenly appeared. The appearance of this door is exactly the same as the door connected to Seireitei in recent rumors. Seireitei is there again. In retrospect, a few bold king soldiers became excited. Read more at fictionzone.net. Go and tell the prince, Seireitei has appeared again. Immediately there were soldiers coming. But the cautious Heart and others frowned. Heart couldn't help but muttered dully, is it really a good treasure that has arrived? Right now? Swish. The members of the Jufan team came out one by one through the gate. The apparent death tyrant pretends to be impressive and unforgettable at a glance. Hato, punch. The 4th of Hato, Bile. 11th of Hato, thunder. 12th of Hato, fuhuo. The sins of the Goa kingdom. The Jufan team has made a clear investigation. This is a kingdom in which the so-called nobility and high-level members will not be removed one by one, and it will be difficult for the common people to obtain true freedom and fairness. Flames. Thunder and lightning. Boom. 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 The violent explosion sounded through the void. In the mountains next to the Goa kingdom, countless birds were awakened in their sleep and then flew out randomly. In the forest, the beasts that should have been sleeping have also woken up, crawling on the ground under the power of Ryatsu, without the ferocity of the past, but surrendered one by one. Not sure about the terminal, the central street, and the palace. It can be said that all the people who got it were shaken by the huge movement. One by one, they walked out of the original shelter. When they saw the city wall, flames, thunder, and lightning. When the scene crossed, many nobles were scared to death. The figure of Matsumoto Rangiku has also appeared. That proud figure has brought no glamorous good news. On the order of the king of Seireitei, to eradicate all unfair and unequal bloodlines and existence, to implement Seireitei's rules, you are not imaginary, but with the same greed, it is time to accept the trial of Seireitei Gotei 13, the Jufan team. Matsumoto Rangiku is also a Hato. Hato S50, the earth turns figurines. Suddenly. Boom. The earth seemed to have experienced a violent earthquake, but it began to shake, and the surrounding houses also tremble. Some people stand unsteady and fall directly. How is this going? Raiden, is it thunder fruit? Impossible, then the power of this earthquake, Whitebeard can't be here. This is the third update of today. I ask for flowers and evaluation votes here. I ask for more than 200 evaluation votes. Chapter 12. How could things be like this? Goya Prince looked pale, looking at the terrifying sights of thunder and lightning, flames, and so on in the distance, and roared in disbelief. They should have found Seireitei, and then deliberately approached, making them negligent, thinking that they are friends, and then. But what is going on now? Seireitei's Godi 13th Division actually took the initiative to attack. Thunder and lightning? They have the power of thunder and lightning, is it thunder fruit? But why can several of them use the power of thunder and lightning? There is an earthquake, and I can't stand still. Isn't this the shock fruit of Whitebeard, the king of New World? Run! Help, 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 who will help me? Under the power of Kobo, some hooligans and nobles who were arrogant in the past paled with fright. Nobles usually feel that they are superior, the nobles of Goa Kingdom, although they do not wear the glass cover of celestial dragons, they have learned the temperament of celestial dragons. But before this moment of the Jufan team's offensive, they were one by one the poor people and slaves who were spurred by them in peace. What's the difference? They screamed in horror, and they fled in a hurry. There is no doubt that the entire Goa Kingdom is in chaos at this moment. The poor people hid at home. They dared not go out for fear that they would block the way of the nobles and be killed by the nobles. The nobles killed them, and there is no so-called law that can punish them. But if they ran into a nobleman when they ran away, they would be held accountable afterwards, and the end would be very serious. The poor people have also discovered one thing. The Godi 13th team, which has been turbulent recently, seems to have no intention of hurting them. The panic of the nobles, the screams of the nobles, instantly flooded every corner of the Goa Kingdom. Godi 13 belongs to Chen Tian, is a positive organization, and naturally does positive things. Right now, with the strength of the Jufan team, the high walls blocking the slums began to collapse. Prince Goya thought that tonight, working with the dragon pirates and some Colonel Marine, it would be a bright future. But tomorrow, will it come? The Prince Goya was angry and yelled at the escaped king's army, "You are actually running away? What are you doing? Now what you are doing should be an offensive. Go on an offensive." Only a few of the fleeing king's army stood still, willing to follow the orders of the Prince Goya when they were in a panic, and shoot at the position of the juvenile team. Boom, read more at fictionzone.net. Boom. Boom. Intensive gunfire sounded, countless bullets densely packed, and headed towards the members of the Jufan team. It just didn't work at all. Shinigami who can enter Godi 13, even if it is not the captain, the deputy captain, 3 seats, 4 seats, all have strong power. In front of their Zanpakuto, what is the bullet? Even if you don't use Zanpakuto, you have to deal with bullets. The Jufan team has a way. Shinigami usually uses Kido. Kido refers to advanced spells that only Shinigami can use, and is divided into 3 types, Heido, Bakudo, and Kaido. Kaido, there are fewer Shinigami, which is a kind of treatment for Kido, and Anohanaretsu will definitely do it. 1 of Bakudo, stuffed. The 4th of Bakudo, this rope. The 8th of Bakudo, scold. Suddenly some of the king's army found that their hands were clasped by something unknown, and they could no longer move. Some were tied up with a luminous rope, and suddenly couldn't move. Others felt weak in their limbs and fell straight down. Prince Goya watched the king's army fall one after another, his eyelids trembled fiercely, and his feet trembled. When he saw the dragon pirates and some Colonel Marine rushing towards this place with the king, Prince Goya smiled. The situation was flustered just now. Prince Goya asked them to save their father, the king of Goya Kingdom. Now the king rushed to the front of the Goya prince, and slapped the slap directly on the Goya prince's cheek. He roared, "I was wrong. You will not bring the Goya Kingdom to the top. You only it will make the Goa Kingdom go to extinction." Prince Goya's handsome cheek was red, and he didn't believe that he would be the one who ended the kingdom of Goya. Is it because of their own greed and desire to get Seireitei's treasure, that's why Seireitei's 10th team was attracted? Prince Goya looked at Aaron, Colonel Mouse, and other marine colonels, and said, I believe you can defeat them. Colonel Aaron, Mouse, and other colonels glanced at each other, then looked at the scene in front of them, flames overflowing, thunder and lightning flooded in the space, and the earth trembled. What happened to the 10th division? Why does it have such power? Aaron's eyes were shocked, and his heart was terrified. It is impossible to defeat them, but we can escape. Colonel Mouse waited and nodded. Many people are now at large. Jugfin, it's impossible to kill everyone, right? Yes, I am confident that I can escape. I think we can only run away now. Prince Goya, King Goya heard this. Secretly Deo Goya Kingdom, is it really hopeless? The kingdom is gone. What should I do? Funeral. Do not. King Goya, Prince Goya immediately screamed, panicked, take us away. Yes, we also have some treasures, take us away, and we are willing to give it to you. But at this moment, a figure appeared on the way they were going to escape. Shunpo is under his feet. Soon he arrived in front of Aaron and others. The corner of Chen Tian's mouth was filled with a hint of smile. Chapter 13. Looking at the young man dressed in front of him, he has to pay attention, and the temperament is full of death tyrants. Aaron, Colonel Mouse, and King Goya have all guessed the identity of this teenager. Too young. Even if they knew some information a long time ago, when they saw Chen Tian, their hearts were still heavy and surprised. Such a young boy should have just gone to sea at the age, but he defeated the Hawkeye of the world's largest swordsman? Aaron and others thought they could find Seireitei by relying on a hypocritical mask, pretending to be friends with Seireitei. Unexpectedly, Seireitei came to the door by himself. Goya Kingdom, such a mess, this is a terrible scene that the once revolutionary dragon arrived, and there was no such thing. There is no doubt that it is impossible to be a friend. Separate. Aaron gave an order, and immediately he, Colonel Mouse, and others went in all directions one by one. The King of Goya and the Prince of Goya were stunned, and he didn't expect to be abandoned. Among them, the most devastated is the Prince Goya, who originally thought he would entertain the dragon and pirates, and he was the protagonist. He can be the leader looking for Seireitei's gang, but from the current situation, it can be seen that even if everything goes according to plan, the Goya prince knows that in the end, Aaron and others will definitely abandon him. Thinking of this, Prince Goya trembled, and he couldn't help but murmured in horror, don't I have the temperament and ability of a leader at all? Goya Kingdom, will die in my hands. Sit in the frosty sky, Hiran Meru. There is no need for Hiran Meru to deal with Aaron and others. However, at this moment Hiran Meru awakens 90%, only 10% short of Hitsugaya Toshiro can appear. Finally, there is a captain-level subordinate in Shinigami. How can Chen Tian do it? The cold air began to flood between heaven and earth. Everyone in the entire Goya Kingdom sensed the cold. The poor people in the bed, knowing that the Jugfin team would not come to disturb themselves, they hid in the bed. Some of the nobles who fled in a panic were directly frozen by the cold. Chen Tian gripped Hiran Meru tightly. The wings of ice, behind Chen Tian, set off this handsome boy even more like a god. Following Hiran Meru's slaying, an ice dragon followed by an ice dragon, with a terrifying chill and terrifying power, went to the Aaron who had fled in all directions just now. The strength of the monster. How can we beat such an opponent? Read more at fictionzone.net. The evil dragon and pirate groups, under the encirclement and suppression of the ice dragon, gathered again. The strength of Colonel Mouse is really bad. He lost a lot of people to the word colon. Now, being frozen by the ice dragon, his soul will die in the ice. At this point, we have no other way. Along took a few deep breaths, Only to recover from the panic, he gritted his teeth, knowing that he could only fight. He has his own weapon, cutting the peak. Of course, he is also a weapon. It has a jagged nose, steel-like bones, arms that lift the house, teeth that can continuously regenerate, and a powerful jaw. The bite force of a cannonball. Yes, do it? Seireitei nodded. He has many arms, and he is good at ba deo flow. Kobo from the Dragon Pirate group also nodded. On. They swarmed up, aimed at one of the ice dragons, and rushed up. Looking at this scene, Prince Goya, King Goya hoped that Aaron and the others could hold each other for a while and let them escape. What? But they only have this idea. But looking at the evil dragon and pirate group, the entire army has been wiped out. Victory. It was just a blink of an eye. Aaron is dead. The other members of the pirate group were also on the verge of death one by one, destined to lose their last breath in the freezing. How so? Such a huge gap made the King of Goya and Prince Goya's face collapsed. Help me. At this time, there was one last breath, Seireitei, who felt that he was still saved, struggling to make his last voice. But Chen Tian didn't care. Ding, congratulations on getting 10,000 shock points from the noble and Fu Hao. Ding, congratulations on getting 10,000 shock points from the noble Yaris. Ding, congratulations on getting 10,000 shock points from Goya King. Ding, congratulations on your Zanpakuto Hiren Meru awakening 100%. Ding, congratulations, you will get the captain of the juvenile team Hitsuga Yatashiro. The corner of Chen Tian's mouth has a hint of smile. Help me. Seireitei was still screaming with his last strength, and even said his whole card that he had hidden deeper, Pluto Rayleigh, I know Pluto Rayleigh. Pluto Rayleigh? King Goya was taken aback. Many young people in the ocean today are afraid that they have forgotten the powerful figure of King Rayleigh, but King Goya has never been before. When he was young, he had envied and even admired the power of Rayleigh. I didn't expect that the humble crew of the dragon pirates in the East Daxia Sea would know the King Rayleigh. However, Chen Tian ignored him. Seireitei, die. It's over, he doesn't even pay attention to Pluto Rayleigh. At this moment, King Goya is desperate. Are you really going to subdue your country? Where are you all? I am in the south, but I feel so cold. This is the 5th shift. There are 2 more shifts in the future. There was originally 1 shift. But the flowers, the evaluation votes were unexpected, so I decided to add more. Everyone, give me some flowers and evaluation votes. With support, give me the support. Chapter 14. King Goya is desperate. The opponent didn't even look at Pluto Rayleigh. So what is your identity? The Prince of Goya, the army of the kingdom, and some nobles are also desperate. Chen Tian, now stands in front of King Goya. You, what do you want to do? King Goya's body was trembling, even his voice was trembling. Chen Tian didn't answer his question immediately, but glanced around. Matsumoto Rangiku and the members of the 10th Division have brought all the so-called nobles here. Of course, most of the nobles are dead. Chen Tian still did not speak. He communicated with the system. When the task has reached this point, it is considered complete, right? You can say so. The system responded to Chen Tian's words. Ding, congratulations on completing the task. Ding, congratulations on getting the criminal army. Ding, congratulations on your acquisition of the Xingjun related characters, Shihao and Yuryuaki. Ding, congratulations on unlocking the facilities related to the criminal army in Seireitei. Confession Palace, Sokyoku Station. Confession Palace. Located in the center of Seireitei, the high ground south of Godei 13 Team House is the place where felons are imprisoned. In the original work, Rukia Kukaki lived here for nearly half a month. The interior is divided into deep prisons, numbered with numbers, and Rukia is imprisoned in 4 deep prisons. The exterior of the building is a huge white tower made of murderous stones. There are steps leading to the cell at a higher level. On the other side of the tower, there is a rope bridge leading to the Sokyoku platform. Kurosaki Ichigo once fought Abarai Renji in front of the tower, and Renji later duel with Captain Byakuya Kukaki here. Sokyoku Station. It is also called the Mao Execution Ground, which is the form, and is the place where Sokyoku is launched. Chen Tian smiled slightly, this time he has gained a lot. At this time, Chen Tian looked at the King Goya in front of him, his tone was flat, and he had no good feelings for this guy. Go Di-13, maintain the order of Soul Society and the world, you are the destroyers of the world order. Soul Society? This world? Some people present didn't understand it at all. Please don't kill me, please don't kill me, I will give you whatever you want, even in this country, I can give it to you, don't kill me. King Goya also didn't want to understand anything, trembling, looking at Chen Tian in horror, immediately knelt down and begged for mercy. Chen Tian looked at Prince Goya. The Prince Goya wept even more, I was wrong, I knew it was wrong, I couldn't help but dare to offend Seireitei, please Great Master Seireitei, let me go. Read more at fictionzone.net. Those nobles also knelt down and begged one by one. It's none of my business. Please let me go, everything is the fault of the stupid Prince Goya. He is so greedy that he has thoughts about Seireitei that he shouldn't have. Among them was Outlook 3, he was no one else but Seibo's father. Right now. For the 3 seats of the 10th division, from the king's body, the phone worm was found all the time. Chen Tian smiled slightly, looked at King Goya, and said, the time to return them to freedom is here, do you know what to do? The boys laugh. So gentle. But it made King Goya's heart cold. He tremblingly received the phone worm, struggling for a moment, still bite the bullet, and his panic voice, connected to the broadcasts of various places through the phone worm, spread throughout the kingdom of Goa. Citizens of the Goya kingdom, I am your king. I was wrong, and the nobleman of the Goa kingdom was wrong. From today, you are free, this country is left to you, you can choose the king you want by yourself, and you can. Chen Tian stood aside. Matsumoto Rangiku and the members of the juvenile division stood respectfully behind Chen Tian. Looking at Chen Tian's back with respect. This is Seireitei's job. Maintain the stability of the world. If it can make people in this world live a happier life, that would be even better. Chen Tian knew he had to do this. At this moment, he is the master of the positive Seireitei. The negative forces have not yet appeared. Currently, he is doing what he should do. Night. Over the Goa kingdom, the king's voice was clearly transmitted to everyone's ears through the broadcast. Center Street. Jajin. The Palace. Windmill Village. Mount Kalbar. Uncertain Thing Terminal. Duanzhen. The people in the room at this moment, Mackinaw and others, were all taken aback. After recovering, happy and joyful smiles appeared at the corners of their mouths. Are we free? Sing to Seireitei. Yeah, Seireitei is so great. In the future, Seireitei will be the place I am longing for. King Goya looked at Chen Tian tremblingly. Then what do you do with us now? Chen Tian thought about it. Can't help but think of Rukhanga. Rukhanga, is it an indispensable place for Soul Society? System, how should Rukhanga unlock it? Wait for another update, I will write it immediately. It's super cold. Chapter 15. What is Rukhanga? For Soul Society, it is as important as Seireitei. The place where all ordinary souls, full, leave this world and are guided, soul burial, through Shinigami. The souls who come to the Soul Society will be issued sorting coupons, which will be allocated to 80 regions in the southeast, northwest, and northwest according to the order of death. The public security and living environment of the first district are ideal, and the food is plentiful. In the 80th district, there is no grass and famines everywhere. Everyone's souls kill each other to determine who gets the right to survive. By analogy, as the number of area codes increases, the public security and living conditions in each district will decline and become worse. It's not time yet, you have to unlock all the buildings in Seireitei. The system quickly gave Chen Tian a reply. Chen Tian nodded. Knowing that I have a long way to go. Some buildings in Seireitei haven't been unlocked yet, so I think of Rukanga, right? Smiled. Chen Tian smiled at Matsumoto Rangiku and said, I'll leave it to your 10th division here. He said he had no interest in King Goya or something. If it weren't for the system task, he would not bother to take action on the Goya kingdom. To know. On this sea, there are many countries. Compared with the country of He, this Goya kingdom seems to be nothing. Seireitei. Chen Tian is back here again. Right now. The criminal army has appeared and is patrolling. Compared to the black and white of death tyrants, Xingjun's costume is mainly black. At this moment, it is Shihaoren Yuryuaki who is leading the criminal army. Read more at fictionzone.net. This is a woman known as Flash Goddess. With long purple hair, golden eyes, and brown skin, now leading the criminal army on patrol, he came to Chen Tian's face. Salute one by one. Yuryuaki shrugged and smiled. Oh, there are so few things in Seireitei now, should I still patrol? The easygoing, cheerful personality is shown at this moment. Chen Tian smiled, everyone should have everybody's responsibilities. Yuryuaki nodded. Thinking of something, he akimbo and said, by the way, do you like cats? Black cats? Chen Tian pondered for a while, and said, yes. I will give you one another day. After that, Yuryuaki took Xingjun away with satisfaction. The connotation in the words, I am afraid that only the two parties will know it. Chen Tian now has another thing to do. He first checked his personal properties panel. Host, Chen Tian. Own ability, crossing the gate, white hits, Kido, Shunpo, Kendo Zanpakuto. Positive subordinates, 10th division, Xingjun. Negative subordinates, none. Unlocked buildings, Seireitei's 10th division team building, Seireitei's confession palace, Seireitei's Sokioku platform, criminal army building. Test, you still have a handful of Zanpakuto, but you haven't received it? Hiren Maru has awakened 100%. It's also time to receive a new Zanpakuto. This is also related to which new squad will appear. In fact, Goti 13, within Seireitei, each performs its own duties. All Goti 13 members are Shinigami. Each team has a captain, one deputy captain, the first division is an exception, there are 2 deputy captains, and there are several ranks of seat officers. The seats are generally arranged in order of strength. The third seat officer is also responsible for assisting the deputy captain. By analogy, there are more than 200 grassroots players in the end. Correct. Today's 10th division has more than 200 people. But definitely not as many as Xingjun. Xingjun, counted in 10,000. But usually only the patrol team appears. Excuse me, do you receive a new Zanpakuto now? No doubt. Chen Tian is already wondering what his second Zanpakuto is. Receive. Chapter 16. Chen Tian is very curious, what exactly is the second Zanpakuto he wants to get? Ding, congratulations on getting the Shinso of Zanpakuto. Shinso. When Chen Tian first heard it, he still didn't react, and then understood, isn't this Zanpakuto of Ichimaru-jin? Ichimaru-jin. The captain of the 3rd division. His Zanpakuto is Shinso. Now, Chen Tian stretched out his hand. A Zanpakuto appeared in his hand immediately. Its blade was S-shaped, and its blade was short, seemingly ordinary. But Chen Tian knows that this Zanpakuto cannot be underestimated. After Shikai, it can expand and contract freely and change its length. Ding, congratulations on unlocking the 3rd Division. Kira Izuru, the deputy captain of the 3rd Division. 3 seats Togakoshi Rikyu. 4 seats. The team flower of the 3rd Division is Marigold, which means despair, and that is the central idea of the 3rd Division. Fighting cannot be regarded as heroic behavior, and the battle camp cannot be created into a hearty atmosphere. The so-called battle should be full of despair, gloomy and terrifying. Fighting will only be cruel. Only in this way will people be afraid of fighting and choose avoid the road of battle. Ding, congratulations on unlocking related buildings, the 3rd team building. The 3rd team house is unlocked. The team house of the 3rd Division is located by the water, with woods next to it, and wooden roads, which can reach the door. Right now, the members of the 3rd Division appeared one by one. For the 3rd team and the 2nd Zanpakuto, Chen Tian at the moment is satisfied. Of course. While someone is satisfied, someone must be annoyed. For example, the current naval headquarters. Wow. Wow. Read more at fictionzone.net. The bells and sirens of Marine's emergency meeting resounded over naval headquarters. The residential area, the Marine Academy, and the Marine soldiers standing guard in the headquarters, whether they were asleep or not, were all stunned by the alarm in the early morning when the sky was still dark. Everyone is guessing what happened, and naval headquarters held a meeting during this time period. The Major General, the Lieutenant General, and even Admiral, who was called a terrible existence, all their eyes condensed at this moment, putting on Marine's justice coat, and walking toward the meeting room one by one. Under Marine's efficient action, within a few minutes, all the people with the title of Zhang arrived in the conference room one by one, sitting in their respective positions with serious faces. Of course, the expressions of Garp and Kizaru are definitely exceptional. But they are also full of doubts, guessing what exactly happened. At this moment, everyone looked and saw Sengoku, Martial Marine Buddha, and now walked in with a heavy face. Under the eyes of everyone, the Buddha Sengoku sat in the first place, his eyes wearing a pair of frog glasses, glanced at the generals, and the beard with his chin tied in a twist could not help but flick. It was a solemn voice. There is a major incident. I want to tell you that just now, a piece of news came from the Intelligence Bureau. The Goa Kingdom in the East Daxia Sea was attacked by the forces of Seireitei, Goti 13th Division. His voice fell. Garp couldn't help putting down his snacks. Donghai, that's his hometown. Many generals glanced at Lieutenant General Garp, and then spoke one by one. Seireitei is the organization where the man who defeated Hawkeye belongs. Sure enough, as analyzed by Akainu Admiral, Seireitei's Goti 13 should be our enemy. Marshal Sengoku, what's the situation? Are there serious casualties? Crane also spoke. Facing the words of Crane, Sengoku of the Buddha looked a little depressed and said, "Those poor people are fine, but the system of the Goa Kingdom has completely collapsed, and the nobles have lost their control." What? Even if it was 3 Admiral, I didn't expect the development of things to be like this. Aokiji did not speak. Kizaru suddenly felt that this matter was not serious. Garp was still worried about his hometown, but after hearing these words, he continued to eat scallops. Garp knows exactly what virtues the nobles of the Goa Kingdom are. He thinks Seireitei's Goti 13 or something. It doesn't seem to be a big evil. Instead, Akainu patted the long office angrily. It disturbs the existence of justice, and there is no forgiveness. Lieutenant General Ghost Spider stood up in agreement and said, "Marshal Sengoku, this is a provocation to the order promulgated by the world government." Correct. The original order of the Goa kingdom was completely in accordance with the order promulgated by the world government. The deeds of the 10th division, in this view, seemed to be really provoking the world government. Sengoku nodded. As a marshal, then he must do what Marshal Marine must do. Maintaining the laws promulgated by the world government is also what Marshal Marine has to do. Lieutenant General Ghost Spider, sit down first. After Sengoku let the Ghost Spider sit down, he glanced around, and said, "At present, we must let the owner of the so-called Seireitei come to our naval headquarters, and give an explanation about this matter. If he is not satisfied with the explanation given, then..." As soon as Sengoku's voice fell, Marine Admiral Akainu stood up and said grimly, "I have an idea about this. This is today's first update. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes, and ask for collection." Chapter 17. Sengoku of Buddha looked at Akainu. Akainu is one of Marine's 3 admiral, and Marine's indispensable combat power. "Let's talk." Akainu said with a cold face, "It's time for me to go to the East Daxia Sea. I will let the so-called GODI-13's Jukfan team know that the world government cannot be provoked." Akainu knows how much this incident will help him. He needs to let the world government know that he Akainu maintains the world government. "No, I want to go together." Just as Akainu's words fell, Garp stood up abruptly, glanced at Akainu, and stared at the Buddha Sengoku and said, "Sengoku, this time, no matter what." The old man participated in this action. In any case, Donghae is Garp's hometown. The hawkish Akainu is there, who knows what will happen. You know, Akainu can sometimes sacrifice a lot of people for the task. Sengoku looked at Garp with a serious face and understood Garp's thoughts. He pondered for a moment. Thinking of the friendship with Garp for many years, he nodded and said, "I promise you." Both Aokiji and Kizaru Admiral have not spoken yet. But Sengoku stared at Aokiji with a serious face, and said, "This time, Seireitei's affairs are entrusted to a few lieutenants and Garp." "What?" Akainu frowned slightly, her face calm. He raised this first. But Sengoku's current majesty is not to be offended. Sengoku continued, "We are most concerned about the 4 emperors of New World. The 3 admiral must stare at them. Everyone has no time to leave. I heard that the Whitebeard pirates may be a war with Beast's pirates. Regarding the so-called Seireitei in the East Daxia Sea, we can no longer ignore it. Sending out Garp and a few lieutenants is enough to defeat them and obtain intelligence. Of course, intelligence is the priority, understand? Goya Kingdom is gone. The Goya Kingdom, the most loyal to the world government, is gone. The world government will definitely come to ask themselves." Sengoku of Buddha is solemn now. Garp said, "Who will follow me?" Sengoku replied, "Doberman, Ghost Spider, Stolo Berry, Burning Mountain, Mole." There is no doubt that these are lieutenants who have executed the Demon Slayer order. Their style is close to Akainu, and like Akainu, they belong to the Hawks. Seeing this, Akainu didn't say anything more. The other lieutenants in the room looked at each other, and they felt that Seireitei and GODI-13 were about to be finished. Garp plus these 5 lieutenants. With such a lineup, there is no possibility of defeat. Read more at fictionzone.net. Seireitei, although it sounds mysterious, but I want to come, there will be no news from them in the sea. The master of Seireitei, who defeated Hawkeye, is afraid to enter Impel Down and spend his lonely and miserable life. Hwashaishin and other lieutenant generals, and Zaya lieutenant generals, are all first-class existences. Let's talk about Garp. Although it is a lieutenant general. But everyone in the Marine headquarters has to admit that in this Marine headquarters, speaking of the strongest, it is never 3 admiral, not Sengoku of Buddha, but Garp. Back then, Lox was indirectly defeated by Garp. At that time, Roger, the Pirate King, was chased by Garp and ran everywhere. This man who can only gnaw senbei and sniffs at ordinary times has immeasurable power hidden in his body. Sengoku's thoughts are the same as those of other lieutenants. Seireitei, it's over. Now he nodded and continued, the other people are not without things to do. According to the schedule, they stay in Marine's life and continue to stand by. The others perform what they should do while staring at the four emperors of New World. Yes. Akainu, Kizaru, Aokiji, etc., and the other generals responded with straight faces. This time I go to the East Daxia Sea, do I need to conceal my whereabouts and block the news? Huo Shaoshan suddenly asked at this moment. No need. Buddha Sengoku glanced at the crane and said. Crane has just given Sengoku some advice with his eyes. Seireitei's style is very open and close, not like hiding the head and showing the tail, that is to say, they will definitely show up. After that, the others left the meeting room with solemn expressions. Now, the morning sun is rising. The warmth was scattered on the Marine Headquarters building. Marine Headquarters began to get busy. A team of Marine soldiers began to assemble, and more than a dozen warships have been docked in the crescent-shaped harbor. A Marine logistics staff carried strategic materials and so on onto the warship. Aokiji personally came to help. His relationship with Garp has always been good. A few hours later, the top 10 warships were ready to set off, and all the cannons on the warships were filled with shells. On the deck, the Marine soldiers looked serious. They followed the Hawk Marine generals on weekdays, and they kept fighting all the time. Let's go. It should have been Garp, but Garp was lazily on the deck, seeming to fall asleep. Huo Shaoshan shook his head, and waved his hand expressionlessly behind him. The messenger immediately passed the order to the other warships through the phone worm. Suddenly, 10 warships, all set sail, under Vegapunk's technology, heading in the direction of the East Daxia Sea at a speed faster than the pirate group. On the headquarters building, Buddha Sengoku watched the 10 warships go away and nodded. But the crane beside him felt that his eyelids were beating fiercely. I always feel that Seireitei is not that simple. Crane finally couldn't help but said. The Buddha Sengoku shook his head when he heard the words, thinking that Crane was thinking too much. How could such a lineup fail? This is the second shift. Today, the minimum guarantee is 6 shifts. If there are more than 2,000 flowers and more than 400 evaluation votes, then 7 shifts, 2 conditions, and one of them will be enough. Flowers more than 3,000, 8 more today. Evaluation votes more than 500, 8 more today. Flowers more than 4,000, 9 more today. Evaluation votes exceed 600, today 9 more. Chapter 18. Marine Headquarters, Garp was dispatched, and it was quickly discovered by the Jufan. The 3 seats of the 10th Division immediately returned to Seireitei. Wang, the naval headquarters has been dispatched, and the leader is Garp. Seireitei. Chen Tian is standing on the Sokyoku stage. He is very curious about this place. You know, this is the place where Rukia was executed in the original book. There is a tool of torture here, which is composed of a spear and another thing. After the spear is liberated, it is a giant bird in the posture of King of Destruction. It is said that there are 1 million Zanpakuto's destructive powers. The giant bird of King Ruinayan is said to have the destructive power of 1 million Zanpakuto. The ability is to cut and penetrate Shinigami's body. But in the original work, Kurosaki Ichigo actually stopped it? In Chen Tian's view, this is simply impossible. It can only be said that the protagonist's halo is so powerful. Garp, as well as several lieutenants of the Demon Slayer, naval headquarters is a big deal this time. Listening to the words of the 3rd Division team, Chen Tian raised a slight smile at the corner of his mouth, and looked at it. There was no nervousness or fear. Let my criminal army go and deal with them. By coincidence, Shihao Yuryuaki took the criminal army and patrolled here. Shihao Yuryuaki, the woman, immediately called for battle. Yoryuki, if you just use Shunpo, it will be difficult to beat Garp. Chen Tian shook his head and said, this Garp is not simple at all. Even if you don't eat devil fruit, it still has magical abilities. Where is the magic? Shihaoren Yoryuki was curious. Chen Tian said calmly, he will create something out of nothing, and suddenly take out a big iron ball. Shihaoren Yoryuki and others. Chen Tian smiled again, and calculated his own combat power. To be honest, Chen Tian doesn't think he will lose. Rather than let them find us, it is better for us to find the door ourselves. Chen Tian shrugged and smiled, we, Seireitei, are not an evil place. Let naval headquarters understand that we are the ones who really enforce justice. But they have messed up the world. The order of the world, we Shinigami have the final say. His voice resounded throughout Seireitei. Yes. All Shinigami responded with respect. This is Donghai Windmill Village, read more at fictionzone.net. Marines warships have Bigapunk's technology, and its speed is not comparable to that of pirate ships. Right now. Stopped on the coast of Windmill Village. The people in Windmill Village were not scared by the coming warship. After all, the people here are very familiar with Garp. The people here also seem to be courageous, and they are bigger than the people in other places. The bandits here once insulted the red hair of one of the 4 emperors. The Sea Kings here can also bite off one of the red-haired Shanks's arms. Here. At this moment, the villagers of Windmill Village are surrounded by Garp. All of them are very angry. What? Are you going to deal with Seireitei's decimal division? How can you Marine do this? Seireitei, that's where justice lies. Jukfan, they bring real peace to the East Daxia Sea, do you Marine know? Even Maginot said angrily to Garp, Mr. Garp, I have always admired you, but how can you do this? Garp. Unexpectedly. Seireitei, so popular. In this case, do you still have to fight? Garp feels really tired. Now surrounded by fellow villagers, he doesn't know how to answer. Can't everyone give an iron fist of love, right? At this moment, the burning mountain on the warship, the mole, etc., are looking at the scene in the Windmill Village from a distance. But they were talking about another thing. The guy with the strange sword with the same freezing ability as Aokiji Admiral, let me deal with it? In the beginning, Doberman, who had 4 X-shaped scars on his face, said this first. You must accumulate credit now. Lieutenant General. It may be the end of their lives. But it may not be. The highest ranking lieutenant in the credit book is also likely to become admiral in the future. No, leave it to me. I feel let me deal with him. They are not sure of victory. But Garp is there. Garp's aura will shock the opponent and cause the opponent's strength to be greatly reduced. Under such circumstances, there is still a chance of victory. At this moment, Doberman's observation Haki noticed something first, and suddenly looked towards the ocean ahead, where a door appeared. Hey, is that the door to Seireitei? The other lieutenants, as well as other marine soldiers, looked up one by one now. The door opened, and they saw the scenery of Seireitei among them, and suddenly their pupils shrank suddenly. I saw that the scenery there was too majestic and magnificent. The scenery there had a special style, which gave people a sense of dignity spontaneously. It's really more magnificent than our marine headquarters, no, more majestic than the buildings of the world government. Some marine soldiers couldn't help but exclaim. Calm down, ready to fight. Doberman yelled immediately after he recovered. This is the second shift. Today, the minimum guarantee is 6 shifts. If there are more than 2,000 flowers and more than 400 evaluation votes, then 7 shifts, 2 conditions, and one of them will be enough. Flowers more than 3,000, 8 more today. Evaluation votes more than 500, 8 more today. Flowers more than 4,000, 9 more today. Evaluation votes exceed 600, today 9 more. Chapter 19. Doberman's roar did not calm down the agitated emotions of the Marine soldiers. The majesty of Seireitei seen from that door was really shocking, and made the Marine soldiers from the confidence they were just now full of suspicion. Is this Seireitei? It's too magnificent. Isn't our Marine a rival? It would be great if there were 3 Admiral. 3 Admiral plus Lieutenant General Garp would definitely be possible, but can we really win now? Hearing the murmurs of Marine soldiers at this moment, Doberman clenched his fists, and even the ghost spider, Huo Xiaoshan, roared at the soldiers, "What are you talking about? You must know that the other party is absolutely not that way. It's amazing. One person's knife may have eaten devil fruit, and it has the ability to freeze. How can everyone's knives have eaten devil fruit? We Marine will definitely win. Is this the so-called Seireitei? Where is this place on the sea?" Garp now has a serious face, looking at the sight of Seireitei among the doors that appeared on the sea, the majestic Seireitei. No matter who reads it, it will leave a deep mark in the depths of the soul. The villagers of Windmill Village are still screaming, hoping that Garp will not fight Seireitei's people. Da-da-da. At this time, a neat and orderly sound of footsteps sounded from Seireitei's side, and then the figures in black and white Death Tyrant costumes slowly walked out. "Your opponent is Godi 13th Division 3. Kira Izuru said lightly. Garp Wei-su brows, "Isn't it the 10th Division? Why did you become a 3rd Division team?" Roar, Fire Dragon. Roar, my green ghost frog. Fairy Far, a sharp blade in the ocean. Now one after another Shinigami, Shikai, and there's Zanpakuto, suddenly there's Zanpakuto, and then, in the shocked eyes of all Marines such as Dogman, Garp, their knives became weird. Even Zanpakuto of Kira Izuru also started Shikai. Look up, surprise. This is that his front end turns into a hook shape, which will continue to double the weight of the target. Eventually, the enemy will fall down because he cannot bear the accumulated weight. Then the enemy will definitely stick out his head like an apology, hence the name as Wabisug. Cut twice at once. Cut 3 times to quadruple. One after another Shikai's Zanpakuto directly scared the Marine soldiers stupid, secretly saying that this is simply different from what the lieutenant generals said. This 3rd team, everyone's knives seem to have been eaten. Devil fruit. Read more at fictionzone.net. At the same time, with Shikai, their Ryotsu gathered together, bringing a terrible feeling of depression. The Marine soldiers couldn't help but fear. You are Marine, right? You think you are righteous, and we, Seireitei, are also the reason for justice. Why do we fight with each other? People in this world. On the side of the gate, Chen Tian's figure appeared. But he didn't step out of the gate, standing in Seireitei, and there was a calm voice. The members of the 3rd Division raised Zanpakuto one by one and aimed at the Marines. As for Chen Tian's words, the Marines were also stunned. What does it mean to represent justice? Simultaneously, the present world in Chen Tian's mouth caught their attention. This world? He calls us the world? Why is this? Seireitei, what's the point? Why does everyone's knife seem to have the power of devil fruit? On the warship, not only the Marine soldiers, even the lieutenants with considerable qualifications, are now frowning and wondering. The opponent's superior tone, with so many different knives, why do I suddenly feel that the opponent is a 4 emperors level existence? Looking at the Zanpakuto who are already behind Shikai in the 3rd team ahead, the pressure brought by Garp, who has always been careless, couldn't help but breathe, his eyes flashed with shock, and he murmured solemnly. Lieutenant General Doberman, didn't you just say that you want to fight that person? Okay, I'll let you. Huo Xiaoshan stared at Chen Tian and found that his fighting intention was fading. The ghost spider also had an unprecedented anxiety in his heart, and said directly, Yeah, Dogman, you rush up and try it first, these people are too bad. Doberman. There were hundreds of people in the third team. Everyone's knives are different, as if they have the power of devil fruit. This exaggerated amount. Doberman suspected that he could rush over by himself, and still get out of his body. Garp walked out of the windmill village step by step. His observation hacky already knew the performance of Marine lieutenant generals. He shook his head, knowing that when this critical time came, he still had to rely on Garp. You have destroyed the system, laws, and regulations enacted by the world government. This matter, the world government, Marine headquarters, I hope you will give an explanation. Garp said resolutely. The lieutenants nodded again and again. At a critical time, they really wanted to take Garp. Explanation. With the unclosed gate, Chen Tian in Seireitei laughed when he heard the sentence. It seems that you still don't know where Seireitei is, otherwise, you wouldn't have such a naive idea. Where is Seireitei? This called Garp's eyes condensed. The Marines stared at each other with big eyes, and they saw endless doubts in each other's eyes. Okay, you have enough firepower, I seem to have to update many chapters tonight. Chapter 20. Chapter 19 Hitsugaya Tashiro coming. What kind of place is Seireitei? To be honest, Garp has never known it, but he and other Marine generals have similar ideas in some respects, that is, no matter what kind of place Seireitei is, it can never have a higher status and dominance than the world government. Right. But at this moment, listening to what the young man known as the Lord of Seireitei said in the Gate of the Piercing World, Garp couldn't help but frown. The same is true for other people. They couldn't help but secretly said, do they think Seireitei is too simple? Seireitei, far more esoteric than they originally thought. Then you tell me what kind of place Seireitei is. Garp couldn't help yelling at this moment. He fought Lox, arrested Roger himself, and doesn't he still know what kind of place Seireitei is? Hearing this, Chen Tian glanced at Garp indifferently, and said coldly, people in this world, I have no obligation to answer your questions. Remember, we are not opponents. You should not regard Seireitei as your enemy, otherwise you will be at your own risk. Rumble. As if in order to cater to Chen Tian's words, the members of the 3rd Division raised Zanpakuto one by one. At this moment, the Ryotsu on them became more powerful, and then the space was enveloped by the terrible Ryotsu, and even the sea was shaken by endless waves. It seems to overwhelm everything the same. The Marine soldiers on the warship changed their faces one by one, holding the guns in their hands, pointing at the members of GOTI 13's 3rd Division, but they knew the guns, and they were afraid that they would be of no use to each other. Layers of cold sweat were left on their foreheads, and their palms were shaking. The generals such as Doberman and Huashaishan also had ugly faces. I thought that there were enough Marines here, but based on the current situation, Dogman and Huashaishan felt that the Marines who came here were too much. Less, although the opponent seems to have only a few hundred people, and Marine has a few thousand, but each of the opponent's knives seems to have the devil fruit ability. At least, 1 dozen is enough to give their Marine soldiers completely killed here. Lieutenant General Garp, we have to fight. As the saying goes, catch the thief first and catch the king, our goal is the young man behind that door. Rush up to us together. Although this will kill many Marines in vain, as long as we catch this boy, then it will be our victory. The words of these lieutenants made Garp frown. Passing through the boundary gate, Chen Tian also saw something. In the eyes of Dogman and others, the other party had to sacrifice the Marine soldiers first, regardless of their life and death. And they are great, grab yourself first, read more at fictionzone.net. Chen Tian shook his head. I think the other party is too simple. And many more. Garp wanted to call Doberman and others. Do not make jokes. The opponent can defeat Hawkeye's existence. How can it be caught so easily? Lieutenant General Garp, we can add you. Doberman shouted, he believed in Garp's power. This. Garp was startled. If you add your own strength, you are sure of it? To be honest, Garp really has confidence in his own strength, even if he is against one of 5 elders, Garp does not think he will lose. On. Doberman gave an order. The Marines began to cover Doberman and other lieutenants, and one shot at the beginning, heading towards Goti 13, the so-called 3rd Division. As for Lieutenant Doberman, who was waiting on the moonwalk, he immediately walked towards the gate. You guys. Garp snorted, and at this point, he naturally rushed up. Doberman waited, the speed was flying, Marine 6 styles, for Marine Lieutenant Generals, it was natural to cultivate to a certain level. Quickly. They approached the crossing gate. Doberman, Ghost Spider, Huo Xiaoshan, the 5 lieutenants who once killed the Demon Order, are now shooting swords one by one. One after another sword light, cut everything open, with an unmatched momentum, facing Chen Tian behind the gate. Their sword lights were superimposed on one another, and it was a terrible slash, which seemed to be able to split a mountain into 2. However, facing the terrible blow of the other party, Chen Tian's eyes did not change at all. Put, hit Shugaya Tashiro. Ding, start to put hit Shugaya Tashiro. When those slashes approached Chen Tian, a figure appeared in front of Chen Tian and walked out of the gate. He has obvious white hair and turquoise eyes. He is wearing a Death Tyrant costume and a green shoulder strap with a metal heraldry. Hey, I said you guys, have you asked my opinion if you want to catch the king of Seireitei? Dogman and others didn't care about the shortness that suddenly appeared, because G was too small and too short last year. But the next moment, in their horrified gaze, the silver sudden dwarf boy pulled out his Zanpakuto. Sit in the frosty sky, Hiren Meru. Still updating, there are still a few chapters tonight. Chapter 21. Chapter 20 Shoot him, Shinso. Some readers asked, who is the heroine? To be honest, I have not thought about it at the moment, but there will never be any girl offers. I promise on this point. You can also comment on which one of you like to be the heroine and let me see. The chill is surging in the space. The slashes of the ghost spider, Doberman, and others were frozen. This is impossible. Anyone with the ability to freeze, isn't it the master of Seireitei? What exactly is going on? Dogman, Ghost Spider, and others exclaimed in disbelief, looking at the scene ahead, they really didn't know what to say. Ding, congratulations on getting Doberman's 10,000 shock points. Ding, congratulations on getting 10,000 shock points for Ghost Spiders. Ding, congratulations on getting 10,000 shock points from Huashaishan. Ghost Spiders and so on really don't understand. In their thinking, the ability to defeat Eagle Eye's freezing ability must be some kind of ability no less than Aokiji Admiral Devil Fruit. Such ability must be very rare. But what is going on now? Why does this short silver-haired boy possess such abilities? They really can't figure it out. Fight me, what are you thinking about? Hitsugaya Tashiro steps out. As a genius, he is outstanding in all aspects. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of the Ghost Spider and others. Read more at fictionzone.net. So fast. Why does he have such a speed? My observation hacky, I can't feel his movements. Looking at Hitsugaya Tashiro who suddenly came in front of him, the Ghost Spider and other lieutenants were shocked. Dare not hesitate. They raised the knives in their hands, covering armament hacky, and slashed them one by one. Who is this silver-haired kid? He seems to be the same age as my grandson, Luffy, but has such strength. Garp was already shocked and didn't know what to say. He thought that Hitsugaya Tashiro was as young as his appearance. Now Garp has finally recovered. He looked at Chen Tian on the side of the gate. Garp knew that several lieutenants had been given by Hitagaya Toshiro. Hold on, then the only person who can defeat the Lord of Seireitei now is himself. Now, Garp moved. It was just a moment of time. Garp came to the gate of the crossing. That terrible fist carried the terrifying armament haki. The energy condensed in this fist surprised everyone. You know that there are definitely a lot of people who know armament haki in this world, and they are everywhere in New World, but armament haki such as Garp is really scary. Now Garp punches in the direction of the gate. It was blasted out. Facing Garp's fist, Chen Tian smiled slightly. Now he took out Zanpakuto Shinso. There is no doubt that the appearance of this Zanpakuto really doesn't look very powerful, and Garp is also wondering what kind of ability this knife has to resist his fist. Garp's current fist dented the head of Green Pepper, the leader of the 8 treasure marines. Take 7 warlords of the sea for the power above this fist, absolutely none of them can be easily afforded. Just when this fist was about to approach Chen Tian's voice rang. Shoot him, Shinso. No one knew what happened at this moment. Garp backed away suddenly. When everyone reacted and looked over, the bright red bloodline on Garp's fist was ticking down. This was Garp's own blood. The opening in his fist was very conspicuous. Garp is now looking at Zanpakuto in Chen Tian's hands, and there is also a storm in Garp's heart. In his shocked gaze, the short blade just now became very long. It was this one just now. It suddenly became too long, making Garp undefeated. If it hadn't been for the crisis consciousness that he had possessed over the years to remind himself, let hurry up and avoid it, otherwise Garp's fist would not be as simple as getting hurt. This knife will actually grow longer. Is it also a knife from devil fruit? Garp thinks Seireitei's people are really weird. Did the knife in their hand really eat devil fruit? Really so many devil fruit were eaten by them? And he felt that the ability of the opponent's weapon didn't seem to be like devil fruit, and Garp was very sure of this after he personally played against it. To be honest, Garp doesn't have the confidence now, he can defeat these people casually. If you want to tell the victory or defeat, you have to work hard, show the fierceness of the time against Lox, show the fearlessness of the capture of Roger, but is it worth it? Okay, don't fight, retreat first. Garp looked at Deo country again, and the situation on the ghost spider side found that several of them were actually suppressed by the little silver-haired dwarf. Garp's eyes stared even more. One must know that being able to become a lieutenant general is also very remarkable, but now, the 5 major lieutenants together are not the opponent of that little man. Does anyone believe this kind of thing? How so? When Garp was surprised, Chen Tian finally walked out and walked towards Garp. 60% of Shinso is now awakened. Already Bankai. Why should you experience Bankai too? Flowers break 3000, there are 2 more chapters in the next. Chapter 22. Bankai, the horror of Kamishini no Yori. Garp didn't expect things to turn into this way. Garp had the same opinion as the others at Naval Headquarters. They should be sure of their success this time. But now things have changed dramatically. Instead, the Marine is at a disadvantage. Garp clenched his fists. It's up to you to know whether you can reverse the situation. He hasn't taken any serious shots for many years. His strength has been completely suppressed by him. Can he awaken and bring it into full play? A Shinso who hasn't shot with a gun for many years. He occasionally plays with a gun, but can he still reach the level of his heyday? Of course. If so, Garp also feels that it doesn't matter if he is facing the 4 emperors. Unless the other party is above the 4 emperors. Now. The Zanpakuto in Chen Tian's hand suddenly stretched again. Suddenly changed. Same as before. Relying on observation haki and crisis awareness, Garp once again dodged the past dangerously. What? But behind Garp screamed again and again. A warship was pierced. The warship was silent. Many Marine soldiers fell into the sea. Marine soldiers, of course, must be able to swim, but for those with fruit abilities, it's bad. Among the Marine soldiers who arrived, there were naturally some capable people. What are you kidding? Garp found that the situation was getting worse and worse for him. It's hard for him not to care about those Marine soldiers. He jumped onto a warship, reached out and caught the shell. It was a fist-bone meteorite. Usually, he uses this hand to grab the cannonball, like throwing a baseball, and throw it towards the enemy ship. At this moment, the same is true. The shells he threw out were amazingly powerful, and the airflow generated by the explosion could spread dozens of miles away. However, read more at fictionzone.net. Chen Tian's Zanpakuto moved again. The stretched Zanpakuto directly penetrated the cannonball. Suddenly grow longer. It's not just getting longer. The power has also increased, and the surrounding air seems to have been pierced, making a terrifying sound of breaking through the air. Ding, congratulations on getting Garp 10,000 shock points. Ding, congratulations on getting 10,000 shock points from Marine Soldier Azuo. Ding, congratulations on getting 10,000 shock points from Alahi. Boy, you are really good, but the old man's methods are not that simple. Garp stretched out his hand now. Suddenly, something came out of nothing. A shell as big as a marine warship was thrown. Go to Chen Tian. Shoot him, Kamishinai no Yuri. Kamishinai no Yuri. The extension limit is 13 kilometers, and the telescopic speed is 500 times the speed of sound. Suddenly, Garp saw an incredible scene. The knife in Chen Tian's hand seemed to turn into a white light, coming directly to him. The white light is too fast. Across the space. Click. The space is divided into two. Across the sea. Click. The sea was also completely split. Extremely sharp. There seems to be nothing to stop it. Garp jumped up. If it weren't for years of crisis awareness, he really would have reacted at all, but he couldn't. Kamishinai no Yuri. Too fast. The fast space is disconnected. Kill Shinso, tear the air through the sky at a desperate speed and leave. Horror. In Garp's heart, there was a sudden horror, and the hairs began to burst. Garp was excited. He met his opponent and had a fight. But his body was shaking. This feeling only surfaced a little when facing Lox alone. And today. A touch of bright red, the ground fell to the ground. How could it be? I obviously avoided. Holding his chest from which a cut had been made, Garp's eyes widened. Armament haki covered his whole body just now, but it was useless. Just now he avoided, but he was still injured. It's the speed of sound. Garp's brain is not good, but when fighting, his brain is very clear. Knowing that it was because the other party broke the speed of sound, so. At this moment, Chen Tian suddenly put the Shinso blade forward and perpendicular to his chest. Do you know what a non-tread edge is? Wait, there is one more update, it's cold to death, and it's still code words. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes. Chapter 23. One of Marine's failures. Flowers broke 3,000, 8 changes today. No stepping on the edge. What exactly is this? Huh. Too fast. This is a large-scale kill. For a time, the space roared and the air vibrated. Under Kamishinai no Yuri. Garp stared at the scene before him in amazement. Hitsugaya Toshiro has already made the Ghost Spider and the Lieutenant General, without any prestige. Now. Kamishinai no Yuri out? Doberman was pierced. Next moment. The Ghost Spider was pierced. Next moment. Hwashaishin was pierced. Next moment. Stoloberry was pierced. Next moment. The mole was pierced. Garp wanted to save people, but found that he couldn't do it at all. Everything is too fast. What is going on with the weapons in your hands? When looking at Chen Tian again, in Garp's eyes, it was unprecedentedly solemn. The opponent's weapon is too terrifying. Before coming, Garp also estimated it, but unexpectedly, he still underestimated it. Such a weapon can be used to kill 4 emperors. What kind of weapon is this? Why do weapons have such capabilities? Directly unheard of. Garp is not a swordsman, read more at fictionzone.net. But for knives, they are still very familiar. Above the sea, there are so-called 83 knives, 12 knives of the supreme knives, 21 knives of the great knives, and 50 knives of the good knives. And the opponent's knife is a knife that is not among the big knives, not even among the good knives. No, it's not just this person. The other Seireitei people are also capable of knives. This is impossible. This is not your sword of the sea, this is Zanpakuto. Chen Tian spoke lightly and gave Garp a hint. As Seireitei, the master of positive forces. Of course he will not be a monster of random killing. He already taught naval headquarters a lesson. Zanpakuto. Not the knife on the sea. Garp is now repeating Chen Tian's words in astonishment. What Seireitei? What Goti 13? What the Jukvan team? What a third team? What Zanpakuto? Regarding these words, Garp said that he really didn't even listen to them. It stands to reason that such a strong man, such a knife, cannot be unknown. Why have never heard of it before? Garp now seems to have a brain and is starting to think about these issues. Chen Tian smiled slightly, leaving the answer to the mystery, and guess it by yourself. It's not yet time to reveal the answer. Chen Tian turned around and walked towards the crossing gate. Do not go. Garp really wants to know what Seireitei is. Now facing Chen Tian's back, he rushed directly up. Hey, what are you going to do? Now Hitsugaya Tashiro blocked Garp's path. Garp punches. Zanpakuto of Hitsugaya Tashiro slashed at the same time. Boom. What? Garp's eyes widened. He was careless. Immediately, Garp was wrapped in ice and fell directly into the sea. Garp in the ice, the boss with wide-eyed eyes, full of disbelief. He is sure of one thing now, this silver-haired boy, his power is not under Aokiji, even. What's the joke? What is this Seireitei? A master of Seireitei is so powerful, it's the past. Even this dwarf is so good. Remember, I am the captain of the juvenile division, Hitsugaya. This is the last word Garp heard. Garp was shocked again and again. The captain of the 10th division, has such strength? What about the other captains? This Goti 13, won't every one of them be so powerful? Isn't this? The members of the squad also entered the crossing gate. The crossing gate disappeared. No, save Lieutenant General Garp and the other lieutenants. At this moment, the Marine soldiers woke up like a dream, their eyes widened and exclaimed. Chapter 24. Ah, Lieutenant General Garp. There's still burning Yamanaka. The scene fell into a dead silence, and the Marines who quickly reacted suddenly broke out with shocking shouts. Those lieutenants all fell to the bottom of the sea. No matter what, it must be saved, right? The Marine soldiers without devil fruit dived into the sea one after another. I didn't expect that this time I would be so embarrassed. If this kind of thing spreads out, I am afraid that no one will believe it, right? The sea is deadly cold. Although Hitsugaya Tashiro had already left, the chill left by Hiran Maru just now made the Marine soldiers who had plunged into the sea tremble and numb. Burning Yamanaka will be found by me, but I don't seem to be breathing. I found Lieutenant General Doberman's upper body. Where is the lower body? Where is it? Lieutenant General Ghost Spider, it seems that several hands have been chopped off by the longer knife, and one hand seems to have fallen in that place. Go and find it? Where is Lieutenant General Garp? At this time, Marine soldiers reacted. Why hasn't anyone found Lieutenant General Garp? For Marine soldiers, Garp is very close to them. Although he is the strongest in naval headquarters, although his position is not low. But Garp is very good to Marine soldiers. In a word, grounded. Cough cough cough. At this moment, a figure drilled out of the sea, gritted his teeth, coughed, and tried his best to climb onto a warship. Not Garp, who else? Lieutenant General Garp, are you okay? Many Marine soldiers immediately stepped forward, and when they saw Garp's tragic situation, they felt that their words were completely nonsense. Is it okay to look like this? The ice on one of Garp's feet hasn't been scratched yet. Garp, although he usually likes to pick booger, he still looks decently. In general, his personal image is actually majestic. But what is going on now? Marine's coat completely turned into a beggar costume. Garp was even more embarrassed. The blood on one of his palms was still flowing. The next moment, Garp snapped his whole body and fell to the ground. No one has seen Garp like this. Lieutenant General Garp. Many Marine soldiers cried. The Major General immediately ordered, quick, 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 take Lieutenant General Garp to the nearest Logue town, notify Smoker to notify Naval Headquarters, and dispatch the best medical team. Read more at fictionzone.net. The Marine soldiers nodded repeatedly. Lieutenant General. You must hold on to it. Several colonels wailed, raised Garp, and launched the warship towards Logue town. They also gathered beside Garp, crying. Garp is very irritable. He is just badly injured and loses too much physical strength. If you want to sleep, you yell a fart. But Garp found that he couldn't even speak. This is Logue town. Smoker thought that Naval Headquarters dispatched Lieutenant General Garp. Everything should be resolved. But why didn't he expect Garp to be hurt like this? At this moment, in the special ward of Logue town, Garp was wrapped in bandages, staring at the ceiling blankly. Smoker bought a lot of senbei. Garp, which I usually love senbei, is not in the mood to eat a bite. I don't need to pick my favorite booger action. The Marine myth that once chased Roger and ran away all over the world actually failed today. I was actually in front of a group of Marine soldiers who admired me, embarrassed like this. How strong is this Seireitei? Is it equivalent to the Rock's Pirate of the Year? After thinking for a while, Garp found that he had a headache. My own head doesn't seem to be suitable for thinking about something too esoteric. Smoker, Dashki is standing by the hospital bed now. Garp's injury and recovery are very important to Marine. Smoker even felt that he should temporarily put down his job and stay by Garp's bed to take care of him. This Psyche, always thinking that she would meet Garp one day. As a Marine hero. How many people want to see Garp? But I didn't expect to see Garp like this. At this moment, Garp finally came back to his senses. Wrapped in bandages, he looked at Smoker, with a rare tone of seriousness, and said, "Report, Huo Shaoshan and other lieutenant generals." This one. When Smoker first started, he really didn't know what to say. But he still solemnly reported, Burning General Yamanaka, Lieutenant General Doberman, Lieutenant General Ghost Spider and so on, they have already. Seeing Smoker's face, no matter how stupid Garp was, he already knew what was going on. Garp was wrapped in bandages, trying to clench his fists, but found that his body was weak at the moment, and his fists could not be clenched. Naval Headquarters, when dealing with the Four Emperors pirate group, did not have such a large casualty at one time. This time, there is no doubt that it is Marine's shame. Seireitei. What kind of place is it? Garp knew his brain wasn't working well. But at this moment, because of anger or other emotions, Garp had to meditate on his own. Zanpakuto. There is no doubt that this is not the system on the ocean today. In addition, the people of Seireitei call the people of this world the world. Could it be? Suddenly, Garp had some guesses about Seireitei in his mind. This is the first shift. Today's guaranteed 6 shifts and yesterday's 8 shifts have passed. The situation is the same as yesterday. If there are more than 5,000 flowers and more than 800 evaluation votes, then there will be 7 shifts, 2 conditions, and one of them will be fulfilled. It's okay. There are more than 6,000 flowers, 8 more today. Evaluation votes more than 900, 8 more today. More than 7,000 flowers, 9 more today. Evaluation votes exceeded 1,000, today 9 more. Chapter 25. Chapter 24. All Marines are taken into the ditch by Garp. This world. There are many explanations. Garp now thinks of the world now. Isn't Seireitei a product of the current world? Think of it this way. Garp thinks it's quite possible. Seireitei, everyone has Zanpakuto, which is different from the power in the ocean today. Garp connects the two together and feels like he has discovered Seireitei's secret. Seireitei, it should be an ancient force. Correct. Only this explanation can explain why Seireitei is so strange, and their power is incompatible with today's world. So, why does Seireitei not conform to the order promulgated by the Goa Kingdom and even the world government? Garp couldn't help thinking of the title Seireitei, the title of Godi 13, and the architectural style of Seireitei in the gate through the world. This is a kingdom at all. Could it be that? Garp thinks that his unusable head is actually serious and possesses wisdom that no one else can match. The origin of Seireitei. He finally understood. After all, Garp looked at Smoker and said, "Did you report to Naval Headquarters?" Smoker immediately said, "I wanted to report it back to Naval Headquarters as soon as possible, but the phone bugs that Naval Headquarters carried were all sickened by cold." Garp nodded. Zanpakuto of Hitsugaya Toshiro, the chill that exudes is really amazing. What about the phone worm in Logue Town? Smoker nodded, took out the phone worm he had brought with him, and said, "Lieutenant General Garp, this matter is too serious." "I really am." Garp nodded, expressing understanding. This time the incident is indeed a major event. Naval Headquarters, while losing 5 Admiral. My own marine hero also lost. Even if you encounter beasts pirates, it is impossible for the battle to be so miserable. Let me come. Garp took a deep breath. As a marine hero, he has the courage to face failure. Read more at fictionzone.net. Smoker nodded. This is Naval Headquarters. In the Marshal's office. Sengoku is still thinking about how to deal with 4 emperors. He has been thinking about this question for a long time. In the era of the great pirates, this can't go on forever. As Marshal Marine, he must change the situation of the sea. But how to solve this problem? Today's Sengoku can't think of it. As for Seireitei, Sengoku didn't think about it anymore. Before he wanted to come, Garp went, then it should be solved. I only need to wait for Garp's Godi 13 to escort Seireitei in the naval headquarters. Brew. Brew. Soon, the phone worm rang. Sengoku answered. It's me. Over there, Garp's voice came. Buddha Sengoku smiled and said, why do you want to contact me suddenly? Come back and talk about something. In Lieutenant General Marine, apart from Crane, there is only Garp, who will let Sengoku of Buddha talk like a friend. Sengoku, about this Seireitei. Garp gritted his teeth with a heavy tone. He has the courage to face failure, but he really doesn't know what to say at this moment. Seireitei. What's wrong? Listening to Garp, Sengoku felt a little strange, but he didn't feel too panicked. For the strength of Garp, Sengoku of Buddha absolutely believes. This guy, get serious, is much more reliable than Admiral. The opponents who had headaches at the time were not defeated by Marine's Admiral, but by Garp. This guy took action against Seireitei. Sengoku put 120 hearts. Look at the phone bug, there is no reply for a long time. Sengoku of the Buddha frowned slightly. Isn't the so-called Godi 13, not all captured? It doesn't matter, as long as you capture the main character, it's fine. No, I didn't catch any of them. Sengoku. He wondered if he had heard it wrong. Didn't catch any of them? How is this kind of thing possible? Sengoku of Buddha took a deep breath and said, Garp, do you think they didn't do anything to some poor people? They only targeted the nobles, so you didn't take action. On the phone bug's side. Garp did not reply, and Sengoku called the Buddha felt that the situation was not right. So what about Doberman and others? They didn't even catch the leader of Seireitei. How many members of Godi 13 should catch? Daubman and them. The Buddha Sengoku had a bad idea. But I think this is impossible. Garp is by the side, even if he doesn't do anything, he can't just sit back and watch Doberman and others have an accident, right? They have sacrificed. When hearing this sentence, Sengoku of Buddha's pupils widened. The whole person has been stunned there. At this moment, the face of Sengoku, the Buddha, showed a rare look of astonishment. Doberman and other lieutenants are not ordinary lieutenants. They have participated in the killing of demons, which shows their strength. Right now, Sengoku of Buddha can't believe this is true. Sengoku, why don't you speak? You won't have an accident, will you? Seeing that Sengoku didn't speak anymore, Garp over there was also worried about Sengoku, afraid that he could not stand the blow. Garp quickly said, although we lost this time, I figured out the details of Seireitei and their origins. Chapter 26. Chapter 25. Sengoku frowned. Although I wanted to clarify the background of Seireitei. But he even hoped that Garp could capture those people from Seireitei one by one. You know, the collapse of the Order of the Goa Kingdom also made the world government very unhappy. Sengoku of the Buddha must give an explanation to the world government. But now, in the phone bug, Garp's voice continued to ring, with a solemn tone. Sengoku. The background and origin of the Seireitei is really not simple. It must be countless times more terrifying than you originally thought. The weapon they use is Zanpakuto, did you know? This is a power different from Jianhao and Devil Fruit. Even if it was me, I was defeated. I am now lying in a special ward in Logue Town. Fortunately, I am not completely unprofitable. At least I learned about their background and origin. What? You said you lost? Sengoku of Buddha was even more stunned. At first I thought it was Garp who couldn't bear it, which caused the death of the lieutenant general. But now Garp actually said he was defeated? Although Garp hasn't practiced for many years, he may not be able to burst out the terrifying power of the year. But this is the case. Sengoku of Buddha feels that he is not Garp's opponent now, and the three admirals are not enough to compete with Garp. 4 emperors or something, if you come to stand alone with Garp, the Buddha Sengoku also thinks that the 4 emperors will undoubtedly lose. But now Garp actually said he was defeated? Still in the ward in Logue Town. What's the joke? Seireitei is so good, read more at fictionzone.net. This is beyond the level originally estimated by the Buddha Sengoku. Hiss. Sengoku of the Buddha couldn't help but breathe in air. He knew that starting from today, he must pay attention to Seireitei, the so-called Godi 13, and he must raise it to the same level of danger as the 4 emperors. Soon, he discovered another important point in Garp's words. Garp, you said you discovered the background of Seireitei. Is this true? Sengoku of Buddha now exclaimed out of nowhere. If you know the background and the background, it would be much easier. Sengoku, the Buddha, is also very curious about Seireitei. What Zanpakuto? What does not belong to the strength of devil fruit? What has actually happened? Sengoku of Buddha felt that he had to figure it out. It's no wonder that Sengoku, the Buddha, is sitting in the ocean. For so many years, I haven't encountered such a strange existence as Seireitei. Their power is not conqueror's haki, nor is devil fruit's power. How did it happen? Is there a new ability? If this incident were to be spread out, it would definitely shock the entire ocean. Yes, I have figured out the background of Sengoku and Seireitei. I dare to say that their background is related to the current world government. It may also involve a period of 800 years of blank history. Or even more forward. History. Garp nodded, his solemn voice came from the phone bug. Tick to tick. Buddha Sengoku's face is now uncertain, and the fingers of his right hand hit the office desk. He didn't expect that he would have something to do with the world government or even the blank history and the more distant history. This matter is too big. It seems that some of him, Marshal Marine, have to report it to the world government. Talk about it? Sengoku asked after a long silence. Know thyself, ever victorious. Seireitei may be involved in a blank history of 800 years. Such existence must be clarified, otherwise it will set off a frenzy, and finally affect the stability of the world government, and its danger may still be in the revolutionary army. On. The Lord Seireitei called our world this world. What does this mean? It means that there was an era that belonged to them, but it is not anymore. At this moment, Garp said his guess. I have seen Seireitei's building with my own eyes. It is indeed a kingdom-like building. I still remember the members of Godei 13 calling the headed boy king. Sengoku, did you think that the current world government was established after taking power from Seireitei? Garp felt that his guess would never be wrong, it was obviously like this. Seireitei. Godei 13. Zanpakuto. There is also the so-called king. The combination of these words is called Buddha. Sengoku felt extremely strange. Sengoku, the Buddha, is called Zhejiang on the sea. His insight is definitely the leading group in the entire sea. But he was a little confused about these words. But with Garp's analysis, the Buddha Sengoku may really be such a thing. 800 years of blank history, no one knows what happened. If Seireitei was the government that once controlled the sea, and then was taken away by the world government, then what Seireitei is doing now is also the Buddha Sengoku. You can understand. This matter seems to be reported to the world government. The Buddha Sengoku knows that once this news is told to the world government, I am afraid that everyone in the world government will have a big change. With the birth of Seireitei, the sea seems to be truly changing. Chapter 27. 26th Naval Headquarters. Caught in a brainstorming storm at this moment, the Buddha Sengoku hung up Garp's phone, and after that, he hurriedly contacted the Marshal of the World Government. When Sara was Marine Marshal, Sengoku was a Marine Admiral under Sara's leadership, and his relationship with Gangyukong was fairly good. And Gangyukong was also very curious. He was so busy on weekdays that he rarely had the opportunity to contact his Buddha Sengoku, and he actually contacted himself. When Gangyukong knew what had happened in Donghai, he couldn't help being silent for a while. As for Garp's strength, Steel Bone Kong is also very clear, and even Steel Bone Kong feels that he may not be as good as Garp. But I didn't expect Garp to lead the team, and several lieutenants who had participated in the killing of the Magic Order followed. Such a team actually lost, and it was so miserable. Now that Sengoku of the Buddha told Gangyukong what he knew about Seireitei, he asked heavily, Marshal Sara, how much do you know about Seireitei? Seireitei, the old man really has never heard of it. Now the steel bones on the world government side also shook his head. The forces that can defeat Garp can't be without clues. Gangyukong is very depressed now, is it because he is ignorant? What? Haven't you even heard of it? The Buddha Sengoku was shocked. The world government's hand-supplied Ganggukong is definitely an old man on this sea. He knows many secrets of the sea. As a result, he don't you even know the Seireitei. How deep is Seireitei's trip? Now the Buddha Sengoku was silent for a moment, and then he said Garp's guess. Seireitei was the former world government, but the current world government has taken away the power of Seireitei. After listening to this speculation, Gangbone Kong on the phone worm was also dumbfounded. I will personally investigate the database of the world government. During this time, Sengoku, you must also try to find a way to stop Seireitei. I will tell you as soon as I have news. The database of the world government is very large, because it is too large, so Ganggukong sometimes does not bother to look at it. It is impossible to investigate the enemy's data in the database every time he targets an enemy. This is really too big. It's troublesome, but at this point, Ganggukong knew that he had to go. As for asking 5 elders, of course it will be quicker, but to be honest, Ganggukong didn't want to look for those 5 old men who looked up to the sky and looked down on people. Read more at fictionzone.net. Okay, I get it. Sengoku, the Buddha over there, hung up the phone after responding. The current Buddha Sengoku rubbed his eyebrows with a headache, and muttered to himself after being silent for a while. Godi 13 is really a captain who comes out randomly and has the power of Garp. It is really unbelievable. Is this guy Garp soft-hearted? And that Zanpakuto, which is different from the power on the sea today, how strong can the solace of the feet be? If Seireitei existed on the sea a long time ago, why didn't it appear before? It appears suddenly now. Why is this? What is Seireitei planning? There is no doubt that forces like Seireitei have enough power to sweep the entire sea in a short period of time, which can shock everyone. Seireitei's threat to naval headquarters and world government seems to be no less than that of the Revolutionary Army. The single 4 emperors group seems not to be as threatening as Seireitei. Thinking of this, Sengoku, the Buddha, had a headache. He raised his head and shouted at the door, "Immediately let San Admiral and Lieutenant General Crane come to my office." Yes. The Marine soldier on duty at the door immediately nodded in response, and then trot to deliver the order. 10 minutes later. Marshal Marine's office. Marine's strongest combat power, 3 Admiral. There was also Lieutenant General Crane, who came to Sengoku's office one after another. As soon as I sat down, Kizaru complained, "There won't be another thing, let me run?" Seriously, the salary is not enough. The Buddha Sengoku glanced at Kizaru angrily, and said angrily, "Now I have something very important to announce. This is not the time for joking." Words fall. The atmosphere in the whole office is weird. There is no doubt that something serious happened to the appearance of Buddha Sengoku. So what happened? Whitebeard suddenly went to war with the other 3 emperors. Kaido is coming to naval headquarters again? Auntie fell in love with the celestial dragons. Or the redhead Shanks suddenly has some secrets exposed, and Marine must protect Shanks? Sengoku, with a serious and meticulous expression, glanced at the people in the office, and said heavily, "What I want to say now is of great importance. It may be related to the 800-year blank history. What happened to the former O'Hara? Everyone, it is very clear that you should listen carefully to this matter, but you must not disclose it. This is the 4th shift. Of course there are still a few more shifts in the evening. There are not enough flowers, but today's evaluation votes are enough. Add more here." Chapter 28. Chapter 27. 3 Admiral is also suppressed at present. I don't know if this mysterious Seireitei is related to the former world government, or to the blank history 800 years ago. If it is really like this, Sengoku of Buddha knows that this news is really amazing. But Sengoku of Buddha did not understand that Seireitei is such a point, when its true face is revealed. The storm caused will definitely be more sensational than it is related to 800 years of blank history. Exposure of the true face of Seireitei and the true strength of Godi 13 will definitely subvert the cognition of everyone on the sea. At that time, the reputation of 4 emperors is nothing at all. Of course, the current Buddha Sengoku does not yet know. He has now summoned 3 Admiral, Lieutenant General Crane. He felt that the origin and background of Seireitei that he had learned now was scary enough. Now, the words of Sengoku, the Buddha, mobilized the atmosphere in the space. One by one stared at Sengoku intently. Kizaru even said, "Then I won't listen, okay." Sengoku of Buddha ignored him. Aokiji wondered if Robin was caught or something. Continuing, "What I want to say, I have to start talking about Garp and others against Seireitei this time." Sengoku's words gave Admiral a sigh of relief. "What do you think it is?" It turned out to be Seireitei. The strength of Lieutenant General Garp, even the unruly Akainu has to admit that he is not as good as himself. There is Lieutenant General Garp, who will personally lead the team, want to come to the Godi 13 of Seireitei that appeared in the East Daxia Sea. "I'm afraid I've been caught, right?" The 3 words Seireitei are very mysterious. But who is Garp? For him, the 3 admiral present were very confident. However, they have not completely waited for their hearts to relax. Read more at fictionzone.net. Sengoku continued, "Gar is defeated, Doberman and other lieutenants have all sacrificed." Suddenly, the pupils of Akainu, Aokiji, and others who were present shrank suddenly. "Where am I? What did I hear just now? This is impossible." Before they could come back to ask, the voice of the Buddha Sengoku continued, "Their sword, named Zanpakuto, has unique abilities, but it is not because of devil fruit. Their power system is different from that on the sea. Several lieutenants, they were easily suppressed by the captain of the 10th Division before the king of Seireitei started. The teenager of Seireitei, who is known as the king, had no other help. He defeated Garp on his own." Suddenly, there was no sound in the office. A long time. Kizaru took a deep breath and said lazily, "Marshal, when have you been joking too?" Sengoku's gaze fell solemnly on Kizaru's body. Kizaru. His face couldn't help being solemn. "Did Garp lose?" Aokiji said in disbelief, "Although Garp is a lieutenant general, his power, I admit, is above me. Over the years, I have practiced from time to time, but he hasn't, but I still don't have the confidence to beat him. Now he actually lost. The origin of the Seireitei must not be simple." Aokiji couldn't help but come to this conclusion. How can ordinary forces defeat Garp? The background of the Seireitei, it seems, is very deep. Akainu was silent. But the fist was clenched. Doberman and others are also hawks in naval headquarters. In other words, their thinking is close to Akainu. They are also the lieutenant generals who support Akainu as the next marine marshal. All dead now? Now. Garp's defeat. The death of Lieutenant General. The depressive atmosphere filled the office for a while. 3 Admiral, Lieutenant General Crane, is also well informed. It can also be regarded as a famous person on the sea. But now they were all so shocked by the news that they didn't know what to say. After a while, Lieutenant General Crane said, "This matter, news must be blocked. Marine's defeat this time can be said to be a shame and shame. If it is known to the outside world, it will greatly damage the image of Marine." Aokiji, Kizaru, and Akainu Admiral rarely nod in unanimous agreement. "Lieutenant General Crane, you are right." The Buddha Sengoku's tone cannot be denied, saying, "This time the news must be blocked." Paused. Said, "As for the origin and background of Seireitei, now I have a guess." 3 Admiral, Lieutenant General Crane nodded. Thinking of what Sengoku said at the beginning, it might have something to do with 800 years of blank history. 3 Admiral, Lieutenant General Crane knows that what he has to do now is to listen quietly. Chapter 29. For Seireitei, Garp has some guesses. The Buddha Sengoku believes that the 3 Admiral and Crane will not be spread out indiscriminately. Now, rubbing his aching eyebrows, he said, Seireitei may be the world government in the period of blank history, but the current world government is actually take away the power from Seireitei's hands. For so many years, Seireitei has never been reconciled. That's why there is this East Daxia Sea incident. When these few words fell, the expressions of Marine San Admiral and Crane couldn't help but change. Seireitei, does it actually exist like this? Now, Aokiji nodded and said, there is indeed a possibility. Seireitei, go Di-13, you can probably guess what they call them. Lieutenant General Crane also said, such an organization with a solid foundation and powerful strength has not been known before. Why do you say this? The Buddha Sengoku and San Admiral began to meditate. Or, Seireitei is indisputable. But this is basically impossible. If there is no dispute with the world, how can things in the Goa kingdom be brewed? So at this point, there is only one explanation, that is, Seireitei is secretly plotting a big conspiracy that is enough to subvert the world government. Think of it this way. The Buddha Sengoku, Akainu, Aokiji, Kizaru, etc. present with heavy faces. Seireitei's Go Di-13 actually defeated Garp, which is enough to show that this Go Di-13 is terrifying. Such an organization is bound to become the most troublesome opponent of the world government. Read more at fictionzone.net. Marshal Sengoku, then do we have to set a bounty for the few people we know in Seireitei? Aokiji asked now, turning his head. Akainu and others also looked at Sengoku, the Buddha, and wondered what kind of bounty he would set for such an existence. After thinking about the existence of the opponent, how could it be the same price as the 4 emperors? No, the existence of Seireitei is different from that of pirates, so we don't have to set any bounty. What did Sengoku think of Buddha? Shaking his head again and again. Originally, Sengoku, the Buddha, also felt that it was necessary to set a bounty of 500 million, 900 million, 100 million, 200 million or even a higher bounty. But Sengoku of the Buddha understood that as long as such a reward is issued, it will definitely attract the attention of the major forces on the sea, and even the 4 emperors will also focus on Seireitei. Of course, there is no doubt that the Revolutionary Army will begin to pay attention to Jingdingding. If the Revolutionary Army investigates Seireitei at that time, what has the investigation revealed? The information can't be blocked then. That might have something to do with blank history. Just in case, Sengoku of Buddha thinks that this bounty is still uncertain. The existence of Seireitei may be involved in the blank history, which is definitely not for some greedy people on the sea to know. So what should we do now? Aokiji asked again. Porcelino. Buddha Sengoku rubbed his sore eyebrows again, and finally fell on Kizaru's body. I'm afraid this job will fall on you. When it comes to speed, the only thing Sengoku of Buddha can think of is Kizaru, who has the sparkling fruit ability. In terms of speed, Kizaru is definitely the fastest among marine, and there are not necessarily several speeds that can match Kizaru in the entire sea. At this time, when Kizaru heard the words of the Buddha Sengoku, he stretched a little helplessly. Lieutenant General Garp lost. You let me go. I think it's no use going, right? Of course Kizaru is confident about his speed, but the other people in marine can't keep up with his own speed. In other words, Kizaru may have found Seireitei, but the people behind cannot keep up with Kizaru and cannot support it. Think carefully. Kizaru felt that he was going to die. Kizaru is not a fool, he can't do this kind of thing at all. I don't want you to deal with Seireitei, I want you to monitor Seireitei. You look for Seireitei, and after you find it, monitor it to see what they are doing. Maybe you can judge their purpose from what they are doing. What is it? Sengoku of the Buddha has a severe tone. Kizaru knew that he couldn't refuse this job anyway. Oh, I got it. Kizaru agreed. The Buddha Sengoku didn't ask himself to fight, and if he refused, it would be too much. Akainu, Aokiji, please pay attention to the movements of the New World 4 emperors for the time being, and at the same time be ready to fight at any time. At this critical moment of anxiety, there may be battles breaking out at any time. After Akainu, Aokiji glanced at each other, they all nodded. Marshal Sara is already investigating the database of the world government. You can also go to the marine database to check if you can find a little bit, even if it's just a little bit of clues about Seireitei. The Buddha Sengoku knew that he had to be very solemn about Seireitei's affairs. Today's evaluation votes have passed 800, and if you add more, there will be a 7th update. This is the 6th update, and there will be one more update later. Chapter 30. This is Seireitei. After Chen Tian came back, he discussed with Hitsugaya Toshiro about the development of Seireitei. Hitsugaya Toshiro's loyalty to the king Chen Tian is 100%. Some suggestions are given. Now Chen Tian checked his personal attribute panel. Host, Chen Tian. Own ability, crossing the gate, white hits, Kido, Shunpo, Kendo, Hiren Maru, Shinso. Positive subordinates, Team 3, Team 10, Xingjun. Representatives, Hitsugaya Toshiro, Shihao Yuruaki, etc. Negative subordinates, none. Unlocked buildings, Seireitei, 3rd Division Team House, 4th Division Team House, Sokyoku Terrace, Confession Palace. Test, your Zanpakuto Shinso has awakened 97%. It's still 3% worse. Ichimaru Jin can appear. The talent of this guy is actually not under Hitsugaya Toshiro. Madara, who graduated from the Spiritual Arts Academy in just 1 year, and showed his superhuman talents at an early age, can be seen in Madara. When he was young, he followed Aizen, and later Aizen rebelled, so he followed Aizen and Tuan to defect to Hueco Mundo. However, after years of running and following the reality, the plan failed due to unexpected changes in the assassination of Aizen, and Aizen pierced his chest. Of course. In the current Seireitei, there are still many buildings that have not been unlocked. System, is there a way to speed it up? Chen Tian asked the system. Yes, complete some tasks. What task do you have now? Chen Tian asked. Ding, task introduction. As the king of Seireitei, you, although you do not have complete control, complete the underworld of this world. But you already have the potential. Huanquan, the underworld, and even all the world after death should be controlled by you. Now someone is playing with the undead indirectly, please give sanctions. Task objective, Gecko Moria. Task reward, police team, supervision team, lighting team. Chen Tian thought about it. Read more at fictionzone.net. The police squad is the unit that patrols in the Juryong Palace and monitors Shinigami's movements. The team leader is Omida Marekiyo. Marekiyo appeared the day before yesterday. Then his related buildings and characters may also appear. In this case, the Broken Bee and the 2nd Division will appear. Let's talk about the supervision team. It comes out, then unlock the relevant buildings and characters, and the supervision tower will appear. At the same time, the leader of the supervision team is not someone else, but Yura Harikisuke. In this case, the related characters will be unlocked, the 12th squad will come out, and the captain of the 12th squad, Kuratsuka Mayuri, will appear, which also represents the unlocking of the Technology Development Bureau building. Thinking of this, Chen Tian couldn't help but start to shine. Gecko Moria, it seems that sanctions have to be imposed. This guy is a shadow fruit capable person, a shadow man, with the ability to seize the shadows of others. Possess a large pair of scissors to cut other people's shadows and put them in the corpse to form a zombie with the original owner's ability, but the devil fruit ability cannot be transferred to the zombie. To say that he was playing with the undead is also justified. As he exists, it is indeed Seireitei's Goti 13, which should be sanctioned. He did not tell Hitsuga Yatashiro and his Jufan team about this. Did not tell the 3rd Division. Instead, I found Shihao in Yoryuaki. I understand, I will accompany you on a walk. Shihao in Yoryuaki is now a black cat, it jumped onto Chen Tian's body. Chen Tian nodded. He also wanted to take a look at Shunpo from Yoryuaki. Chen Tian suddenly thought of something. He seemed to care too much about Shunpo of Yoryuaki, but ignored Zanpakuto of Yoryuaki. As the king of Seireitei, he can view Yoryuaki's property panel. Front subordinate, Shihao Yoryuaki. Zanpakuto, bamboo dragonfly. Chen Tian. You seem to be looking at something. The black cat spoke, but suddenly said seductively, as the king, what do you want to see, just say it, I won't refuse. Chen Tian. I have to say that Shihao Yoryuaki's personality is different from most Shinigami. Chen Tian stretched out his hand and patted the black cat's a. The black cat suddenly jumped out of fright. Remember, in front of me, be good. Hearing these words, the black cat snorted. Chen Tian didn't believe it anymore. He would rarely take a black cat. Is there no way? Let's go now, why, you just follow me in the form of a cat. Hear what Chen Tian said. The black cat jumped into Chen Tian's arms again. This wild cat seems to really want to see what the outside world is like. And Gecko Moria, who Chen Tian didn't know at this moment, was entertaining someone. Of course, even if Chen Tian knew it, it wouldn't be so. Seireitei. It's time to appear in front of everyone except Marine. It is time to set off a stormy sea. Make this sea even more exciting. 7th update, the evaluation votes have reached 800, I said it will be the 7th, and indeed it is the 7th. Update tomorrow, it is still 6 more guarantees, flowers over 6,000, 7 more. Flowers over 7,000, 8 changes, flowers over 9,000 and 9 changes, if flowers are over 10,000, naturally it is 10 changes. Evaluation votes over 1,000, 7 more. Appraisal votes have passed 1,300, 8 more. Appraisal votes have passed 1,500, 9 more. Chapter 31. This is the Devil's Triangle. It was pitch black here, and it looked like a gathering place of horror. Here, there is an island. In fact, its true appearance is the huge sailing ship Terror 3-mast from the West Sea. There is a rumor here that more than 100 ships disappear in the Magic Triangle every year. Right now, Chen Tian and the black cat on his shoulder came here. The reason why Chen Tian came in person was because his Zanpakuto Shinso was almost completely awakened. At that time, he will have a 3rd Zanpakuto. At that time, Ichimaru-jin will also appear. As the king of Seireitei, his Ryotsu covers the whole body. At this moment, it is difficult for others to see his true face. Of course, as a king, sometimes he doesn't need to do it himself. For example, he brings Yoryuaki now. Right now. The young man covered by Ryotsu walked out of the gate and walked in this dark, weird world. Da-da-da. His voice was also called Princess Vivi on the edge of the terrifying 3-mast sailboat. Agalop and other members of the Baroque Working Society were startled. The reason why they are members of the Baroque Work Club is here because Gecko Moria invited Crocodile as a guest. News from the East Daxia Sea was blocked by Marine. No one knows what happened in the East Daxia Sea. But Garp waited to set off for the East Daxia Sea. Crocodile and Gecko Moria knew about this matter. If what these two people did broke out, I was afraid that Marine would not easily let them go. Ever since, Moonlight Morua invited Crocodile to discuss it. These two people who were not familiar with each other just gathered together for a while. In the marginal area, there were a few people from the Baroque workshop waiting for Crocodile to come out, and Crocodile took Robin in. As for the others, none of them were brought. Crocodile seems very confident about his own strength and feels assured that Gecko Moria will not do anything to him. Even if he has ideas, Crocodile is confident. And now, the sudden voice, the person called the Baroque Work Club immediately looked over. Who? Mr1, who is capable of dice fruit, is muscular and dressed like a monk, is the first to shout angrily. The other members of the Baroque studio also stared in that direction. The same goes for Princess Vivi. She has now figured out that the original owner of the Baroque studio is Crocodile of 7 Warlords of the Sea. She knew at the moment that she had to be careful to disguise herself so that she could not be found out. She is always cautious. She also looked in that direction. Finally, in their pupils, a figure that made it difficult for them to see clearly, arrived. Read more at fictionzone.net. On the shoulder of this figure, there was a small black cat. Who else is Chen Tian? He didn't hear it, and he didn't even glance at the members of the Baroque Working Society. Keep walking. Stop. The other members of the Baroque Working Society, the Thorn Fruit ability, the Clone Fruit ability Bentham, the Wax Fruit ability, etc. all spoke one by one. Among them, the one who shouted loudest was Mr. Even the booger that pops up can turn into an explosive. But Chen Tian's footsteps are still walking. To be honest, the members of the Baroque Job Club are just small people to him. Don't talk about them. Crocodile is just a small person in front of Chen Tian. Who is this guy? Too presumptuous, right? Those with the ability to fry fruit are furious. They couldn't see Chen Tian's face clearly, and secretly said that the other party would not be a person with fuzzy fruit ability. Now those capable of frying fruits in the Baroque studio immediately started picking their noses. See his behavior. Don't talk about Chen Tian, the black cat on his shoulder can't help but look contemptuous. In fact, in Chen Tian's opinion, fried fruit is definitely not a weak fruit, it definitely has a strong development potential. But it was developed like this by the other party. This left Chen Tian speechless. Go, black cat. Chen Tian threw the black cat out. As soon as the black cat went out, the members of the Baroque Job Club are all dumbfounded. Shooting Seireitei, have you thought about the consequences? Under their gaze, the black cat spoke. The people at the Baroque Work Club were shocked again. Dice fruit Mr1 regained his senses, and said faintly, Zoan fruit ability. This was the relief of the members of the Baroque Working Society. Under such a weird atmosphere, I really thought whether I had encountered a monster. Those with the ability to fry fruit even more disdainfully said, What Seireitei, you know the strength of our Baroque work agency. Right now. A tuft of yellow-orange harmony had been picked out of his nose. Then, with a flick of his fingers, he bounced the yellow-orange harmony toward the black cat. Black cat. Now the black cat is angry. In a pair of pupils, the killing intent was not concealed. You know, your Yuaki's strength is not simple, but also at the captain level. As Seireitei, the commander of Xingjun, one of the 4 legions, your Yuaki will not be merciful when he takes action. The other party is so uninterested. Your Yuaki knew that he should send him home. Free yourself, bamboo dragonfly. The black cat suddenly stretched out his hand and took out a handful of short sword from nowhere. Weng. Suddenly. Zanpakuto Shikai. Ryotsu emerged. Under Ryotsu, the terrible black mist in the Devil's Zone began to shatter. This terrifying Ryotsu is now pouring out wildly. At this moment, the members of the Baroque Work Club present were all dumbfounded, with cold hands and feet. Where do they think they are facing a cat? It seems to face a fierce beast. Even Crocodile does not have such a strong pressure and aura. This is the first shift. Today's guaranteed 6 shifts, yesterday's 7 shifts have passed, and the situation is the same as yesterday. If there are more than 6,000 flowers and more than 1,000 evaluation votes, then there will be 7 shifts, 2 conditions, and only one of them will be fulfilled. It's okay. More than 7,000 flowers, 8 more today. Evaluation votes exceeded 1,300, 8 changes today. Chapter 32. Chapter 31 Crocodile and Gecko Moria. At this moment, the members of the Baroque Working Society were all frightened. Under the cover of the black cat Seireitei, their legs began to tremble. Even if it was Mr1, the strongest dice fruit capable person here, his legs could not help but tremble. Puff. No one can see what happened. The person with the arrogant tone of the fruit exploding ability just now has no heads. The black cat is still there, and it seems that it hasn't moved. Looking at this scene, Chen Tian outlines a smile at the corner of his mouth, secretly saying that he is indeed Flash Goddess Yuryuaki. Ding, congratulations on gaining 10,000 shock points for those with dice fruit ability. Ding, congratulations on getting Princess Vivi 10,000 shock points. Ding, congratulations on getting. The blood was sprinkled on the body of Mr1 who is capable of dice fruit. The taciturn, his pupils are also wide at this moment, and there is endless fear in them. He said that he hadn't seen anything clearly just now. In just an instant, the head of Mr5 who has the ability to fry fruit is gone. What speed is this? What kind of existence does this black cat exist? Could it be that a black cat is comparable to Marine Admiral? Hey, do you still fight with me? The black cat speaks. Next moment. Riots shrouded even more. As a representative of the Shihaoren family, one of the 4 nobles of Seireitei. Shinigami, it seems that Yuryuaki did not fully demonstrate Yuryuaki's strength. Now, under such terrible Riots, dice fruit, etc., felt that their soul was trembling. Conqueror's haki? No, this kind of power leads to conqueror's haki. Puff. Now, Mr1 waited, one by one, kneeling down under such force. Even all of them are kneeling. Princess Vivi did the same, bowing here. Princess Vivi's heart was filled with shock that could not be described in words. Read more at fictionzone.net. How strong is the Baroque Job Club? She already understands. Most of these members are demon fruit power. But now, suddenly, in just a few seconds, he was defeated by a black cat. This kind of thing, if Princess Vivi hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she wouldn't believe it anyway. Looking at the black cat, he swayed now and jumped into the arms of the mysterious young man who couldn't see his face. Princess Vivi gasped. The existence of black cat seems to be just this teenager's pet. So what is this mysterious boy? What kind of power should he possess? Chen Tian continued to take his own footsteps. No one dared to say anything. The members of the Baroque Working Society who were kneeling there were still kneeling there. When they remembered, they found that their souls seemed to be suppressed by something. This sense of suppression is heavier than the shoulders being suppressed by the mountains. They just kneel. The horror 3-mast sailboat is really too big. Said it was a boat. It is better to say it is an island than a boat. However, as far as Chen Tian knows, a ship such as the horror 3-mast sailing ship is not the largest ship in the world of One Piece. Speaking of boats, the arc motto of Anilu is unique. In addition, the golden cruise ship of the Golden Emperor is also very large. And Noah, who is sleeping on the bottom of the sea, also has the top Pluto. Their size is definitely above the terrifying 3-mast sailing ship. Right now, in the gloomy, ruined castle, he has a big back, a cross-cut scar on his face, an earring in his right ear, and a cigar smoking in his mouth. He is talking to Gecko Moria. He is Crocodile. Behind him is Robin, a woman with beautiful long black hair and full of intellectual beauty. Now he and Gecko Moria, who is opposite, are in a bad mood. Crocodile's looks, mighty, hacky. Gecko Moria, on the other hand, is a bit different. It doesn't look like a character. It looks like a demon. It has 2 horns on the forehead. Its ears and teeth are also pointed. There are cross stitches from the head to the neck that are similar to stitching wounds. Bat-shaped collar shirts and gothic costumes. He, we have to be careful about the Marine headquarters. This time we got into a puzzle, but it was actually for us. Gecko Moria said to Crocodile with a weird laugh. In fact, he and Crocodile are not familiar with each other, but they still have common topics. In private, they are all doing things that Marine cannot know about. If they know, the title of 7 Warlords of the Sea will be gone, and they will be thrown into Impel Down. It's not just that. Crocodile hates Whitebeard for unknown reasons. And Gecko Moria is also hostile to the beast Kaido, and cannot forget this hatred. Sounds are going to the East Daxia Sea, but they are actually investigating our 7 Warlords of the Sea, aren't they? Crocodile took a breath of cigar, then let out a breath. But still coldly said, in fact, there is no need to worry about this at all. As long as it is exposed, Marine will not deliberately investigate us, you know, they also need our strength. Da-da-da. The crisp sound of footsteps sounded in the space. Crocodile and Gecko Moria looked at each other. Immediately walked towards the dark place. The people of Gecko Moria are all behind Gecko Moria. And Crocodile had already waited for himself outside other people, no other situation, don't bother. What now? What's the situation? Chapter 33. Da-da-da. This footstep sound is different from every subordinate that Crocodile is familiar with. This made Crocodile frown. What happened to his subordinates? Could it be said that they were resolved by others? Gecko Moria laughed without saying anything strange. Hip hop ha ha, the members of the Baroque Job Club, why didn't they stop the people coming? Crocodile's eyes flickered fiercely, but he still said, then your place, why do ordinary people dare to come in casually? These words made Gecko Moria half dead with anger. Well, it seems that those who come are my prey. Gecko Moria said. Crocodile was smoking a cigar. Although they were both 7 warlords of the sea and discussed things together just now, it did not prevent them from wanting to dominate each other and prove that they were actually superior to each other. After smoking a cigar, Crocodile said coldly, no, this is my prey. Robin behind Crocodile frowned slightly. Seriously, the place where Gecko Moria lives is strange. No matter how you look at it, it doesn't look like a ghost will pop out. How can ordinary people come here? Listening to the footsteps, it seems to be just a person. Either the other party is a fool. Either the other party is really strong and thinks that nothing will happen if he comes here. But Robin felt that the people who came would be terrible, because there are 2 7 warlords of the sea here. The 2 7 warlords of the sea also regarded him as prey. Robin couldn't help but sigh, the life of the people who came is not good. Da-da-da. Under the gaze of Crocodile, Gecko Moria, etc., a figure of a teenager appeared. Under Ryotsu, Crocodile and Gecko Moria realized that they could not see the other side's appearance. What you can see clearly is the outfit of the other party, right? A black and white dress, and the style of the prodigal on the sea, very unworthy. But I have to say that the other party's clothing and matching are really cool. On this man's shoulder, stood a black cat. In the eyes of Crocodile, Gecko Moria, etc., it can be a very important mark. Read more at fictionzone.net. Now Crocodile is thinking. On the sea, has anyone seen a black cat on his shoulders recently? As the president of the Baroque workshop, Crocodile actually reads some reward orders very often and remembers the people on the reward orders. Because the people on the reward order can either become the prey of the Baroque workshop or become a member of the Baroque workshop. But Crocodile found that the figure in front of him absolutely did not match anyone he knew. The same goes for Gecko Moria. It means that this figure is very strange in his own impression. Without knowing what kind of means the other party has, the other party's ability to walk in here shows that the members of the Baroque work agency outside have been resolved, and the opponent's strength is beyond doubt. But thinking of his own power and thinking that Crocodile was here, the worries in Gecko Moria's heart disappeared. A relaxed smile appeared on Gecko Moria's face, and he smiled, he, who are you? Come to disturb my party, do you know? It's going to die. Immediately, the three weirdos behind Gecko Moria nodded. Three weirdos. First, the genius surgeon Hogback. Second, Perona of the Phantom Fruit ability. Third, Absalom, the one with the ability of transparent fruit. Chen Tian didn't say anything. The black cat in his arms said, do you know who he is? You will die if you dare to speak to him like this. The black cat glanced coldly at everyone present. As the leader of the criminal army, Yoryuaki's Ryatsu fluctuates again. The cold murderous intent made Crocodile, Gecko Moria, Robin, etc. all feel a chill. Robin was stunned, her heart trembling, such a chill, she actually felt more terrifying than meeting Aokiji. After Gecko Moria and Crocodile looked at each other, they both shook their heads. What happened to me just now? Actually scared by a black cat? They don't want to be ashamed in front of their subordinates. I don't want to be ashamed in front of those who are also 7 warlords of the sea. This is my prey, don't come on. After the crocodile reacted, he stood up from his seat. He is Crocodile. In the sea, there are also famous people. No, didn't I just say it, this is clearly my prey. Gecko Moria also wanted to show off in front of Crocodile. But Crocodile snorted, Gecko Moria, you are finally inferior to me. When Gecko Moria was about to take a shot, a wall of sand suddenly appeared in front of him, blocking Gecko Moria's vision. Right now, Crocodile has already taken a step forward, thinking that the killing intent just now was an illusion, right? Similarly, killing intent does not represent strength. Now as Crocodile stepped out, wind and sand gathered in this dark castle. Chapter 34. Arkmoon Sand Dunes. When Gecko Moria broke through the sand wall, Crocodile had already shot. Gecko Moria couldn't help but snorted when he saw this. Oops, Crocodile took the lead. Wait a minute, Crocodile must be hiding in the conversation, mocking himself for being inferior to him. Right now. The speed of Crocodile was strange, and he used the arc-moon-shaped sand dune to rush towards Chen Tian, and the corner of Crocodile's mouth even sketched out a slight grinning smile. The sharp blades that the arm turned into fell down towards Chen Tian fiercely. He seemed to foresee that without saying a word, it seemed that the guy who despised 7 warlords of the sea was drained of water and turned into a miserable appearance of a corpse. However, Crocodile's sand blade was blocked. Chen Tian did not make a move. It was the black cat who took out the Zanpakuto short blade and blocked Crocodile. For a while, Crocodile couldn't react. What kind of joke was he making? A cat blocked my attack. The black cat jumped from Chen Tian's arms, holding the Zanpakuto short blade in his hand, and said to Crocodile, play with me. Don't be too arrogant. Crocodile thinks it might be Zoan demon fruit power, right? A little known guy who ate the little Zoan fruit, what does it mean to talk like this now, look down on me? Crocodile faced the black cat's provocation, furious. When the black cat didn't care, the next moment he called out, look at the hidden weapon. Then he shook his foot. Crocodile immediately jumped away. But where is the hidden weapon? Absolutely not. The black cat was playing with Crocodile just now. This is also called Crocodile clenching a fist. Robin, Gecko Moria, piranha, etc. on the side were all staring blankly. Unexpectedly, such a thing would happen on the sea. This black cat, whether it is a human or a cat, is too courageous, right? Playing with crocodile like this, read more at fictionzone.net. Robin is the most shocked. He has been around crocodile for so many years, knowing that crocodile is powerful and tyrannical. It never occurred to crocodile that there would be such a day. Desert knife. Crocodile also noticed the eyes of Gecko Moria, Robin, etc., and he shouted angrily. The violent sand surging, but watching crocodile's arm, turned into a huge sand blade. A knife was severely slashed against the ground. Huh! The earth cracked. The wind sand knife aura broke through the ground all the way, and went away fiercely at the black cat. Huh! 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 But the black cat is Yuryuaki. Its shunpo is too fast. Instantly disappeared in place and appeared in another place. Crocodile's move was simply avoided by the black cat. Hey, you only have this strength? Can you be more powerful? Yuryuaki is at the captain level. He didn't put crocodile in his eyes, and now he yelled out such words as if he was joking. Don't be kidding! Crocodile exclaimed. His target is Whitebeard. How could he be defeated by a cat today? If this is the case, how would he deal with Whitebeard in the future? Desert sword. Crocodile's pupils opened sharply, his expression dignified, the blade of sand that could pierce everything, and he started again. Huh! The big sword gathered by the yellow sand, with unmatched power, is now cruelly facing the black cat. But it's still useless. The black cat used shunpo again, simply jumped, and avoided again. The speed is incredible. Called crocodile's eyelids jumped. Do you think today is an unlucky day for yourself? Didn't you read the almanac when you went out by yourself? Otherwise, how could such a thing happen? What can I do to take a cat? Crocodile knew that he was afraid to be ashamed in front of Gecko Moria, but he also wanted to save his face as much as possible, so Crocodile said, "You are really good, I can't help you, but you are fast and hide well. But in terms of attack, there shouldn't be any way for me, right?" The black cat's eyes widened. Secret road, is it really like this? Immediately, the black cat entered the instant coax mode. Once in the instant coaxing mode, the user's back and shoulders will be wrapped in highly compressed keto. When the clothes on the back and shoulders are broken, keto injects into the hands and feet of the user. Even a light wave of the hand will cause great destructive power. Yuryuaki enters this mode like a black cat. Naturally, it is not as powerful as entering this mode with a human body. But Yuryuaki felt that the other party didn't seem to be very good. From Yuryuaki's point of view, the battle with Crocodile didn't seem to be a battle, but just a game. Thunderbolt. The black cat displayed instant coax, Thor's battle shape. One of Shunyong's derivative moves is characterized by the appearance of Thor's horns on the head and the appearance of Thor's unique ring formed by 6 Taiko Guya styles on the back. By moving the 6 Gojade on the back and then spreading your hands up and down, you can release a large area of bursts of lightning, which can completely destroy nearby buildings, and the destructive power is amazing. There was thunder and lightning, and the roar continued. Seeing this scene, Crocodile couldn't help but be surprised. Thunder fruit capable person. Chapter 35. Chapter 34. The Sand Crocodile's Last Strike. But Crocodile thought about it carefully, and felt something was wrong. At first, I thought it was a person who ate the Zoan black cat fruit alone, so he could become a cat. But now the other party uses something similar to thunder fruit, the ability of thunder and lightning. This is called Crocodile. Now he can't help but frown and feel a little depressed. What is going on here? Could it be a cat that ate thunder fruit? There is no time for Crocodile to meditate too much. Now the thunder and lightning have come towards Crocodile. Crocodile is instantly elementalized. At last, thunder fell and bombarded Crocodile's body. After elementalization, he felt that he should be able to. What? But the next moment, Crocodile gave a miserable cry. His tragic voice was called Robin, Perona, and others trembled, and Gecko Moria stared at the scene blankly. It is really hard to imagine that Crocodile, like a hero, would sound like a pig. Such a cry. Also known as Gecko Moria, the hair swells up, and the soles are bursting with cold sweat. But after the thunder and lightning disappeared, Crocodile was already lying on the ground, his lips trembling. Soul. He felt that what he was being slashed was not the flesh, but the soul. The body can be elementalized. But something like the soul cannot be said for sure. The soul was smashed, the kind of pain that made Crocodile want to endure, and couldn't endure it, only screaming miserably up to the sky. Right now. Because of the soul being struck by lightning, Crocodile's body, now lying on the ground, also twitched from time to time. Crocodile, lost. Robin's glaring boss was full of incredible expressions in his eyes. To be able to defeat Crocodile so easily, Robin wanted to come. Among the people she had met, I was afraid that only Aokiji had such strength and level. But now easily, making Crocodile like this is not the so-called Marine Admiral at all, it's just a cat. Read more at fictionzone.net. How can that be? Don't talk about them, Robin. Crocodile also missed what happened today. It was just a dream. Finally, the tremor in his soul was better. He was supporting his body, gritted his teeth and got up. Who are you guys on Earth? Crocodile stared at Chen Tian and the black cat. Such existence. It can't happen suddenly, right? Do not make jokes. Let's talk about the black cat. Its fighting methods, in Crocodile's view, are fundamentally tempered, and they are only possessed after one battle after another. A cat with such strength must have had a lot of battles before. It's definitely a cat with a source. They must have unknown terrorist identities. Seireitei, one of the 4 legions, the leader of the criminal army, the patriarch of the 4 nobles of the Soul Society Shihaoren, Yoryuaki. Now, the black cat Yoryuaki revealed his identity. Seireitei. Soul Society? The 4 nobles. Crocodile's pupils shrank when he heard it. He looked at Gecko Moria and said, "Have you heard of it?" Gecko Moria, once also mixed in New World. He pondered for a while, and shook his head with a dazed expression, saying that he had never heard of Seireitei. I have never heard of the other 4 nobles. Thinking of this, Gecko Moria said, "Crocodile, it seems we must join forces." His tone was very diverse. Gecko Moria knows that Crocodile is not the opponent of the other party, nor is it 80% of him. Now, the 2 of them, 7 warlords of the sea, must join hands. However, no need. Crocodile is still arrogant. Let him join forces with others. Unless you reach the point where the mountains and rivers are exhausted. But in Crocodile's view, he may not have reached such a point. After he glanced at the black cat, he changed Chen Tian's body anyway. This boy didn't make a move just now. How about his strength? Crocodile felt he had to gamble. Immediately, apart from anything else, Crocodile stretched out his right hand, and a sandstorm formed in his palm. And, quickly expand. The surrounding buildings began to shake. The terrible sandstorm seems to be devouring everything in front of him. Hey, why do you perform such a trick here? Gecko Moria exclaimed in dissatisfaction. But Crocodile turned a deaf ear to it, and immediately shot, the huge sandstorm, the way forward is exactly where Chen Tian is. Dancing yellow sand. The wind is loud. Strong wind. In front of the sandstorm, everything seems to be chewed up. Compared with this huge sandstorm, Chen Tian's tiny figure seems to be totally different from the general level. Crocodile looked at the black cat and found that the black cat didn't save the boy. Why is that? Just when the sandstorm came in front of Chen Tian. This is the 5th shift. There are 2 more shifts in the future. The evaluation votes have been exceeded. The minimum guarantee is 6 shifts. Today, 1 more shift will be added. Chapter 36. Chapter 35. The arrival of Ichimaru Jin. Sandstorm finally came to Chen Tian's front. The black cat was still watching and didn't make a move. Crocodile snorted, doesn't believe this person is so strong. However, rumble. Chen Tian's current Ryutsu is equal to 100% Hitsuga Yatashiro, plus 97% Ichimaru Jin, plus 100% Chihao Yuaki. It's already strong enough. When Seireitei is all finished, his Ryutsu will be uncountable. Right now, Chen Tian's Ryutsu is roaring. Ryutsu, extremely powerful, suppressed the sea area. Even the sea kings under the deep sea, screamed trembling at this moment, and fled deeper into the depths one by one. Everywhere Ryutsu went, he surrendered. This Ryutsu, called this piece of land, is also crashing, cracking, cracks in the spider web, beginning to expand. The sandstorm, before coming to Chen Tian, was suppressed and disappeared invisible under the terrible Ryutsu power. What kind of power is this? Conqueror's haki? No, it's not. Crocodile's face was astonished to the extreme. I thought that black cat was already out of place. Unexpectedly, the black cat seemed nothing compared to this mysterious person. This mysterious man, he hasn't attacked yet, but simply showed his hand, unexpectedly produced such a power? Terrible. It is difficult to describe his toughness in words. Crocodile is inwardly, actually in fear? The soul was trembling non-stop. It's not just Crocodile, Robin, Gecko Moria, etc. are also the same. Even at this moment, Gecko Moria found himself feeling lucky. Fortunately, Crocodile just made the shot earlier than himself. Otherwise, yourself. Gecko Moria, at this moment, she didn't dare to think about it anymore. Chen Tian stood there without moving. But now Ryutsu has gone towards Crocodile. Crocodile doesn't know what kind of power this is. It's not Conqueror's haki or devil fruit ability. Above the sea, when did such a power appear? Crocodile didn't know at this moment, his forehead was covered with cold sweat, and he had no intention of thinking about it. Read more at fictionzone.net. Facing the suppression of Ryutsu, Crocodile gritted his teeth, not only himself, but also the ground under his feet. Endless mad sand gathered in his hands. A huge sand blade began to take shape. Compared with the desert sword or something, this sand blade will undoubtedly be larger and sharper. Crocodile didn't keep in the slightest. The opponent is too strong. So the other side showed his hand once, and he must do his best to contend. But no way. He knew he had to do this. Desert King Kong sword. But Crocodile still has no confidence. He didn't think he would be so timid even in the face of Whitebeard. Who is the other party? Let me help you. Gecko Moria wanted to escape, but found that the black cat had been watching him, which gave Gecko Moria a bad feeling. The other party, wouldn't it be for yourself? If you think about it carefully, it's very possible. The opponent came to his own domain instead of going to Crocodile's territory, which shows that the opponent came for himself. Thinking of this, Gecko Moria's strange face, pale as blood, turned pale. He knew he had to help Crocodile. Shadow Horn Gun. This time, Crocodile also did not refuse Gecko Moria's help. Immediately, their power collided with Chen Tian's Ryutsu. But I didn't expect to knock it out. Chen Tian's Ryutsu is extremely terrifying, and at this moment it is infinitely moving forward. Crocodile's Diamond Desert Sword, which can cut through mountains, seemed tofu in front of Ryotsu, unable to resist even a second. Even with the power of Gecko Moria, it was totally vulnerable. Now, Ryotsu attacked. The pupils of Crocodile and Gecko Moria shrank sharply. What is going on in this world? Why suddenly, such a powerful existence appeared? This is totally incredible. Crocodile is regretting, what did he do when he came here today? Was it sent to death? Gecko Moria's heart trembled even more. What did he do wrong to attract such a terrible existence? Boom. Ryotsu finally fell. It seems that everything will be suppressed. Crocodile, Gecko Moria, etc. only felt that they were carrying a mountain on their bodies. No, the soul suddenly became extremely heavy. The soul that could not be felt before is now so heavy that people can't breathe. Boom. Headed by Crocodile, Gecko Moria was directly suppressed and hit the ground. Boom. The earth cracked. A deep groove appeared, and two figures were deeply pressed inside. Ding, congratulations on getting Robin 10,000 shock points. Ding, congratulations on getting Perona's 10,000 shock points. Ding, congratulations, Zanpakuto Shinso awakens 100%. Ding, congratulations on getting the captain of the 3rd Division, Ichimaru Jin. Chapter 37. Chapter 36 Ichimaru Jin's Kizaru. Ding, congratulations on getting Ichimaru Jin, the captain of Go Di 13's 3rd Division. May I ask whether it will be released? Delivery. With Chen Tian's voice falling, Ichimaru Jin appeared. Not in Seireitei, but here. This poppy-scented man, with a fox-like smile at the corner of his mouth, appeared in front of people. Who is this person? Robin and others were shocked. At this moment, Crocodile and Gecko Moria have not crawled out of the pit. Robin was present, Perona waited uneasy. I just feel that what happened today is a rare thrilling moment in my life. Ichimaru Jin has short light purple hair, thin eyes, look carefully, and light blue pupils. Chen Tian asked the system at this moment, what is my 3rd Zanpakuto? Chen Tian is not in the mood to care about Crocodile, Gecko Moria, give them to Ichimaru Jin. Chen Tian seems to be distracted now. The 1st Zanpakuto Hiren Maru. The 2nd Zanpakuto Shinso. So what is the 3rd Zanpakuto? Just at this time. Damn it! Crocodile crawled out. He was now scarred and blood was dripping from the corner of his mouth. He panted heavily, crawled out of the pit with difficulty, and stared at Chen Tian with a pair of eyes. But Chen Tian is communicating with the system at the moment, but he is not in the mood to pay attention to Crocodile. Gecko Moria also exhausted his strength at this time and climbed up from the pit. Gecko Moria was in a cold sweat at the moment. He felt that he was simply escaping from the dead. He had never encountered such a thrilling moment in his life, and even fighting against the beast Kaido did not seem to be so endlessly close to death at the beginning. I said, Crocodile, let's run away now. Under such power, Gecko Moria thought of the word escape, and revenge or something will wait until later. What? Hearing the words that Gecko Moria said in a lowered voice, Crocodile clenched his fists. What a joke was he making? Did he escape in embarrassment like this when he was beaten up like this? Crocodile gritted his teeth. He looked at Chen Tian again, and found that this mysterious guy really doesn't care about his life or death at all. The other party is distracted, and I don't know what he is thinking. The other party is humiliating himself. This is ignoring himself to the extreme. Read more at fictionzone.net. Crocodile gritted his teeth. He wanted to rush forward again. He wants to prove that he is not an ant. I don't know who the other party is at all, so I will die in the past. The power gap between us is really too big. At this moment, Gecko Moria lowered his voice again and said tremblingly. This sentence made Crocodile unable to refute, let alone deny. The opponent's terrifying strength is not bottoming, and the opponent didn't seem to take a serious shot just now, and simply defeated himself. The feeling of being helpless, Crocodile felt that he was facing a more terrifying opponent than Whitebeard. Why such an existence has never been heard on the sea before is simply unreasonable. He wished that what happened now was nothing but a nightmare. Great and lofty Spirit King, it's you guys who let me clean up. At this time Ichimarujin had already spoken. Even if he said that, Ichimarujin still squinted his eyes, with a smile on his mouth. What Spirit King? Crocodile couldn't help but be familiar with these two words. Spirit King, the true king of Seireitei, the supreme being that Go-Di 13 must protect. Ichimarujin said with a smile again, and then stretched out his palm. Seireitei? Spirit King? Go-Di 13? Crocodile, Gecko Moria's pupils couldn't help but shrink. This is not something you can think about. Hado number 47. At this time, it was Ichimarujin's palm, condensing Ryotsu and Hado, and directly released. A huge thunder and lightning snake, with its teeth and claws facing Crocodile, and Gecko Moria are coming. Thunder fruit capable person. Now Gecko Moria also exclaimed. Just now the black cat displayed the power of thunder. They saw it with their own eyes, but what happened now? Why could this man also use such power? Did they eat thunder fruit and thunder fruit superior and inferior fruits separately? Facing the thunder and lightning, Crocodile and Gecko Moria jointly displayed the power of devil fruit to resist. There was a loud bang, and the two of them were already scarred, but now they flew out again. Little bug, not bad, it turns out to be a powerful bug. Ichimarujin walked up again with a smile. His voice seemed to be gentle, but his tone was so cold, called Crocodile and Gecko Moria, like an ice cellar. Now the three monsters of Gecko Moria are about to rush up, but Ichimarujin casually used a bakudo, and the white cloth that came out of nowhere tied Perona and waited, and fell directly to the ground. Ichimarujin simply defeated the three monsters. In the current situation, also called Crocodile, Gecko Moria was very surprised, giving them an unprecedented dignified mood. What the hell is going on? Why the guys who came out today are so much better than them? These guys, above the ocean, have never heard of it before. Now, Ichimarujin stared coldly at Gecko Moria, knowing that this was Seireitei's goal. Indirectly and wantonly playing with the so-called undead. From the perspective of Seireitei's Go-Di 13, it is indeed guilty. Hado. Ichimarujin is another Hado. But instead of going to Gecko Moria, he hit a dark corner. Guy who just came, come out. Facing the power of destruction, a yellow light beam appeared in the dark corner, tearing the air, and colliding with Hado. Today's evaluation vote broke again. This is the 7th update. Tomorrow the guarantee is 6, as usual. The flowers will break 7,000, 7, the flowers will break 8,000, 8, the flowers will break 90, 9, the flowers will break 10,000, and the flowers will break 10,000. Never regret it. Chapter 38. Crocodile, Gecko Moria, etc. could see the yellow light beam clearly. Such power, is it? Crocodile and Gecko Moria looked at each other, and they all looked at each other one by one. Yeah, what a terrible newcomer. The wretched voice, with a strong taste of ridicule, came from that dark place. Subsequently, the figure knew that he had to stand up. It was a tall and thin figure. He had a pineapple-like hairstyle and a pair of glasses. He looked like a whole person, with wretched and lazy temperament. People who don't know him may think he is a perverted uncle. But this person, on this sea, how can there be people you don't know? The cloak of justice behind him has declared his marine supremacy. He is no one else, he is Kizaru, one of Marine's highest combat power and one of the 3 admiral. Sure enough, it's him. Crocodile stared at the tall and thin figure, his tone dignified to the extreme. Marine Admiral. It is said to be a real existence standing on the top of the sea. Many people call them the same level as Zhang Huang, which means admiral, for emperors, but they are almost the same. Don't be nervous, maybe this is a good thing. Gecko Moria thought of something and suddenly whispered to Crocodile. Gecko Moria had already seen that this was called Seireitei or something, and wanted to die by himself. Rather than being destroyed by Seireitei. It's better to be captured by Marine Admiral and impelled down. In this case, at least there is still a chance to see the sun again. Damn it, I don't want to go anywhere. Crocodile glanced at Gecko Moria disgustingly. Now, he doesn't know where he is dragged down by Gecko Moria. He is depressed. Why did I come to Gecko Moria? It was really my stupidity and ignorance that made me suffer this calamity. Robin is now hiding behind a big rock, and her face is even more pale. She could also see that Seireitei didn't seem interested in her. But Marine Admiral, it's different. Robin thought of his hometown of O'Hara. Robin clenched his fist, where she had grown up, and thought of scene after scene of childhood, only felt tears coming out of his eyes. But she warned herself that she has no relatives, and no one will help you wipe your tears if you cry. Must endure. Read more at fictionzone.net. Now, regardless of other people's thoughts, Gecko Moria didn't want to die. He shouted at Kizaru, Marine's Admiral, as a member of 7 Warlords of the Sea, I, and your Marine headquarters, are also somewhat it's a matter of fact. These people acted on us without authorization. I suspect that they are Revolutionary Army or something. Shouldn't they be arrested? Kizaru. He is very helpless now. If someone can read Kizaru's voice, would you hear such a sentence? I spoke just now, although there is a taste of ridicule. But don't get me wrong. This is a habit. Maybe I can't beat him. You told me to fight him, what do you mean? What are you trying to do? Just like that, Kizaru stood there without moving. Why is this? Gecko Moria had some guesses in his mind, but was not sure. Ma Dan, this is Marine Admiral. Why is it like this? Could it be that? Crocodile has also speculated that Kizaru is afraid of each other, which is a bit exaggerated. But to say that Kizaru fears the other party, this must be true. The name Crocodile is puzzled by Seireitei. What is it? Go Di-13, who is it? Why would Kizaru, one of the 3 Admiral, be jealous and hesitate to make a move? Crocodile was shocked. But soon, Crocodile thought of something and gritted his teeth unwillingly. What's wrong with yourself? Why put hope on the so-called Marine San Admiral? Can't rely on yourself? No way. Crocodile also had to admit it. Damn it. If I get the ancient weapon of Pluto, it won't be like this. I must have Seireitei, go Di-13. What Whitebeard? What 3 Admiral? One by one exploded into the sky. This guy, what is his Zanpakuto ability? Can he find me? The strength is not below me. Kizaru is really hesitating now. Should he fight or leave? His brow furrowed deeper and deeper. To be honest, Naval Headquarters gave him an order to spy on Seireitei secretly to see what they were going to do. Kizaru passed by here by coincidence this time and found this scene. Next time, if you want to meet again, it will be difficult. Just when he was hesitant to do it, Ichimaru-jin had already helped Kizaru make a decision. Oh, you, a wretched guy, seems to be a very powerful person in this world, so let me see how strong this world is. With a smile at the corner of Ichimaru-jin's mouth, his eyes narrowed into a line, and he walked towards Kizaru. Kizaru took a look at the opponent. This person is not in the description of Sengoku of Buddha, not like the king of Seireitei, nor is he like the captain of some juvenile team. It is necessary to confirm the ability of the other party. Is it? This world. Well, you want to fight with me? If you can't fight, then follow me to Naval Headquarters as a guest. The new week has begun, and the guarantee is 6. Now the flowers are 5,849, and the evaluation votes are 1,272. If the flowers are more than 7,000, today are 7, and the flowers are more than 8,000, today are 8. Evaluation votes have passed 14, 7 changes today, 1006, 8 changes today. Chapter 39. Chapter 38, The Clash of Keto and Devil Fruit. It's great, Kizaru, one of Marine's 3 admiral, is here. It seems that our lives have been saved. Gecko Moria said this to Crocodile happily now. No matter what kind of existence the Seireitei is. As long as Marine Admiral Kizaru takes the initiative, then everything will be done. The 3 Seireitei in front of me, no, it should be said that they are 2 people and 1 cat, as long as Kizaru catches one. In Gecko Moria's opinion, Kizaru's ability to seize one of them must be no problem. Gecko Moria thought so in her heart. Can you really catch it? The strength of that cat, as well as the strength of that mysterious man. At this moment, Crocodile felt that Gecko Moria had hope for life, so he was mentally retarded. No, I don't believe it. People always don't believe in news that is bad for them. They tend to believe that good news is true and bad news is false. This is what Gecko Moria thinks now. Marine 3 Admiral's Kizaru is here, will it be a complete failure? Gecko Moria felt that this guy from Seireitei who appeared suddenly might also have some abilities, but it is impossible for everyone to be powerful and difficult to describe in words. In this case, how can this Seireitei be? In Gecko Moria's opinion, this time his fortunes were saved. Although he was saved by Marine Admiral, which made Gecko Moria a little unacceptable and even very aggrieved, it is better to live than to die. As long as he lives, he can get revenge. Just as he remembered the shame of Kaido, Gecko Moria also remembered today's shame. Let me be a guest at your naval headquarters, then it depends on your strength. The eyes that were smiling with a slit, suddenly showed a glimmer of light. The corner of Ichimarujin's mouth is always smiling. It seems that he is smiling no matter what the moment. His smile makes people shudder. At this moment, the terrifying and cold Ryotsu begins to envelope the scene. It seems that even the air is affected and it became heavy. Sure enough, it's exactly the same as Marshal Sengoku said, this kind of power that doesn't belong to the world today. Kizaru shrugged, his tone lightly. Although it is like this, Kizaru is actually taking it seriously in his heart. Don't look at him on the surface, but he is actually extremely vigilant in his heart. The power of the system is completely different from this world, and you must be very careful when fighting against it. The opponent does not have Conqueror's Haki, does not have Devil Fruit, and some are endless, and he has no power to understand. In this way, Kizaru feels that he must be careful when fighting. Yes, if he accidentally capsizes in the gutter, then Kizaru will be ashamed. Ichimarujin finally came to Kizaru. He looked at Kizaru and found that his height was actually normal, but compared to the Marine Admiral in front of him, Ichimarujin found out if he had become a short man. I have to say that Kizaru's height is about 3 meters, while Ichimarujin's height is equivalent to a normal person. Read more at fictionzone.net. But Ichimarujin doesn't care, height doesn't mean anything, Ichimarujin still has confidence in his own strength. Now Ichimarujin doesn't say hello, and Aikido is directed at Kizaru in front of him. The dotted beast bones, spires, red crystals, steel wheels, moving is the wind, and stopping is the air. The sound of the spears striking each other overflows the virtual city. Thunder and lightning began to rise. In the space, there was a ray of light shining. Thunder and lightning resounded through the void and headed towards Kizaru. Similar to Devil Fruit's power, as expected. Kizaru's eyes were solemn. Elementalization. Divided into a ray of light, dodge it. Avoided the thunder and lightning. The place where he was standing originally collapsed completely. Under the thunder and lightning, there was nothing, and the sea rushed up. Light gathers and reunites. Kizaru appeared. This power is terrible. Kizaru is ridiculing again. But the eyes under the sunglasses appear solemn. Could it be that the people of Seireitei, besides Zanpakuto, have other ways of attacking? This point must be reported to naval headquarters. Now, Kizaru lifted his palm lightly, fingers stretched out, and the photon energy converged. Next moment. Swish. A beam of golden power shot out from his fingers. Break everything. Torn the sky. The fingers move continuously, intertwined, and the momentum is extraordinary. But it's totally impossible to defeat Ichimaru-jin like this. The king. The mask of flesh and blood, the Vientian, the one who flutters high, and is named as the man. The wall of blue fire is inscribed with double lotus, and the sky is waiting for the abyss of fire. Ichimaru-jin displayed the double lotus blue fire pendant. The white flame split into two, and then rushed up, colliding with Kizaru's power. Boom. 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 The space was trembling all over. Then the building began to crack and begin to collapse. For a while, smoke and dust billowed. Gecko Moria found something and exclaimed, "No, it's going to collapse here, it's going to collapse." Chapter 40. Chapter 39 The Injury of the Soul. Shinso. Everything is falling apart. The big stones fell one by one. At this moment, Crocodile shot, and the sand began to condense, supporting everything. Crocodile is to get himself out of here. It is also to see Seireitei's power more clearly. I want to know what the Seireitei is. Crocodile has never been as curious and shocking as it is today. After the dust and smoke passed. Have you been kicked by the light? A wretched voice came from behind Ichimaru-jin. Kizaru relied on his own speed to come behind Ichimaru-jin, and now his right foot was raised, and a large number of golden photons gathered under his feet. Next moment, Kizaru kicked this kick directly at the speed of light. However, Ichimaru-jin's combat experience is definitely much richer than Kizaru. You must know how old Ichimaru-jin is. His Zanpakuto short blade is already in hand, even without Shikai, Zanpakuto itself is as strong as a famous knife. With a bang, Ichimaru-jin blocked the opponent's foot with a short blade. Ichimaru-jin also measured Kizaru's strength with the strength of Kizaru's foot. What's the joke? Kizaru couldn't help but said secretly in his heart. This guy, he has not heard the description of Martial Sengoku, but he has such power. What's the matter with the Seireitei? The strong one after another? Yo, it's really scary. Kizaru's voice couldn't help but rang again. It is full of ridicule again. Read more at fictionzone.net. Why do you look so odd? Listening to Kizaru's words and looking at Kizaru's wretched smile, Ichimaru-jin felt that he couldn't help but hang the other person. Kizaru. He didn't think he was to blame at all. My own tone is already used to it. If you want to change it, you can't change it anymore. But Kizaru still said, hit me, then you have to catch up with me. Is your speed enough? Hearing that, Ichimaru-jin put Zanpakuto at Kizaru, mockingly said, you are so confident about yourself? Are you so confident? Then shoot him. Shinso. Next moment. The short blade suddenly became longer. Everything happened between the electric light and flint. What? Kizaru's wretched gaze widened. He is very confident about his own speed. As Marine's fastest man, he is confident that there are few people in the sea with a speed comparable to himself. However, Zanpakuto suddenly grew longer, piercing the air, tearing the void, and howling. Carrying the terrible Ryotsu that is surging. The blade stretched like a white light. Swept away terribly. Kizaru was hit, but as Marine Admiral, he was elementalized in the blink of an eye before Zanpakuto was about to stab himself. Look at the body, there is no problem. Kizaru smiled fortunately, and the wretched voice continued to sound, "Oh, it looks like it's just a little bit short." "Yes, it's just a bit short, and it hurts me." Kizaru, wearing a striped shirt and a marine cape, has an exaggerated expression. But he was really fortunate. Almost, it was really just a little bit short. The Zanpakuto that the opponent had just now suddenly became longer. Is this the ability of the opponent's Zanpakuto? It's incredible. Did you really avoid it? At this moment, Ichimaru-jin's voice was still smiling. What? Kizaru frowned. How is this going? Are you injured? At this moment, Kizaru moved. Suddenly, his eyes under the sunglasses suddenly widened. Pain. He felt endless pain. Such pain does not come from the body, but from the soul. Correct. Kizaru felt that his soul was torn apart in general pain. The new week has begun, and the guarantee is 6. Now the flowers are 5,849, and the evaluation votes are 1,272. If the flowers are more than 7,000, today are 7, and the flowers are more than 8,000, today are 8. Evaluation votes have passed 14, 7 changes today, 1006, 8 changes today. Chapter 41. Chapter 40th, the third Zanpakuto. This guy's knife is so weird, it can actually grow longer. Gekko Moria sternly glanced at Zanpakuto in Ichimaru-jin's hands at this moment. Although it is a short edge at the moment. But just now everyone, including Gekko Moria, clearly saw this Zanpakuto, which stretched out in a short period of time. This is really incredible. However, this Seireitei guy is really amazing. He has such a weapon and such strength. Unfortunately, the opponent he faces is Marine's highest combat power, with the fastest Kizaru on the sea. So just now the knife suddenly grew longer. It was beyond everyone's expectation. If I had been stabbed, Kizaru had just avoided it. The other party's sudden attack just now basically took the sparkling fruit ability. Kizaru, there is no way. Gekko Moria has a fluke in his tone. Fortunately, Kizaru has avoided it. Now Gekko Moria can be said to be on Kizaru's side, hoping that Kizaru can win. Because Gekko Moria knew that Seireitei came for him, he would die. Did you really hide? Crocodile was shocked at this moment, and was stunned by Gekko Moria. The three weirdos Perona and others who heard this were also Robin, who was hiding behind the big stone. Dumb. Of course I hid, didn't you see it? When the opponent's knife became longer, Kizaru suddenly became elemental. The opponent's knife didn't stab Kizaru at all. Gekko Moria said, although his own looks are indeed unusual, but his eyes are still very normal. Absolutely correct. Gekko Moria's tone is very firm. Perona and the others of the three weirdos behind Gekko Moria also nodded one by one. There are so many of them, and they can see clearly with many eyes. Just now, Kizaru did avoid the attack of Seireitei. There is nothing wrong with it. Yes, the knife suddenly grew longer, but it didn't hurt Kizaru. Look carefully at Huang, your face is very wrong, haven't I noticed it? Crocodile said in a low voice, gritted his teeth. In Crocodile's eyes, Kizaru was really wrong at this moment. Standing there in a daze, it seemed that something was wrong with his body. I don't see any difference, its face and style are still the same. Gekko Moria said. Kizaru is wretched, this is a normal thing, it is not normal if he is not wretched. The other three monsters behind him nodded, thinking that Gekko Moria's opinion is the same as theirs. As for why Crocodile said that? Could it be that the so-called Seireitei lost his confidence and started to think about it, or could it be that the eye was beaten and what could be wrong? Even Robin thinks so at this moment. Marine 3 Admiral is not such an easy opponent to deal with. Even if Seireitei is very mysterious, Marine 3 Admiral is not so famous. Read more at fictionzone.net. Robin also paid close attention to the battle between Ichimarujin and Kizaru just now. She felt that she had seen it quite clearly. Kizaru avoided the blow of Ichimarujin 100% just now. Just when they thought so, Kizaru suddenly clutched his abdomen. Kizaru's face turned pale quickly, as if enduring pain, clenching his teeth tightly. Such a scene made Gecko Moria and others even more stunned. Is it true that everything is as Crocodile said, Admiral Kizaru is injured? They secretly said, what is going on? Obviously, I can see it clearly. Didn't Kizaru escape from the attack of Ichimarujin just now? Zanpakuto. Ichimarujin spoke with a leisurely voice, don't you hear anything from these three words? Zanpakuto after Shikai continued to aim at Kizaru. Zanpakuto? Could it be, hurt the soul? Kizaru was still depressed at first. Why was he hurt? After hearing these words, Kizaru couldn't help but stare. At this moment, he didn't know what to say. This information must be reported back to Marshal Sengoku. Of course. The premise is that I can go back alive. Kizaru pondered for a while, knowing that he couldn't give the opponent a chance to attack him. Otherwise, it might really die. At the moment the body is fine. But Kizaru, whose soul hurts, really wants to grin at the moment. He held out his finger. One must take the lead. Only had a chance to leave here. Right hand stretched out. Countless photons gathered into the light of a mirror, and then energy beams burst out one by one from the smooth mirror. Ichimarujin shook his head, Zanpakuto in his hand began to grow longer. Huh. 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 The elongated blade is extremely terrifying, and even light can cut it open for you. At this time, Chen Tian finally came back to his senses. Just now he chatted with the system and finally understood what his third Zanpakuto was. Chapter 42. Ding, congratulations on the third Zanpakuto, Senbonzakura. Now Chen Tian stretched out his hand, and in that palm of his hand, a Zanpakuto appeared. Undoubtedly, this is Senbonzakura. On the whole, this is a Zanpakuto that is quite satisfactory and very aura. At the moment Zanpakuto is in hand, Chen Tian's mouth outlines a slight smile. Ichimarujin, step back. The faint voice came out slowly, but it made everyone hear clearly. Ichimarujin, who had been leaning against Shinso and suppressing Kizaru, nodded, smiled, narrowed his eyes, and stepped aside. As expected of Marine Admiral, he was not killed by a spike. Not indifferent, with a strong attitude, praised. Chen Tian held Zanpakuto in his hand and stared at Kizaru plainly. At this moment, Kizaru frowned, not daring to be careless. Chen Tian's whole body, Ryotsu surging, majestic, still rising. Under Ryotsu, Kizaru found it difficult to see what the boy looked like. But he knows that this boy is definitely not easy, otherwise, how could I order Ichimarujin? I just don't know what the ability of this Zanpakuto in the hands of this stronger person is. Spread it, Senbonzakura. Chen Tian doesn't talk nonsense, directly Shikai. For a while, Ryotsu flooded the space, and the space was chopped off. At last. In the stunned eyes of Kizaru, Gecko Moria, etc., the blade of Senbonzakura in Chen Tian's hands was broken down into countless thin blades, which seemed to be like flying pink petals. Right now. These petals directly carry Ryotsu, tearing the air, and heading towards Kizaru like a downpour. The flowers that look beautiful are actually very sharp and thin blades that can cut everything. The petals attacked away, cutting off everything that was blocking it in front of it. This scene is beautiful, but terrible. This trick is inevitable. The petals are flying, and Kizaru's escape route has been blocked. Kizaru's face changed drastically, and his pupils shrank sharply. Even at the same speed as his light, in front of such an attack, he couldn't avoid it 100%. When Kizaru was thinking about what to do, read more at fictionzone.net. The sea of flowers of the thin blade has come to Kizaru's face, and is close at hand. Next second, he will be surrounded by a sea of flowers. Between the sparks and flints, Kizaru's original wretched expression has also changed, becoming extremely solemn. Even Aokiji and Akainu, both of the three admiral, have never seen such a serious Kizaru. Bakukshin Guyu. Photon. Countless photons, shining with dazzling, uninurable light, emerged on Kizaru's palm. He once used this hand too. But it does not have the power of 120% as it is today. Kizaru took a deep breath, knowing that he must be desperate. Right now. The thin blade of sakura flower has come across, with unmatched momentum. The space is torn apart. The earth is torn apart. Everything, under the thin blade of sakura flower, looks so thin and fragile. The endless light of Kizaru's sparkling fruit collides with the rain of sakura flowers. Boom! The impact of power resounded through the sky, and the air waves spread away. The originally broken place was barely supported by the support of crocodile sand fruit. And now, boom! Boom! All buildings are shattering. Some stone pillars and other things are broken directly, boulders and other things start to fall and crack. For a moment, Princess Vivi and the others, who were still kneeling on the edge, unable to react from the pressure, looked at the scene before them in astonishment. They feel dizzy and tinnitus. Their eyes saw the collapse of everything in front of them. You will be smashed to death, right? Can anyone escape? Those with dice fruit ability waited hard to speak. The boss with staring eyes is full of shock in their eyes. As a member of the Baroque working society, fighting is essential. They themselves have experienced fierce battles. I have also seen a lot of wonderful battles. But what is going on in this battle? Everything around, what can be seen, is collapsing. The sea kings under the sea are leaving in fear. In this dark place, some blurry shadows that cannot be seen are also scared to go away. Where have they seen such a terrible attack, the terrifying battle of Ritz? Now they were all dumbfounded. Even Princess Vivi is the same. At this moment, she can no longer care about the appearance of a lady. She opened her mouth, as if she could put something the size of a huge goose egg. Fortunately our boss didn't ask us to go in. Miss Doublefinger of the Thorn Fruit, now solemnly grateful, said. The other members glanced at each other, even if it was a belligerent, dice fruit capable person who thought they were not afraid of death, they now swallowed with difficulty. Yup. Let them in and participate in such a battle where just the aftermath is enough to destroy everything. This is simply asking them to die. I just don't know the situation inside, what's going on. Chapter 43. Princess Vivi, the dice fruit capable person, etc., were already scared. At this moment, the area they were in was also cracking, first a spider web-like crack, which expanded to them, and their eyes were suddenly startled. Who is the mysterious person who just went in? Dice fruit couldn't help but murmured. What he was curious about was exactly what Princess Vivi and others were curious about. How could there be such a powerful existence? Think carefully. Crocodile, who felt powerful, seemed to be vulnerable to a blow compared to the opponent. Princess Vivi is a clever woman. She looked at the wall, the building that was constantly collapsing and falling off. She knew that it was definitely not Crocodile who was fighting inside. If it's Crocodile, it's long gone, right? Princess Vivi did not expect that there is such a power in the sea. Compared with such a power, the crocodile, known as the Sand Crocodile, who secretly controls the Baroque Work Agency and seizes the kingdom, seems to be nothing at all. It's actually like this. Marine Admiral is not an opponent at all. Robin hid behind a big rock tremblingly. At this moment, her body was trembling, and there was shock and panic in her eyes. Marine Admiral. For Robin, it was simply a nightmare. Back then, O'Hara disappeared into the sea because of the existence of Admiral. Admiral's power is terrifying. They can easily destroy an island. Admiral, in Robin's eyes, is the peak of the sea, invincible. Not to mention fighting against one. Even if you hear Admiral's name, many pirates will not be able to bear the slightest thought of confrontation. Such as Robin. Seeing Admiral, he was scared to hide. But I didn't expect that in the sea, there is a far stronger and more terrifying existence than Admiral. Run, it's collapsed here. Crocodile didn't care about who was winning in the smoke, he wanted to escape here now. He felt that what happened today was too much for him to accept. Suddenly, 3 terrifying existences appeared, each of which seemed to have the power to suppress Admiral. This kind of unscientific thing happened in front of him. Crocodile. Crocodile can also see that Kizaru has heard of Seireitei. So the problem is coming. Marine knows about the existence of Seireitei, so there should be a bounty. Read more at fictionzone.net. But why not? What is this for? Seireitei, what the hell is it? What is Zanpakuto? What is their power different from devil fruit? Yes, escape, we must escape. Gecko Moria was even more scared. The legs are already shaking. Such a terrible existence is coming to oneself. How can this be done? But looking at the place of the battle, the dust was billowing, and under the aftermath, buildings and other things cracked every inch. It's going to collapse here. With the 3 weirdos, that is, Perona and others, they left here immediately. In the aftermath. Boom. The stairs and so on have all broken down. Under the aftermath, the space began to distort. The earth seems to be shaking. Sea water has also poured in. Everything is ruined here. If you don't leave, you will be buried, and even accompany the broken building and fall into the sea together. Finally, the building collapsed completely with a bang. Moonlight Maluya escaped with Perona and others, their faces embarrassed. Gecko Moria heartache, Swordsman Ryoma, or something, they are all inside, but now. Forget it, your own life matters. At the same time, Crocodile also ran out with scars. A member of the Baroque Job Club had never seen such a crocodile. Princess Vivi and others stayed. Robin also came out, relying on Devil Fruit's ability. It was dangerous, but he finally escaped. I don't know if that strange group of people will be buried with Kizaru, so let's get out of here quickly. Kizaru is not an opponent at all. If the opponent rushes out, we will be finished. Gecko Moria can't wait anymore. In here, you will be worried and afraid, and you must flee immediately. Crocodile, leave here on your pirate ship. His words, also called Princess Vivi, and the others were surprised again. It's a mysterious man and Marine Admiral Kizaru who are fighting inside. Listening to Gecko Moria, Kizaru is not the opponent of the mysterious man. How come? Marine Admiral, actually lost. The members of Baroque Studio were shocked. Princess Vivi was also surprised. Will there be a stronger presence than Marine Admiral? OMG. Mysterious person, who is it? Princess Vivi became curious about it. Now. Boom. The building collapsed completely. Gecko Moria and others have already boarded the ship. Gecko Moria breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that I escaped and died. He. It seems that my luck is not bad. This is the 6th guarantee of the bottom. The 7th update after passing conditions at 11 o'clock. Chapter 44. Have we really escaped? Crocodile listened to Gecko Moria's rejoicing words, but he took a deep breath, and then shouted, the speed of the boat, no matter how fast, you must leave here quickly. He is scared. Now, Princess Vivi stared at the boss with a pair of eyes. She tried to conceal her surprise. Crocodile, the timidity in her tone, she still heard carefully. OMG. Was the sand crocodile in the daring 7 warlords of the sea so scared? What happened in the building? That's why crocodile was scared like this, just thinking about leaving this ominous place quickly? Yes, hurry up, hurry up. After hearing crocodile's words, Gecko Moria nodded again and again. Yes, you can't waste time in the sea area. What if the mysterious Seireitei comes up? Gecko Moria's psychological quality is not as good as crocodile. His fear, his timidity, and his fear are all manifested in his strange-looking face. Crocodile's pirate ship, soon, over the years, has been searching for Pluto. Although it has not been found, it has also obtained a lot of information about the ship. This pirate ship, in terms of speed, is faster than the pirate's general warship. The pirate ship, sailing on the sea, is fast, causing the sea to rippling endless ripples. The other party wants my life, but, Kaido can't kill me, Seireitei or anything else can't kill me. The speed of the pirate ship gave Gecko Moria confidence, and he laughed weirdly again. But when his voice just fell, a door opened on the deck of the pirate ship. It was not someone else who came out, it was Ichimaru-jin. Ling Wang, let me take your life. Ichimaru-jin smiled. Gecko Moria. He was already astonished as a stone statue. Read more at fictionzone.net. Crocodile gritted his teeth and said, "Where is Kizaru? Flee, take advantage of the dust and smoke, like a monkey in the funeral, ran away." Ichimaru-jin shrugged, squinted his eyes, the corners of his mouth were outlined, and he seemed to be very talkative. But anyone who has seen the power of Ichimaru-jin knows that it is not like this at all. At this moment, whether it's crocodile or Gecko Moria, my heart is fascinating. Seireitei, what a terrible existence it is. A marine admiral, was scared away? What kind of joke is this? Not only them, but also Princess Vivi, Dice fruit-capable person, Perona, etc., are shocked at this moment and don't know what to say. And Gecko Moria, in addition to shock, is panic, fright, and panic. He knows Seireitei, who came completely at him. This time, is it really going to die? Gecko Moria, not reconciled, 27-year-old Moria was defeated by Kaido in the Battle of New World Kuni. And lost all of her partners. Since this shock, Moria firmly believes in the truth of because you are alive, you will lose. He wants to avenge the beast Kaido. How can you die here? Why are you killing me? Gecko Moria finally asked the question he didn't understand, is it that I once looted Seireitei's prey? Or, do you Seireitei want the position of 7 warlords of the sea? The contradiction between us can be solved by another method. If you want goods, I will give it to you. If you want the position of 7 warlords of the sea, I will give it to you. Before death. Gecko Moria, humble to the extreme. He has already recognized how huge the gap between them is. When he wants to come, as long as he is willing to give up something, the other party doesn't necessarily want his own life, right? Even his Gecko Moria can actually join Seireitei. Although I still don't understand what Seireitei is. But the forces on the sea are nothing more than world government organizations, naval headquarters organizations, mercenaries, pirates, revolutionary forces, etc. If you know what Seireitei is, if you know what Godi 13's responsibilities are, you won't be able to say such a thing. After hearing Gecko Moria's words, Ichimaru-jin sneered and shook his head. You broke the order, the matter between life and death. I, Godi 13, 3rd Division Captain Ichimaru-jin, give you punishment. What? Hearing these words, everyone on the pirate ship was stunned. This is the 7th update of today's plus change. Now the flower number is 7,370, and the evaluation vote is 1,479. Tomorrow the guarantee is 6, and the flowers are over 9,000, 7. Over 10,000, 8 more. Evaluation votes, over 1,700, 7 changes, over 1,900, 8 changes. My hands are cold in this weather. Chapter 45. Life and Death? Crocodile waiting at the scene was a little confused. The reason why Gecko Moria offends Seireitei is because he often digs up corpses? Then, such behavior broke a certain rule set by Seireitei. But Seireitei, why did you make such a rule? Crocodile, Robin, Princess Vivi, and the few who have brains, think Ichimarujin's words are very important and must be related to Seireitei's true colors. But in a short time, they couldn't figure out what the problem was. Right now, Ichimarujin walked up towards Gecko Moria. Gecko Moria was trembling, and immediately shouted to Crocodile, "Come and help me." Crocodile did not act. He has been stupid once. This time, he clearly knew that Seireitei was an existence he couldn't afford to offend at all. His relationship with Gecko Moria is actually not that good. Why should I fight Seireitei for Gecko Moria? At the same time, from Ichimarujin's words, Crocodile knows that this sentence has something to do with the origin of Seireitei, and also hides a clue, that is Seireitei, which is different from all the organizations in the sea at present. It is not a pirate group, not a mercenary, not a revolutionary army. It also seems to represent the balance of a certain station, not the existence of random killing. Therefore, Crocodile didn't think that after Gecko Moria died, it was his turn to die. Damn it! Gecko Moria was scared. He looked at Perona and waited, and shouted, "You guys come and help me." Gecko Moria, what I say most often is, I leave it to you. But now Gecko Moria knew that just giving it to Perona and others would not work at all. I want to go too. Perona waited to move. Do you really want to be an enemy with Goti 13's 3rd Division? Ichimarujin said lightly. Suddenly Ryotsu surged out of Ichimarujin's body. In the blink of an eye, she waited for Perona in front of her. Suddenly, Perona's eyes widened, and they couldn't move. This was not Conqueror's haki, but a repression on the soul. There is no one on the sea yet who truly understands the soul. Perona only felt that she wanted to move her fingers for a while, and it seemed to have become a luxury at the moment. Damn it, am I going to die here? Ichimarujin came with a smile. Read more at fictionzone.net. Looking at Ichimarujin, with his eyes squinted, he smiled like a scary fox. Gecko Moria stiffened. He also dug the corpse himself. Why offend Seireitei? Call the guy who can defeat Marine Admiral to kill yourself. But I also know that now is not the time to think so much. Shadow box. Gecko Moria shot. He turned his shadow into flying bats, and then went crazy towards Ichimarujin. If you are surrounded by these bats, you will be turned into black box bats and trapped. But when these shadows came in front of Ichimarujin directly Ahato, 37, shadow kill. Suddenly, the shadow of Ichimarujin appeared, drew out the shadow knife, and cut down the flying bats. Looking at this scene, Gecko Moria's eyes widened even more. You know, it is not surprising that he will use shadow, because he is a shadow fruit ability. But what is going on with this guy in front of me? Why can the power of shadow be used? Before, this guy also used the power that looks like thunderfruit. Seireitei guy, why can you use so many different powers? Just when Gecko Moria was depressed and wanted to escape. Shoot him, Shinso. Huh. Ichimarujin's Zanpakuto suddenly grew longer. Everything happened too fast. Everything is done between the electric light flint. A touch of scarlet, blooming from Gecko Moria's chest. Gecko Moria looked at her chest in disbelief. Pain. But the most painful thing is not the body, but the soul. He felt that his soul was falling apart. Gecko Moria, die. He fell on the deck with a strong unwillingness. He didn't avenge the beast Kaido before he died here. He still doesn't understand, what does digging the body by himself have to do with Seireitei? At the moment before death, I was still pondering, Seireitei, what kind of place it was. Crocodile waited to watch the scene, frowning. 7 Warlords of the Sea, in the sea, is also very famous. Only the pirate among the pirates can bear this name. Who would have thought that 7 Warlords of the Sea, there would be such a suffocated day of death? Crocodile took a deep breath, but didn't dare to say a word. People who don't want Seireitei, pay attention to themselves. Just like this, just like this. Princess Vivi, who has long blue hair and a pretty face rarely seen in the pirate world, was even more shocked with the hand covering her charming red lips, her eyes filled with disbelief. 7 Warlords of the Sea, in the eyes of Princess Vivi, should be extremely powerful. It was so simple to be killed. This. Thinking of what, Princess Vivi gritted her teeth and suddenly made a decision in her heart. Tomorrow the guarantee is 6, and the flowers are over 9,000, 7. Over 10,000, 8 more. Evaluation votes, over 1,700, 7 changes, over 1,900, 8 changes. In this kind of weather, it is cold even with the sun. Chapter 46. Chapter 45 Changes in Seireitei. Princess Vivi knew that with her own ability, it was really difficult to save her kingdom. She mustered up the courage, even if Crocodile is here, she still speaks, Seireitei, is a place to maintain order and stability, right? Ichimaru-jin looked at Princess Vivi with a smile, and said ambiguously, you can also say the same. Ichimaru-jin. It seems, always with a smile. His smile, no matter who it is difficult to tell whether he is really laughing or hiding a knife in his smile. Princess Vivi was trembling in her heart now. Crocodile looked at Princess Vivi, and secretly asked what this guy wanted to do. Can you? Princess Vivi knew what she was going to say, and if she said it, she might die in Crocodile's hands. But thought of his own kingdom. Thinking of Crocodile's playing with everyone in his kingdom. Princess Vivi still mustered up the courage and said, please destroy Crocodile. What? Crocodile's pupils shrank sharply. The dice fruit capable people looked at Princess Vivi in horror. Robin is the same. Ichimaru-jin still stood smiling, just standing like this, not knowing what he was doing. After Crocodile glanced at Ichimaru-jin. Desert knife. The arm, turned into a sharp sand blade, slashed directly at Princess Vivi. Chiang. Princess Vivi closed her eyes and waited to die. But there was the sound of sword fighting. Princess Vivi opened her beautiful eyes again. Ichimaru-jin's Zanpakuto short blade blocked Crocodile's blade. Ichimaru-jin looked at Princess Vivi, the smile at the corner of his mouth remained unchanged. Well, I just think I should ask the Spirit King, after all, the captain is not there. Spirit King, read more at fictionzone.net. Captain. These 2 words are to attract everyone's attention. Crocodile gritted his teeth, he found that his heart was trembling at the moment, and his whole body was uneasy for a while. Spirit King, what choice will he make? Will kill yourself? Crocodile didn't want to die. But now his life and death are no longer in his own hands. Chen Tian at this moment is in Seireitei. Host, Chen Tian. Own ability, crossing the gate, white hits, Kido, Shunpo, Kendo, Hiren Maru, Shinso Senbonzakura. Positive subordinates, Team 3, Team 10, Xingjun. Representatives, Hitsugaya Toshiro, Shihao Yoryuaki, etc., Ichimaru-jin, etc. Negative subordinates, none. Unlocked buildings, Seireitei, 3rd Division Team House, 4th Division Team House, Sokyoku Terrace, Confession Palace. Detection, your Zanpakuto Senbonzakura has awakened 37%. At the same time, with the death of Gecko Moria, the sound of the system continued to ring. Ding, congratulations on completing the task. Ding, congratulations on unlocking the police team, supervision team, and lighting team. Now, within Seireitei, the 4 major legions have all been unlocked successfully. Ding, congratulations on unlocking related characters, Omida Merekiyo. Ding, congratulations on unlocking related characters, Broken Bee and 2nd Division. Now, the 2nd Division's team house appeared at the same time. For the 2nd Division team, the flowers and plants represented are Wenko, and the language of flowers is desirelessness. The team house of the 2nd Division is located on the mountain, with long stairs, straight to the top of the mountain. There are pillars in front of the ladder, marked with the word 2, trees are planted on both sides, and the grass is dense. Ding, congratulations on unlocking the relevant characters of the supervision team, Yura Harakisuk. Ding, unlock Yura Harakisuk related, 12th Division. The 12th Division appeared. The flower of the 12th Division is Thistle. Flower language is revenge, strict, and independent. The 12th Division's team building is underground, a dark place, usually few people go there, and there is little sunshine. Ding, because of the relationship between unlocking the 12th Division, you once again trigger the unlocking of the related character, Kuratsuka Mayuri. Ding, because of unlocking Kuratsuka Mayuri, unlocking related buildings, Technology Development Bureau. It can be said, this time, many buildings and characters were unlocked. The 2nd Division, the 12th Division. Broken Bee. Yura Harakisuk. Kuratsuka Mayuri. Omida Merekiyo. At the same time, Chen Tian discovered that his 3rd Zanpakuto Senbonzakura had not yet fully awakened. I have a few more Zanpakuto, Zanpakuto Suzumibaki of Broken Bee. Zanpakuto Hongheim of Yura Harakisuk. Kuratsuka Mayuri's Zanpakuto kills Jizo. At this moment, Chen Tian sensed Ichimarujin and was asking himself. Chapter 47. Chen Tian has learned from Ichimarujin what happened. Crocodile. To be honest, the system did not give Chen Tian a task. And Chen Tian is not a virgin BCH either. He wanted to say, whatever. However, he is now a positive force, the king of Seireitei. His words and deeds must conform to this identity. If he said, no matter what. Does this match? Let the Broken Bee go. After thinking about it, Chen Tian said. Captain of Godi 13, 2nd Division Xingjun Captain and Captain of 1st Division, Commander-in-Chief of Hidden Maneuver, Director of Women's Shinigami Association. I worshipped Chihaorin Yoryuaki since childhood. Since she appeared, she has been pestering Yoryuaki. I also heard Yoryuaki say that he went to the sea world. Now, this task falls on Broken Bee. If Broken Bee is happy. I went to the sea, and when I came back, I had a common topic with Yoryuaki. Therefore, the first time Broken Bee opened the door to pass through. Now, the Broken Bee appeared in front of Crocodile and others, and the Broken Bee, wearing a death tyrant, was standing there quietly now. As soon as she appeared, the first sentence was, Seireitei, the captain of Godi 13 2nd Division, the director of the Shinigami Association of Women, is in charge of women's affairs in the world. I will take care of this matter. Ichimarujin smiled, then turned, and left. Godi 13 2nd Director. Crocodile waited and looked up and down the Broken Bee. From the outside, the Broken Bee didn't seem to be very strong. But Crocodile didn't dare to be negligent. With his cold face and eyes, he concealed the anxiety in his heart, and slowly said, then what are you going to do with me? Kill. Broken Bee said faintly, Soul Society hasn't appeared yet, so there is no need for soul burial. Hear the words. The hearts of many people present couldn't help but raise them. In this woman's mouth, She seemed so relaxed when she said she was going to kill 7 warlords of the sea. It seems that 7 warlords of the sea is really nothing the same. Then you can do it too. Crocodile was angered to the extreme early today. On this day, he was defeated by the black cat. After that, stuck to the extreme. Now, a stinky lady said that she wanted to kill herself, as if she was really so easy to kill. She just said it easily. Read more at fictionzone.net. This kind of insult, in Crocodile's view, was more serious than the shame Whitebeard gave him. Right now. King Kong Desert Sword. Crocodile directly swung his arm, a huge sand blade, and slashed directly at the broken bee. Crocodile's move seemed to be overwhelming and overbearing. The broken bee stepped on and avoided. To know. Broken bee has always yearned for Yuruaki. Therefore, in terms of speed, Broken bee has also practiced. After that, she pulled out her Zanpakuto. Crocodile, as well as the others on the pirate ship, looked solemn. Want to know what kind of strange ability does such a Zanpakuto have? Crocodile even put a heart in his throat, fearing that the other party's Zanpakuto would suddenly grow longer, and when the time comes, he will be unprepared. Stab the enemy. Suzumibaki. In the eyes of Crocodile and others, the Zanpakuto of Broken Bee has changed, and it has grown into something like an ornament, which is placed on the finger. Crocodile. That's all? Is that so? Ah ha 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 ha. At this moment, Crocodile couldn't help laughing. I think this is normal. In any organization or group, there are definitely strong and weak, some are responsible for killing, and some are responsible for making fun. This is normal, isn't it? Seireitei's Go Di 13, if every captain is as powerful as a monster. This is too unrealistic, right? That's right now. This woman is the special one among the captains of Go Di 13. Crocodile moved. Secretly, if it's like this, maybe he can beat this woman, right? The Broken Bee moved at the same time. Fast. Too fast. The age of Broken Bee is also uncountable. Her combat experience far surpasses Crocodile. At last. Crocodile was with the shattered bee bucket. Crocodile was fierce, no matter how he chopped, he didn't hit the opponent. At last. Broken Bee shot. The finger-like ornament in her hand finally hit Crocodile. Crocodile panicked. Was he spotted? What happens after being hit? Will a hole be broken? Then the blood splattered, death. But Crocodile, who was hit, stepped back and found that the chest he was hit seemed to be fine. It's just that the black butterfly pattern appeared in the spot that was clicked. This is the bee pattern. Broken Bee wrote. Crocodile said he didn't understand. But he was even more sure that the woman in front of him was the least powerful in Go Di 13. He sighs that his luck is better than Gecko Moria. I met a weak one. It seems that the chance of surviving is too great. Chapter 48. Broken Bee has a playful smile on the corner of his mouth. For this ocean world, she has already figured out the approximate combat power. Now, Broken Bee continued to walk up towards Crocodile. This woman is so fast, I can't hit her at all. Crocodile couldn't help admitting this at the moment. There was no way to take this woman by himself. But Crocodile felt that this woman's attack was not so good. Because of this woman's attack, it fell on her. It turns into a pattern, no pain or itching. Of course, Crocodile is not a naive guy. Naturally, he doesn't really think of this pattern, it's just a pattern. But people always believe that something is better for oneself. Therefore, Crocodile is not in the slightest panic at this moment. He feels that if he works hard, he can still draw a tie with the other party, right? With this mindset, Crocodile gritted his teeth. Just hit the opponent once. Crocodile's sand blade, since then went crazy toward the front. However, the combat method of Shattered Bee is really different from other Shinigami. She shook like this. Shake left and right. Crocodile found that no matter how crazy he shot, it was really useless. Can't cut it? It just can't be cut? Crocodile gritted his teeth, and that face became utterly hideous. But it still couldn't be cut. This huge pressure, called Crocodile's shot, became more frantic, and there was no rule. Crocodile liked this kind of madman. Robin on the side, dice fruit ability, etc., have never seen before. They stayed too. Those who are capable of dice fruit are also thinking, do you want to go up and help Crocodile? But there is no way. What can I do? The dice fruit capable person Mr1 waited, and found that he was going up, but it would be of no avail. I'm afraid I can't hit this woman. Read more at fictionzone.net. Robin stood there blankly, Seireitei. These 3 words are deeply imprinted in her soul. Admiral is not an opponent at all. If you can enter Seireitei, is it safe to have no nightmare to haunt you? Princess Vivi watched the scene with her fists clenched. For Princess Vivi, she felt that she seemed to see hope. My kingdom is saved. Damn it! Sand sword. Countless terrifying sand swords. It splashed out of Crocodile's body. In the midst of madness, Crocodile exerted an even more powerful force than usual. Suddenly, the sharp and terrifying, suffocating sand sword, densely packed towards the broken bees ahead. It's too dense. For ordinary people, it is really difficult to resist Crocodile's move. But at this moment, the broken bee is just a funny smile. Suzumibiki, with her fingers on her fingers, is now moving forward. This is just Shikai. There is no Bankai. In the eyes of broken bee, as long as it is Shikai, it is enough. Suddenly, her fingers were too fast, they seemed to be as fast as they were. In the blink of an eye, he came to Crocodile's front. Finally, I hit Crocodile for the second time. At this moment, the broken bee spoke and slowly said, my Zanpakuto is Suzumibiki, and his ability is a 2-strike. What? Is there such a Zanpakuto? Robin and others looked at Crocodile again, and found that Crocodile was standing there blankly, not moving. Look carefully. Crocodile, who was just clicked, has a pattern change. The center point of the pattern is hit by Suzumibiki again, and the B pattern appears to overlap and become an 8-sided B pattern. Simultaneously, Crocodile fell down. Finished. Robin waited and stared at the scene blankly. They are unbelievable. Crocodile is so dead? The broken bee looked at them now. Robin waited being watched by broken bee. All of a sudden, they couldn't help but feel like they were in hell. At this moment, they realized the power of broken bee. They have no courage. It is really the broken bee in front of them, in their opinion, too powerful. Their boss, Crocodile of 7 Warlords of the Sea, kills if he says kill. OMG. It's not easy. Princess Vivi has recovered. Princess Vivi mustered up the courage now, went up, and bowed politely in front of Shattered Bee. She endured her tears without letting her tears come out. Crocodile was dead, and her kingdom was saved. Thank you, thank you. Hearing that, Broken Bee shook his head. This is what we Shinigami should do. Shinigami. These 2 words even called Robin to wait. Shinigami. People of Seireitei, why do they call themselves Shinigami? Robin felt that there was a key point in his mind, but after careful consideration, he suddenly couldn't remember it. Princess Vivi still said, but I really want to thank you guys, what should I do? Chapter 49. This is Seireitei. Chen Tian has heard the words from the broken bee currently in this world. Princess Vivi would like to thank Seireitei for inviting him as the Spirit King to visit Alabastan as a guest. Chen Tian smiled slightly. He will not go. As the king of Seireitei, you naturally have to be like a king. Is there a way to transfer my Ryotsu to this world? Thinking of what? Chen Tian asked. Of course can. The system quickly replied Chen Tian's words. As the king of Seireitei, you can choose not to come forward and negotiate with some small people. Today, more than half of the buildings in Seireitei have been unlocked. It is the Spirit King. He is the common supreme ruler of the present world, soul society, Hueco Mundo, divide, and hell. He is very different from the human king in Shinigami. In the original Shinigami, the Spirit King, although called the king, is actually a human stick sealed in crystal. Protected by the Zero Team and so on, usually in the Spirit King Palace But Chen Tian, the king, is obviously different. Right now. Whether to choose to open the Spirit Palace? Yes. Chen Tian nodded. The Spirit Palace is officially opened. The Lingwang Palace is roughly composed of the Lingwang Gong Block, the Omotsando of the Lingwang Palace, the Lingfanli Hall, and the Lingwang Dannery. The concentration of the spirits in the Spirit Palace is very high. Shinigami, who was as high as the deputy captain, was out of breath when he first entered the Spirit Palace and curled up on the ground. Chen Tian now sits on the throne, sitting in it. My real body will not come to Alabastan, but my Ryotsu will come and let them witness the sight of the Holy Spirit. Now. Chen Tian's words were passed directly from the Spirit Palace to the present world. Read more at fictionzone.net. After hearing Chen Tian's voice, Broken Bee decided it and told Princess Vivi. Broken Bee was already very powerful, but when she mentioned the Spirit King, the respect in her tone made Princess Vivi a little surprised. In Princess Vivi's opinion, Broken Bee is not much worse than Marine Admiral, right? Such an existence, but in awe of the Spirit King. The deterrent power of the Spirit King is also too strong and outrageous. The worship and awe of the Broken Bee for the Spirit King far exceeded Princess Vivi's imagination. Is exactly the same. Princess Vivi felt that she was bet on a treasure. If you can see the Spirit King, if you can have some intersection with the Spirit King. For Alabastan, it definitely helps a lot, right? But don't know. Chen Tian also had a plan. Frighten. This time the incident got a lot of shock points. Ding, congratulations on getting 100,000 shock points from Robin. Ding, congratulations on getting Princess Vivi 1 million shock points. This is also called Senbonzakura, and I quickly awakened to 69%. You can already display Bankai. But not enough. Not all of Seireitei's buildings have been unlocked. Go Di13, there are still a few teams short. The most important Yamamoto Genri Yusai did not appear either. Chen Tian knows that his own path has not even reached half of it. The front subordinates, not all unlocked. There are no negative subordinates now. Princess Vivi, we are going back to Alabastan. The superpower located in the first half of the Grand Line. The capital is Albina, with a standing army of 600,000. The king today is the father of Princess Vivi, Nefertari Cobra. The 12th king of Alabasta, Vivi's father, the origin of the name is Cobra. Being framed by crocodile has lost the trust of his people and is in a situation of internal troubles and external chaos. But now there is no crocodile, and I think that the country will be rebuilt soon. Princess Vivi also believes that his father will love the people like his children, and is the great monarch of his hind towards his people. Those with the dice fruit ability waited, staring at crocodile's corpse in a daze. They dare not say anything, because the Broken Bee is here. Take revenge on crocodile, stop kidding. The code name of the Baroque Job Club is Miss Double Finger, Paula of the Thorn Fruit ability, thinking of something, and looking at Princess Vivi. Can I open a spider coffee shop in Alabastan? Princess Vivi was startled. But he nodded and agreed. Robin is also meditating, Where should he go next? In many places, there is no sense of security. The destruction of O'Hara, this terrible nightmare, haunted her. Go to Alabaston. She also wanted to see if she had a chance to approach Seireitei, Go Di-13. The pirate ship, heading towards Alabaston. At the same time, the atmosphere at Marine headquarters is not so good. Chapter 50. Nowadays, the subordinates are positive, so what the protagonist does may be positive, but the protagonist does it for profit, not for no reason. When Hueco Mundo came out, it was when I really started to play with Pirate World. This is Naval Headquarters, the highest meeting place. At this moment Marine 3 Admiral, Marine Marshal Sengoku, Lieutenant General Crane, and of course, the Marine hero Garp, who had a physical metamorphosis and quickly recovered and returned. At this moment, several senior Marines gathered in the meeting room. The atmosphere in the space is extremely solemn, making everyone's expressions very solemn and even gloomy. They have been sitting here for more than half an hour, and no one has spoken during this half an hour, even if they always like to pick their noses. Garp, who is also sitting in jeopardy now, looks dignified. They still can't believe that Kizaru was discovered, and Kizaru was defeated by a new team captain. What is going on with Go Di-13? A captain came out at random and defeated Kizaru. Such a solemn atmosphere lasted for a long time before Sengoku of Buddha slowly spoke and looked at Kizaru. The current Kizaru was too anxious to report the situation, so he almost didn't treat the wound, let alone change his clothes. Now he sat there with a pale face, as if he would faint weakly in the next second. Seeing that there is no obvious wound restoration on your body, where exactly are you hurt? Sengoku of Buddha always asks. Kizaru, as Marine's highest combat power, one of the 3 Admiral, is definitely a scarce resource. If he has any shortcomings, it would be a huge loss for Marine and the world government. I may have hurt my soul, do you believe it? Kizaru now pretends that he has nothing to do, with a lazy look as usual, but the incoordination between his actions tells others, how could he have nothing at all? Now Kizaru couldn't help but think of the blow he was hit by Ichimaru-jin. He obviously avoided it with elementalization, but was still injured. Ichimaru-jin personally said that his knife can hurt the soul. The Buddha Sengoku sighed and immediately took out a special phone bug. Come here, someone needs your help. After just saying the sentence, the Buddha Sengoku hung up the special phone worm. This phone worm is not contacting other people, but Vegapunk, a man who claims to have been leading the world in science and technology for 500 years. At this moment, Sengoku looked at Kizaru again and asked, do you have anything to add to Seireitei and Go Di-13? Their sword is called Zanpakuto. In addition to Zanpakuto, they can use various abilities similar to Devil Fruit, and they named it Keto. Read more at fictionzone.net. Keto. These 2 words make them slightly wrong. How could it be called such a weird and unlucky name? Does it have anything to do with them? For the squad captain who seriously injured you this time, do you have any information from it? Their supreme is called the Spirit King. Now Kizaru tells Sengoku of Buddha some of what he has learned so far. After Buddha Sengoku nodded, he looked at Lieutenant General Crane again. Did you get any clues from the Naval Headquarters database? I'm sorry, I checked the Naval Headquarters database. There is no news about Seireitei, Go Di-13, or even Zanpakuto, Keto. They seem to have come out of thin air. Lieutenant General Crane shook his head and asked, is there any news from Marshal Kong? Sengoku of Buddha also shook his head. In the conference room, there was another dead silence. Although Naval Headquarters didn't wipe out the 4 emperors for a while, they didn't feel that they would have no choice but to take the 4 emperors. It could only be said that the 2 sides maintained a balance. But this Seireitei thing, now without a doubt, has become tricky. Naval Headquarters is currently unable to use them. No way, even where to press Seireitei? What is going on with Go-Di 13? I don't understand a bit of information. How can you fight Seireitei? How do you think of a way to target Seireitei? Now, Buddha Sengoku, a man who has experienced the terrible era of the sea locks, has to sigh, Seireitei or Go-Di 13, the water is too deep. Whenever he thinks of a captain popping up, he can defeat Kizaru, and he has unmatched strength. Sengoku, the Buddha at this moment, couldn't help but breathe in the air. Even the Four Emperors pirate group cannot have more than 2 admiral powers. But this Seireitei is different. Such a dangerous existence, but there is no information at all. Thinking of this, Sengoku of Buddha felt that he had a headache again. Aokiji looks very solemn now. Since he became Marine Admiral, he has not encountered such anxious situation, so he cannot help asking, Marshal Sengoku, what should we do now? This is the 6th shift. Today, the number of flowers is over 10,000, and 8 shifts are required, so there are 2 shifts left.